Welcome to the FEI Driving World Championship.
And welcome to you, wherever in the world you may be. We are delighted if you are joining us from America to Australia and all the places in between. We know you tuned in yesterday. It was great to hear from you and hear your messages. We've got a cracking day of dressage ahead of you. Yesterday was very, very good. And my goodness, what a note to end on when our very last athlete to go through, representing the Netherlands, put himself into pole position and scoring the very first of the posting a score that was over 150, so 152 from our judge at P. So that was a wonderful note on which to end. So confirmation of the results yesterday in first place after 45 dressage tests. We've got 46 for you today if everybody comes forward. Eric Evers for the Netherlands, and he is on the team, so they would have been delighted. What a great position for them to be in overnight before they launch today for a podium place ahead of the marathon. Don't forget, there will be prize givings tonight for the dressage. Each section is awarded separately, but it's all about who stands on those podiums individually and as the nations on Sunday afternoon. Lots and lots of sport to bring you from Le Pen before them. Just see on the bottom of your screens that those are the top three after yesterday's dressage. For Switzerland, as an individual, he doesn't have a star next to his name. So if you're following what's going on in terms of the written scoring, if there is a star, an asterisk next to a name, that denotes that the athlete is a member of the national team. Michael Barbie, he put a great score in yesterday afternoon for 56.12, but my goodness, Eric, way ahead, 52.84, which means that we might get a sub 50 score when we have some of our really big names in later. The dressage specialists have a watch out for Martin Holler later on today and Anna Sandman. They're the ones to keep a really close eye on, but we've got some more great athletes coming up. And having sat there pretty much all day, Carola Slater-Dina, she was the second athlete to drive yesterday morning. Seems like a lifetime ago now, and she sat on top for pretty much all day, but sitting now in third place, 57.22. That we didn't know at the time. When you start a day like we do, you don't know where the judges are going to put their scores. They were not giving marks away. There was a lot of tough marking yesterday. Everybody had to work very hard to get their scores. In fourth place for the Austrian team, put them in a really good position going ahead. Marcus Fleischmann, 57.36. And our winner from Royal Windsor earlier on in the year, that's Rens Edgebering. He is also driving for the Netherlands, but as an individual, great score for him, 57.58. And in sixth for the German team, Dennis Schneider's one of the top ranking athletes coming into this event. So he's currently ranked number 3 behind Joseph Dobrovitz Jr., who we will see later today, and the great Martin Holler, who is here to defend his title. But as these multiple champions say, they don't defend titles, they go out and win them. And just look at those very distinctive green jackets lining up in just underneath the commentary box. They will be the Hungarians. There are some of the national teams that have very, very distinctive colours, and the Hungarians have these really bright green jackets and tops, so you know where they are. Martin will probably be wearing a tie in that colour as well, and certainly the marathon colours in that green. The Dutch obviously have their orange, so they are equally distinctive when you see them, the Germans in their reds. And for the trot up this year, the French have been wearing some really natty red trousers, so lovely to be able to quickly identify from the sidelines where the supporters are. In seventh, we have Bruno Meyer for Switzerland as an individual, 58.53. Great result for the British team from Diana Lindsay. She hopefully, and I'm sure was overnight, with that, delighted with that 8th position. Very, very strong drive from her, 58.89. But she's been doing a lot of training at the Riyadh Centre, Equestrian Centre this season, and it's really paid off. The training, the hundreds and hundreds of hours that go into those few moments in the arena, all an investment. In 9th place for Germany as an individual, Max Berlage. He was on 59.19. And 10th, Marcel Luder for the Swiss team, 59.26. And young Anna Durand, the next generation from this family of driving titans, she was actually in 3rd place for a lot of the day yesterday and competing next generation. She is on 59.41, so she's in 11th. And driving her lovely Parisians. This is the last of our sub 60 score. That's Iwad Boom for the Netherlands. He's in 13th, so he's on 60.72. But just ahead of him was Amanda Krogstad for Sweden on 59.99. Could not have come in any closer to that score of 60. But in the meantime, we get underway, and this will be why the advent of this gentleman's test. This is why we have those green jackets lined up. And if you are watching from Hungary, we are delighted that you are joining us. Your nation has done so much for this sport, and you remain the ones to beat at these World Championships for horse pairs. You've hosted many times and won golds on more occasions than most. Christoph Ostertag, the big name in these parts for horsepair driving, being a member of the team. He is related to the Dobrovitz family. Joseph Jr. is his cousin, Senior is his uncle. So, in the DNA, very, very successful over the years. He's had some wins this season, started to drive at the age of 13. Very easy for him to choose the sport because of the family. He's been involved with pairs. He also drives a four-in-hand, of course he does. It's what they all do. So adaptable, and has had Pony World Championship placings as well. Junior World Cup winner in 2010. Very, very long list of accolades in his life. Member of the Hungarian team, and was a gold medal winner in Drebkow in 2019. Competed as an individual in Kronenberg, but he has a star next to his name, so that means he's made a very strong Hungarian team. So congratulations to him. So that is why we have those green jackets lined up at the side. For dressage, he's another one of our athletes who has a combination of geldings and stallions, but for the dressage and actually for all his phases, he's got Ludwig in there, and Mirakel, who is a stallion, will be used for the dressage and cones. Hildo is in the stables this morning, but he will come out for the marathon. And we've gone back to our Dutch warm bloods, the KWPNs, by far the most utilised breed for this area of horse sport. But a joy yesterday to see some of our other breeds. We had Friesians, Silesians, Kladrubers, Lipizzaners, some cracking German warm bloods as well. Brilliant to see them all out too. One-handed movement, and those reins back on again. 20 separate movements plus another 2 marks at the end of the test for overall impression, athlete, how the horses are going, turnout, grooms, suitability, making sure everything is clean and fits properly. Goes without saying at this level at a world championship, that's what we'd expect, but there is an additional mark. When the sport started over 50 years ago, there was a separate event for presentation linked for most of the time to dressage. But now the mark is in with the rest of the test, but it was something that the British team traditionally did very well in and used to peak the other drivers, because Prince Philip, who obviously was on the British team for many years and really we still give enormous credit to as the founding father for this sport, when he was president of the FEI for all those years, and naturally he was using ceremonial harness, or harness that had come from the Royal Music over time. He adapted and was one of the very first people to have a specific competition vehicle built. He actually worked with a gentleman called Michael Mart, who has a company called Bennington, and he built his first competition vehicle with them. It seems inconceivable now that not so long ago, in living memory for many people, we were still using wooden traditional vehicles for this 3-phase combination, and those were in the days when the marathons were a huge deal. You were in harness for many hours and you were going over really tough terrain. There were 5 sections back in the day, but nowadays everybody will be driving using a modern built vehicle. The vehicles they use for the dressage and cones, variation on a theme. They're basically like 4-wheel dog carts, phaetons, all quite light, but the wheel width is important. That has to be the same all the way through. Now this will be a mark that many people, not just the Hungarian squad, will be keeping an eye on, and this final flourish down the centre line, that extension, and that looked like a very smooth test from Christoph for the Hungarian team. As each of the marks come in, just to fill you in on where we were at the close of play yesterday, Eric Evers, who is lying ahead by some way, he was on 52.84. 52.84 is the score to beat today to go into first place.
He's going to be sub 50.
So any scores you hear being announced by the commentator at the side of the ring, they are just unofficial, provisional, but it does give us a pretty good idea of what's going on.
Et voilà, donc Christoph Ostertag, who gets a mark of 48.31 and goes into the lead. First sub 50 score this morning.
If you were really tuned in, hopefully you will have heard that we have just posted, very exciting, our first sub 50 score. We've been waiting for this moment. We had a whole day yesterday when we had some great scores in the 50s, but that's 48.21, so that is fantastic in terms of the Hungarian bid to retain not just their individual medals but their team gold. So as the green jackets wander off, unofficial as soon as we get the breakdown, but when the marks do come out, yesterday Bert Jambon, who's at C, he awarded Eric 149. That was the first place for him. Anne-Marie also first place, 147. S, where Barry Capstick is, 143. That was third place for him. This is all relative to how they'd scored everybody else. V, that's Miguel, our Spanish judge, 143, second for him. And Andrew Council at P, 152. So that was the first score. We posted over 150, but all these marks are added together, then they're averaged out, and then they are multiplied by a coefficient, which what that means is it's a proportion of the marks. Otherwise you'd have these enormous scores all in the hundreds before you've started, and the whole point of driving is that because you're finishing on penalty scores, you don't want to overweight the balance of the scores that are given in the dressage, so that's why we roll like this.
It's his third World Championship.
So that's great news for Hungary. As soon as we get the full breakdown, we will bring that to you.
Neapolitano 31.42 is a 9-year-old stallion, and Neapolitano 31.45 is an 8-year-old stallion.
So relatively young horses that Christoph was driving there.
Ozorai in Romania this year was second.
6 and 8. That is really great. But 48.21, that's not official at the moment. But as soon as the scores are confirmed, we'll give you that breakdown. But that's really exciting for the Hungarians. Job done.
La Roumanie, c'est pour l'équipe roumaine, c'est Roland Isvan Varga qui entre en piste avec deux chevaux répondant au nom Neapolitano et qui sont tous les deux lipizans, l'un âgé de 9 ans et l'autre de 8 ans. Il remportait aux oreilles cette année, était deuxième à Bodok en Roumanie et c'est son troisième championnat du monde.
Now in for Romania, and this is another member of the team. Everybody we've got in this first session from 8:30 to 10 o'clock local time, they are driving for their national teams, so just a little bit more pressure on their shoulders as well. But we've got Roland Istvan Varga. He's also involved in ridden eventing. He's had some good results this season, a win at Osterei, and he also, back in the day, in 2019, won a gold at the Young Horses World Championship. That's something I mentioned yesterday. It's a championship specifically, the categories are 5, 6, 7-year-olds. So 3 World Championships awarded, and there are some of the horses that we see competing in multiples now that actually participated in those championships, and we've got some lovely Neapolitano stallions here, so that denotes that we've got some black Lipizzaners. And this is a gentleman who is promoting this wonderful breed. We went through some, you've got the 6 sort of great prefixes, and then Tulipan and Incitato as well. And although the pure origins, everyone sort of goes back to the stud at Lipica in Slovenia, there's some great national studs. We've got Hungary, Romania, Croatia, Italy as well. That's been a really important nation in terms of the breeding and the development of them, and shared bloodlines with some of the Spanish horses, the wonderful Kladrubas from the Czech Republic, and a really, really important breed in terms of driven sport. We cannot overstate the importance of the Lipizzana and how it's developed over the years, also through breeding and adapting certain bloodlines have been really popular for this sport, and it's brilliant to see them out here. The day job for Roland is he's a horticulturalist, and it's something that one comes across a lot more in driving than perhaps in other areas of World Championship level sport, where we have a mixture of professionals, those people that are doing this all day, every day, be it breeding, breaking, training horses and the athletes themselves, and we have our what we call glorious amateur drivers as well. We have a huge swell all over the world of people driving, and the great thing is we've got the traditional movements, there's show driving, you can do long distance, you can do recreate the old trades where they're delivering, and the agricultural side that's in some ways involving the older cold-blooded heavier breeds. And look at them pacing very much in sequence there, lengthening of that frame. Confirmation of the results for Christoph Ostertag. So the judges were unanimous, and we also had at V over 160, so that was incredible. That's really laid the gauntlet down for today. At C, Bert 151.5, but first for him, exactly the same pretty much from Anne-Marie at R, 151, first for her. At S, Barry Capstick 148.5, first for him. At V, 160.5, that's a towering mark. That's way beyond anything we've seen so far. That's first for Miguel at V. And P, 152.5 for Andrew Council. So although we've got a disparity of 12 marks between the judges, V really liked that test. They were united in putting him first, just shy of 70%, 69.71, 48.46. The Hungarians will expect that Martin later in the day will better that, but what a tremendous result for them in terms of their team event. And these guys are fantastic on the marathon as well. But don't forget, we've got Anna Sandman coming, and she is a lady who has enjoyed tremendous success, not just with the four in hand this year, but consistently over the years with the pair, and we would expect her to also put an extremely impressive dressage score in as well. In the meantime, driving for Romania, we have in the arena Roland Istvan Varga. The first of the two deviations, he's coming towards the end of his test. That's movement number 18. 20 metres into the arena. So if you look at the arena and dressage plan that one can print off via the FEI website, it does look like an inverted V, but actually drives more like a U. And then similar here. So far quite a smooth test. Horse just nodding a little bit there for Roland, but smooth otherwise. Well matched pair of horses. But interestingly, the first deviation, movement 18, is done in working trot, the second one in collected trot. So although it's the same shape, mirror image on the other side of the arena, it's in collection, and then noses turn out onto the centre line and opening everything up, not speeding up. You will be severely marked down, as those of you listening yesterday when we went through the rules and how the marks are awarded. Don't forget that although it's in the rule book as with all ridden dressage and driven dressage, 0 to 10 are your marks, but you can have 0.5s in there, so that actually gives you a lot more scope.
He's groomed for all three tests.
So the second, we have 46 to get through today. We had 93 athletes on the confirmed list, and then sadly we lost Petr Novak in the week before the event, and then yesterday our gentleman from Portugal was not able to compete, so we were down one athlete yesterday. So 45 tests we went through yesterday, 46 today, so now we're on to 91.
Here are his marks: 123.5 at C, 116.5 at R, 128.5 for judge at S, 114.5 at V, and 122.5 at P, for a score of 71.6 penalty score. Voilà donc son score de Roland van Varga pour la Roumanie. Il obtient 60.
So the breakdown of scores just from the announcer there: 123, 116, 128, 114.5 and 122.5. Not easy as a driver following somebody like Christoph, who's just posted an astounding score. So Roland will get confirmation and share the breakdown of those marks as soon as they come through. But if you are following the scores online, you have the refreshing screen on from whichever online forum you are looking at. There are various available ones that are updating really regularly, but Christoph Oztertag, he is quite emphatically in front for Hungary. So the Hungarian flag, red, white and green, and it's that green in the flag that pretty much reflects the livery and the dress of all the team squad supporters. But all the judges, so we had 151.5, 151, 148.5, 160.5, 152.5, and that gave him an average penalty of 111.54, which multiplied by the coefficient, that all-important score that came in under 50, 48.46. Tremendous result there. And now for Spain, we have Oliver Lang-Fellerman, also somebody who is involved with jumping. So a number of our drivers here work across the disciplines. He's been driving for some years. He competed at the event at the same venue in Le Pan. He was 12th, 9th in Aix-les-Loups and 14th in Biekbeuk, and currently ranked 26 in the world. He is joined on the carriage by Nancy, and then Antonio. Looks like there are two Antonios who will be joining him for the marathon and the cones. Lopez and Torres. He's using Ferro all the way through. So for dressage, marathon and cones, first Nicolas for dressage, so those are the two in the arena at the moment, and then Titan for marathon and cones. It's rather a powerful name. This gentleman, Oliver, has on 3 occasions been the Spanish champion. So Titan, who we'll see on Saturday and Sunday for the marathon and cones, is KWPN, so that denotes the Royal Dutch Warm Blood. And otherwise he's got to German breeds. First Nicholas and Ferro. Westphalen. An interesting statistic, if you were listening yesterday, if you've just joined us today, we welcome you. So 22 movements, so that's 22 marks each judge gives out. And today we will have, well, yesterday we had 45 tests, so that was 990 marks each judge gave out. 46 times 22. Today they will be giving out 1,012 marks each, so that's a lot of decision making. And if you multiply that all together, in total there are over 10,000 different marks, all that number crunching that has to come out for our judges over 2 days. So they need to be mentally pretty agile and fit. We talk about the fitness of the horses and their suitability for the job. They're triathletes, they have to be able to do this dressage with panache, contained energy, all sorts of wonderful words we could use: suspension, elevation, regularity, rhythm, tempo, good contacts. That's a moment, lovely moment across there for the deviation, just falling into step with each other for Oliver. In the meantime, so that was the first deviation. Remember, we have one in working trot and then one in collected trot. The second one goes into collection, so you want to see a clear differentiation between, so the horse is coming up, not going slower, but just everything being shortened but retaining that power. You can see a difference there. Interesting angle. But for Roland Istvan Varga for Romania, confirmation of his 71.60, 71.60 for him. That was a percentage of 55.25. Judges not really wowed by that. 123 for Bert Jambon, 123.5, that is 37th. For Anne Marie, 42, 116.5 S, 128.5, 28th. Little bit more generous from Barry. At V, 114.5, that's 43rd, and at P for Andrew Council, 122.5, that's 38.
Final there for Oliver Blanche-Feldman for the 12-year-old. It's his first World Championship for Oliver Blanche-Feldman. He won 2 competitions in Spain in 2022 de la Frontera en Sainte-Terrasse.
And
a score of 132.5 at C, 144 at R, 138 at V, 130.5 at P,
so So thank you to the team behind this live coverage. We're delighted to be sharing the sport with you, and so to everybody, to Charlotte, to everybody, Anna Maria, who's working behind the scenes for FEI TV to bring you this live broadcast, and we have French crew on the ground doing the filming. So an absolute joy to be able to share the action with you, and we're delighted that driving is given this profile, because as your messages came in yesterday, we know you are watching from all over the world, and certainly many of you will be watching afterwards. There'll be all sorts of analysis, perhaps from the drivers and their squads, watching this footage. But for driving fans, and we know there are many of you out there, it's just great to have you with us. But to confirm, we've had some pretty cracking dressage already on our early morning start. Unanimous from the judges for Hungary. Christoph, he's just posted an absolutely brilliant test, and he sits on 48.46. That's our first sub 50 mark. Eric Evers, who rounded off play yesterday for the Netherlands, done their podium bid as a team, absolutely no harm at all, and indeed I would think he would be aiming for an individual medal, or being well. He's on 52.84, but Christoph has given himself a good margin.
Also third in the championship in the Czech Republic. Alors Alexander Sukop qui mène avec Bodana Sukopova. Il mène Ena et Eza, deux juments âgés de 14 ans. Qui participaient l'année dernière au championnat du monde il y a 2021 de Cronenberg, pardon, où il terminait 49e, et c'est sa troisième participation à un championnat du monde à deux. Cette année, au mois de septembre, il participait également au CIO de Baburovko en Pologne en attelage à 4, où il terminait à la 10e place, deuxième par équipe. Alexander Sukop et ses deux chevaux Ena et Eza.
Our fourth competitor in now is also a gentleman who is involved in dressage and ridden dressage as well. And for the Czech Republic, this is Alexander Sukop. He's another athlete whose family have been long involved with horses. For the dressage, he's got his two mares in, Enna 39 and Essa 35. And they are Cladrupers. So that's a lovely sight for your commentator first thing this morning. 14-year-old mares. And Pluto. Pluto, the 33rd of 3. He's a stallion, and he has some Maestoso breeding there, another Lipizzaner. So interesting to look at the pedigrees of these beautiful horses. Good girls. This year for the Czech Republic's championship, Alexander was 3rd overall, but he's done enough during the season to give himself a place on the national team. He also competed in Babaroko, which is one of the last outdoor events of the season. He was 10th place. The team was placed second. So good season for him so far. Has Godana on the dicky seat on the back there. Groom seat, rumble seat, dicky seat, lots of words for it. Probably removable. If you had a traditional carriage like this is sort of a bit of a country phaeton, we could call it, if you wanted to give it a traditional name, in varnished wood there, but it is modern built. We'll have disc brakes and all sorts of things on it. There are quite specific rulings around the width of the wheels and how many grooms and all sorts of things you can carry. So for the teams, so the 4-in-hands ponies and horses, 2 on the back. For all other configurations, horse pair, pony pair, singles, you have 1. If you were watching the coverage when we had the World Para Driving Championships from Exlou a few weeks ago, the majority, all bar one of the athletes, they were able to carry more than 1 groom, and all to do with the permitted aids and how many people you can carry depending on the categorization of the athlete themselves. We had grade 1 and grade 2 athletes. We don't have quite as many grades as they do in ridden dressage, but it's certainly, and then you have these permitted aids, which means they can drive with loops. They don't have to hold a whip. The groom can hold a whip either sitting next to the driver or use it from behind if they so wish. They can be strapped in. One of the rulings for this dressage is that nobody must be tied to the carriage, but it's different for the paras. They can have a strap or a harness holding them in, but it was a great sport, wonderful showcase for all they can do for driving. Confirmation of Oliver's test. He's put himself, that's a very respectable mark for him, 15th, 61.67. Obviously that will change as the day goes on, but for Oliver Lang-Velleman for Spain on the team, 132.5 at C, that was 21st. At R, Anne-Marie was very impressed with that test, 144. She had him in 3rd place. 144 from Anne-Marie, 128 from Barry, that was 30th for him, so that's quite a gap. That's another gap of 12 between some of our judges. At V, 138, that's from the Spanish judge, had him in 11th, and at P, 131, 25th. Andrew somewhere in between, but that was, interestingly, the results mark and the percentage are just about the same, 61.67, which was for 15th, and the percentage is actually 61.46. We don't use percentages, it's not like ridden dressage in terms of the scoring, but it does just give some context to it. So where has that put him? Just refreshing. So at 15th, he now sits just in behind the Dutch team member Ewood Boom, who was on 60.72, and ahead of another Dutch driver, but as an individual, Sandor van Vliet, and he is on 62.11. So that's where we are. So still top 20. That will change as the day goes on. But at the moment, the Hungarian flag sitting atop of the listing with that tremendous test from Christoph Ostertag. And rounding off his test with these stunning mares.
Alexander Soukop pour la République tchèque qui en termine. End of the test for Alexander Soukop. A score of 67.8 penalties for Alexander Soukop with 129 at C, 126.5 at R, 124 at S, 127.5 at V, and 124.5 at P. So 67.8, that's 33rd place for the moment for the Czech Republic team member. Alors pour la République tchèque et pour Alexander Soukop, un score en points de pénalité de 67.
So to confirm there, unofficial, just going from what was said at the side of the arena, that's 67.8 for Alexander Soukop for Czech Republic with the Kladrubers, and 67.8, so that's 33. Judges very much united on that one. We went from 124 to 129. Yeah, it's interesting which tests divide them and which unite them. But that's why we have 5 different judges at 5 different points, all extremely experienced and have all judged at the very top levels of our sport for many years. So 67.8, where's that in the context? Yeah, 33. At the moment, that is a level score with Andrea Tot from Hungary. She's currently sitting in 33rd place, but as soon as that refreshes and comes through with confirmation, we will share that with you. But sounds like that's pretty, and Libby Priest is round that point as well for the British squad. She is driving as an individual for the Brits. She's on 67.95, and just ahead is another Czech driver, that's Vladimir Mudry. So they are on their national teams for Czech. Andreas and both Libby, the ladies, are individuals. Also round about that point, Kalman Babo for Romania, and Ugochi as an individual for Italy. So that's where we are in the mix. It's just to align them. And interestingly and unsurprisingly, the stands have filled up a bit, and that is because it is the turn of a French driver. That is why we have a few more bodies on the steps and seats around this arena in Le Pen. So we've moved on to François Dutilleux. He has been, he's quite an interesting chap. He's a member of a circus once upon a time. Been driving for many years, involved in acrobatics and dressage, and his family are carriage manufacturers. He will be driving one of his own carriages for the marathon. He's had a great season in terms of results, currently ranked 9th, so the French will be putting quite a lot of their hopes for podium places on the shoulders of François. He's currently ranked 9th, so that's a top 10 ranking coming into the competition, and already you can just see the quality of these horses, the quality of that trot. And it's all about the suspension, the time in the air, because as I said yesterday, when the horse is moving, the more time they spend in the air, the more elevation they have, the more scope they have for the differentiation in the paces, to use the body properly. The more happens in the air than it does on the ground. He won in Saumur, he was 2nd in Kronenberg, 4th at Biegbergen, and at the event in Le Pen in July he was 11th. So some good results for him, really solid results this year. Great prep for this World Championship. He was a member of the French team in Kronenberg 2 years ago. They were 4th, one of the most frustrating positions to be in. In 2019 the team was 5th, but in Lippica in 2017 he was on that bronze medal winning team, also in Conti in France. So an extremely experienced athlete driving here for the French team. He's previously been placed 11th in the World Championships, a team bronze medalist, as we've said. 3rd at the French National Championships this year, so that was held earlier in the season, and some great results. So ATALEL, Etel is the name of his business that produces the carriages, which he is also using, one would expect. Isabelle Vix is on the seat there and will be with him all the way through. Just have a quick look at where they've chosen to sit. Some of our drivers in the middle, that point where you're looking down the pole, where you're directly in the middle of your turnout, get a slightly different view. But here, Francois is to one side, what we'd say more traditional. Out goes the arm. So driving coachman style, where all the reins go into the left hand and hands back on those reins. 58-year-old Francois Dutilloy for the French team. Confirmation of a 35th placing, so that's 68.09. Interestingly, from what tends to be announced to confirmation of the results, might be a slight disparity. So these are confirmation, although at the end of the day everything has gone through once again. 68.09, that's 35th, so that puts him just behind Libby Priest for the British. 129, this is Alexander, who's just gone with the Quadrupers. 129 at sea for 28th, 126.5. Now, although those scores are quite similar, that's 34th for Anne-Marie. 124, 38th for Barry Capstick. 126.5, that's 26th. So although V and P exactly the same marks, the placings 26 and 34. That's so interesting. 123.5, 38th place. So we've gone from 38th to 28th. But yet there's only a few marks between them. So that's a percentage for Alexander Sukup from Czech Republic. It's 57.44. But a mark of 68.09, 35th at the moment. Jackpot and Porto's been driven for all three phases. The spare horse is Magic Boy. All of them are stallions. Jackpot is 9. Porto's is 8. So we have a Dutch Warm Blood and Oldenburg. All stallions. And a very smooth test. It's all right. Horse has been driven in full collars there. We don't have the britching on, which is the braking system, which is compulsory. It results in elimination if you don't have it on for your single driving. But when you have these four-wheel carriages that have the foot brakes on there, they may have a handbrake as well. You don't have to have the britching on. You may do. You're not going to be penalised if you do or don't have it, but it gives you that nice smooth line, nothing inhibiting the movement of the horses from the rear. So everybody sitting there will be waiting patiently.
156 en V, 151 en P pour une deuxième place à 51,60. François Dutilloy goes into second place on 51.6.
That's a great result for the French. It sounds like he's gone into second.
127.5 at C, 146 at R, 142 at S, 156 at V and 151 at P. Second place for François Dutilloy for the moment, and the French team moves up to third place for the moment in this competition. Allez, donc l'équipe de France
So we will bring you confirmation, but that's really exciting for the French. That pushes Eric down a place. But great test for the French. Francois Dutilleux. At the moment, it's popped the French into third place in terms of the team, but that's really a rolling thing. We can share team placings with you, but that's going to change because we've still got many of the team members, and in fact until the very last athlete goes through today at 6 o'clock local time, who's Tor van der Berg for Australia. They've got 2 athletes here. That will change, so very much a rolling situation. Martin Holler will be in the penultimate grouping, so for those of you that are wanting to tune in for him, local time at 3:20, and we've got Anna coming in very soon, Anna Sandman. So in the meantime, for Team America, and welcome to those of you that have tuned in from the USA. We're delighted to have you with us. Absolutely delighted. And the logistics, we do appreciate the distances you've travelled to come over to Europe. We thank you. It's great to have Catherine driving in Le Pen. Her husband Scott drove yesterday, and he clocked up a score of 79.63, currently sitting in 48th position. Catherine, who came over to the UK to drive at Royal Windsor, the Grand Prix over there, with four in hands and the horse pairs, an event that many of us in driving are involved with. A tremendous event, and we're so delighted. It was really the setting, and the drive around Windsor Park is very, very special. We never ever take for granted the privileges of being not just there, but at wonderful places like Le Pen, these venues that play host to our driven sport. Very special. Catherine Dancer from California, many thousands of miles and many hours of travelling to get here for her and her horses. She's also a dressage rider. Although she was born in Germany, she moved to the USA with her parents when she was very young. Started driving at quite a young age herself. She's been a member of the American team in Conti in 2011, when we were in Hungary, 2015 in Lipica, Slovenia, 2017 in Kronenberg. She drove as an individual. Dutch warm blood horses. For the dressage, she has Isaac and Contessa. Contessa's a mare, Isaac's a gelding, using the same combination also for the marathon, and for the cones it will be Isaac and Intense. On the carriage with her, Nicole Dancer, and a certain Glenn Geertz will be on with her for the marathon. And that confirmation that the dancers have been training with Glenn in preparation for this event, and it will be great to see Glenn there, and best wishes to his parents as well. If you are listening in, we hope you are recovering well after the accident with the lorry earlier on. Glenn did so well to keep his composure and drive brilliantly in Exlou for the European Championships. But it's all about Catherine. You wonder what they're saying to each other. Have you seen all those people? They might not be verbal in their communication, these horses, but they do speak volumes in other ways. The judge at sea obviously has such a great view of that moment down the centre line. You really want the pole to be directly over it. So LXI, movement number 8, into movement number 9, the 3 metre rein back, forward into your collected trot. up to C, round to H, then into the walk. And this is this free walk where you're extending the frame, and most importantly, the key to success and good marks is not only keeping them in a walk, making sure there's no tension in the horses so there's no jogging, but where do those hind feet fall in the sand? What are the impressions being left by the hind feet in relation to the front feet? And trotting on P, managed to contain the walk, which is good. It's quite electric for these horses. They might be very experienced, but as soon as you get to a world championship, there is a febrile feel to the air, even with the contained elegance of the dressage. Expectation, people moving all the time. This doesn't happen in training, and you certainly don't get the level of excitement and pressure at regular events that you do when it's a world championship. And accurately joining the side of the arena just before M, so that by the time she got to the marker she was ready to go into the next movement. Clear definitions between the movements, that's what you're looking for to get those marks, that's for the accuracy. Think about the horse on the outside having to lengthen ever so slightly on those turns, the one on the inside shortening whilst retaining the rhythm. And the tempo. Although as a driver one is totally focused on what you're doing, remembering the movements, the commands of the horses, the A's, everything that's going on, just occasionally if there's a really zippy piece of music that comes on, I can hear Johnny Cash in the background, but if you get something like the Charge of the Valkyries, it can light up the horses a bit during the test. I mean, really at this level they shouldn't be affected by the music, but if you've got something that's got a really speedy tempo, the animals can often just fall into that rhythm. But hopefully the mellifluous tones of Johnny Cash will be keeping the horses in a lovely tempo. So coming towards the end of her test, that's the first of the deviations between P and M. So with the width of the arena being 40, that shape is halfway across at 20, kissing X on the centre line, and then moving in via this sort of cross between a V and a U in terms of shapes. Some drivers have made a real arc there, others have been a little bit more pointy, but coming back all in collection and accurate, joining the side again before the marker so that you can move forward into the next movement, but retaining the collected trot until you get to D, and extension in the trot. Noses of the lead horses, well we say leaders, but we've just got the two noses on G. So hopefully Karen is pleased with that test. That was very smooth, certainly very accurate. Catherine Dancer there with Nicole on the back, and the squad being managed by Anna Brooks Thomas. So good to have them all over from the USA.
Right, here are our marks. 70.14 penalty score. Catherine Dancer.
70.14.
133.5 at C, 131 at R, 123 at S,
So that puts her ahead of her husband, he was 79.63.
And 118.
We will get confirmation and share the confirmed marks as soon as they come through, but 70.14 puts her behind Ota Barry's, and he's one of the Czech individual drivers and ahead of Christoph.
The next to go is for Germany.
For Belgium,
And the German team,
Christoph Devligeri, so he is 70.43. So she should be slotting in there about 42nd place at the moment, but as soon as that's confirmed.
It's her 6th World Championship in pairs. She also drives 4 in hand.
So this will be a mark that is interesting to lots of people. This is Francois Dutiloy. He finished on 51.59, so that just goes to show how strong the Hungarian Christoph, how strong his mark was. So to break down Francois' scores at C, Bertrand Jambon, it was 3rd place for him, 147.5. At R, Anne-Marie, also 3rd place for her, but she was 146. 5th place for Barry Capstick at S, 142.5. Much more favourable from Miguel at V, 156. 2nd place for him. 3rd for Andrew Council at P, 151. But that average 51.59 percentage is 67.76. So we now go Hungary, France, Netherlands in terms of the top 3, but this will now today be changing a lot more than it was yesterday. Carola sat there for a long time. But her name's changed since yesterday. She was Carola Slater-Dina. Today she's Carola Dina. Obviously been a slight name change. So she's currently sitting in 5th, having sat in 1st place for much of the day yesterday, Thursday, day 1 of dressage. Now, sit back and enjoy this for Germany. Dressage Supremo, Anna Sandman. She's had such a great season with her 4 in hand, and all being well will be part of the mix for the World Cup driving. But there is such grace and elegance to these horses. Enjoy this test wherever you're watching it from. She's had a great season. A medalist on many occasions for the German team, daughter of the great Christoph Sandman. She's been training with Boyd Excel for a long time as well. Enjoy. For the dressage, she's driving Freddie Yu and Harley, a stallion and a gelding. Harley is used all the way through, marathon and cones as well, and Freddie, dressage and cones. Edmonda, the mare, she'll come into play for the marathon. But looking back at the team sheet from Exlu, Freddie and Harley were also her dressage horses and part of that team that went so well for Anna in the dressage and Exlu. So, good horses. Anna was third with her team after the dressage in Exlu for the European Four in Hand Championships. Her teammate Marika Harm was in front with Bram, the eventual winner, in second. But Anna did a great job. She was 16th after the marathon, 14th after the cones, but finished herself in 5th place. So that was a great result for her. And a member of the silver medal winning team at the Europeans. Interestingly, her scores carried through. She did a good cones all the way through. Really consistent team member for Germans in Exlu. But it's all about the World Pairs Championships now. So absolutely no rest for Anna and the team after the event in Holland. In Kronenberg, the team also won a silver medal. She was placed third individually. But how much they would love to change those medals to gold. Anna Sandman here for the German team. One would expect her to be absolutely at the top of the board after her test. She is particularly good with the dressage. Just is all very relaxed, nobody's hurrying, and plenty of time for these stunning horses to display their wonderful paces and just show such differentiation. And this will be one to sit back and enjoy, this extension down the centre line, something they do so beautifully. No flinching at the applause there for Anna's horses. They've heard it plenty of times before.
And you with Harley.
Freddie, you and Harley. Anna Sandman for Germany. We'll listen out for those marks.
And then we have the second top 50 score for this morning. Le deuxième note qui va s'afficher qui va
Sub
sans doute être
50, we've just
en
heard,
dessous
sub
de la barre des
50, as you would
53 pour
expect.
la meneuse allemande Anna Sandman et Freyu Harley qui en terminent.
Oh, this is exciting. Let's get those scores in for Anna. Lovely view there of Anna going down the chute. Those red jackets of the Germans. Just see the other athletes warming up in the collecting arena out there. Oh gosh, come on.
A score of 146.5 at C, 154 at R, 154.5 at S, 151 at V, 155.5 at P, and 48.82, that's her penalty score. She goes into second place.
48.82, that is the score that's just coming out on the tannoy. 48.82, so that's enough to put Anna into second place at the moment. So it just goes to show what a great test Christophe did for the Hungarian team moments ago. Sounds like the judges fairly on the same page with that, but as soon as those confirmed breakdown scores come from the 5 judges, but across the board they were very impressed with that test.
German drivers who have already taken part.
So great for the Germans, as one would expect. So consistent in the dressage phase, they really are. That was a lovely, lovely test. Just really a showcase of how to do it. In the meantime, Catherine Dancer's scores have come through for Team USA. 133.5 at C. That was 19th place at R. 130 for 26th. 124 at S for 39th. 110 at V, 48th. Also 48th for Andrew Council at P, 118. So again, 110 from V, 118 at P, but both in 48th. Actually quite a range. Definitely one of our widest ones so far. 19th place from Bert Jambon at C. This is for Catherine Dancer, all the way to 48th at V and P. Just goes to show what a difference these angles make, but that is 42nd place for Catherine Dancer, 70.14, 56.16 is the percentage. In the meantime, we crack on with this morning's session. And Rafael Watacha, actually it was Rafael that had quite not a very straightforward journey to Le Pen. The footage was on social media to show that somebody had driven into the Poles carriage trailer on the back, and actually the rest of the squad had to go back and help him. So it was noted that the poor Polish team had to arrive quite late, but he has somebody supplied him with a carriage, which is great. Is coached by Mika and Claudio at Riant, and himself has a riding centre in Poland, but has been competing for many years. In fact, the list of the events he's been to over the years slightly disappears off the bottom of the page. He's been Polish champion and is driving Gelding State Job Drop. Will be in dressage, marathon and cones. We've got Lorenzo, who's only making an outing for the dressage, and then Lex, who will be joining for the marathon and cones. A member of the Polish team since Fabian Sebastian. That's in Hungary. That was in 2015. Lipica, Slovenia, 2017. These every 2 years. Drebkau, Germany, 2019. And Kronenberg. Kronenberg actually replaced Limburg as a venue. It was still a time when the world was reeling from the pandemic and everything that happened. So although the event was called Limburg, it was actually held in Kronenberg 2021. And quite interesting to analyse the margins of the winners. That's where Anna Salmon, who we've just seen do a beautiful dressage test, Harley was in that combination as well. She was placed third. Frank Rimon-Perez for France, he was the silver medalist. We will see him before too long. Martin Holler, obviously first. Now, he won the dressage, a score of 38.99. He was fourth in the marathon, 29th in the cones. And just for a bit of a breakdown with those top three, Martin, current world champion, 161.23. Frank, who was the runner-up, 163.03. This is harking back to the last World Championship 2 years ago. And Anna, 168.83. So they were all sub 170. Sandro Kolik for Germany, he was on the team last time, drove as an individual yesterday. He was 171.86, and oh my goodness, just 0.01 behind him. Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands, he was an individual. So that was very, very close between fourth and fifth. But those were the marks from Kronenberg. Now, obviously, we have different obstacles. The distances and the times and the penalties through them will have a bearing. So what that goes to show is sort of really an illustration of how close the margins are, that although Martin was the winner, second and third place Frank and Anna, not a huge amount between them. That's how tight these margins are. In terms of the teams, Hungary have won the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they have been unbeaten since 2013. So that's the last 10 years Hungary have won. Previous 2 years to that, it was the Netherlands. Going back, Germany, Austria, Hungary. The British, Andrew Williams, Wilf Bowman Ripley, George Bowman Jr., young George, they won back in 1997. The Brits have to take these wins where they come. Poznan in 1995, that was France. Austria and Gladstone. The Americans with James Fairclough and Tucker Johnson, Lana Wright, some big names there. They won in Austria in 1991. Hungary again in 89. Germany, the Federal Republic as it was then, in Riesenbeck in 87. The Swiss won gold as a team in Sandringham, the first sort of official World Championship for pairs, and at the what we call the open event in Montemaggiore in Italy, which was a dry run, that was won by the Netherlands. So Hungary have dominated with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins, aiming for their 10th. But in the meantime, Rafał is driving for Poland. Everybody competing this morning for their national teams. These are quite young horses for the dressage. Jog Drop and Lorenzo are 9 and 7. Looking at the breeding Lorenzo, this sire that comes up with regularity, Saari. Do have a look at that and all the Hackney blood flowing through his veins. All three of the horses owned by Rafał. Driving for Poland. Coming to the end of his test. Some pretty extravagant action on these horses. Just asking for this opening, this lengthening of stride without them just going over into a canter. So that's lots of practice and training that gets to that point. But the first of our Polish team members to go through today. We have one in the final session, that's Marek Bariloko. So one more pole to drive later. Coming in next for the British team, we've got Nicola Pimblett. But in the meantime, leaving the arena now.
A score of 62.18 penalties.
62.18, that is unofficial, but let's have a look at the line of its many tests. Where are we up to now? 51.50, this is the 52nd one to go through. 91s, another 40 to go. 62.18. That's going to put him, yeah, 17th, 18th, around 18th at the moment, ahead of his teammate. Actually, that's pretty consistent from the polls. Hubert Sitowski is on 62.54. He's currently in 18th, so that's 62.18 will put him just ahead of Hubert and just behind Sandor van Vliet for the Netherlands. So that's where we are, but at the moment just waiting for a refresh on that screen with Anna's score in there. But at the moment we still have Hungary in front with Christoph Oztatag driving for the team, previous gold medal winning team member for Hungary. He was on the team in 2019, the 16 Nations in Drebka, and on the team with him, so 4 years ago, that was Martin, Joseph Dobrovich Jr. and Christoph. Last gold medal winning team, Martin, Joseph and Georgi, who is on the team. Joseph isn't on it this time, but the team very much dominated by the Lazar brothers before them. But now for the British team, Nicola Pimblett. She is based on the Isle of Man. She has been driving for many years. Been trained by Boyd Excel. Was 7th at Royal Windsor this year. Also been competing on the continent. Really important preparation for these World Championships. She was in Aix-Lou, Kronenberg, Beek-Birken and Lardon as well. That commitment to coming over to the continent, not easy when you're coming from the Isle of Man. Several passages of water to pass, but for the dressage, she's got her geldings, Harrod and Just Your Money. They are both Dutch warmbloods, and they are aged 11 and 9. Confirmation of Anna Sandman's score there, 48.82. So that has gone up onto the screen for Germany. Anna Sandman, team member, as Nicola Pimblett for British team performs her rein back 3 metres. For Anna, 3 of the judges had her in first place. So Anne-Marie at R, 154, which for her was first place. At S, 154.5. For Barry, that was a first place. And at P, for Andrew Council, also a first place, 155.5. For Bert at C, 146.5. Not so impressed with that. And at V, 151. So that was third place for Miguel, but that averaged out a percentage of 69.49, 48.82. That pops Anna, for the time being, into second place. Divided the judges a little bit. Just Your Money, known as Jed in the stable. He's 9-year-old, gelding by Delviro. Harrod, known as Harold. He's an 11-year-old by Manu. That's another famous sire. And Brown Boy B is known as Danny. He's going to be used for the marathon and cones. It's Harold that's used all the way through. And Nicola has been a member of the team. She was the team was 18th in Kronenberg 2 years ago, and she also competed in Hungary when she was a member of the team in Izak. She's doing lots of training at Riant as well with Claudio and Mika van Turgo. She's got a force of nature. She and Claudia quite a pairing at Riant, and many of our drivers over the event will have been training with them. And Mika herself was a world champion, so knows exactly what it takes to produce winning horses and performances at this level, and that is why she and Claudio are very much go-to trainers with their wonderful facilities in Holland. It was in Poznan in 1995. 58 drivers, 20 nations, and Mika was world champion then for the Netherlands, 144.1, and she was quite some way ahead of Horst Schipper for Germany, who was 147. He was only just in front of Patrick Griefer from France, 147.8. So Mika, who puts her energies into event organising and training as well, and she and Claudio at Riant also really instrumental in Martin Holler's success. In fact, Martin was one of the first of the Hungarian drivers to really take his training and prep for championship level events away from the national squad, and he spends most of his year up in Holland as well preparing. For Team GB, Nicola Pimblett, she's been competing for many years and a member of the team from the Isle of Man. She runs herself a very busy livery yard, online equestrian retail business as well. So somebody, like many of our drivers, absolutely steeped in horses and the world. Chef to keep to the British team, Minter Win. We'll obviously be watching that closely. She tells me she's waiting down in the chute. Actually, my business partner, we run something together called the Carriage Commentator. So as she's managing the team, I'm here chatting to you about it all. Well done to Nicola. Look forward to receiving her one. Obviously, it's massively impartial, of course, but it's always good to hear where the Brits are doing, because as a nation, we are so passionate about our driving and really did so much in the shadow of the late great Prince Philip, who was an ever-present figure in driving in the with his, first of all, the team of Cleveland Bays that he borrowed from the wife, as he said, and then for many years he was competing in pony teams with the Fells, really successful. And
137.5 at R, 136 at S, 131 at V and 135 pour judge at P. Voilà donc un score de 61-45 points de pénalité. 17e place pour la meneuse britannique.
so just listening out for Nicola's scores in the meantime to confirm Rafał Watacha for Poland, for the Polish team. He's put himself into 19th. Yes, so that's 19th. Just sort of top third of the order at the moment. 62.47 for him. The percentage is 60.96. Running through the scores, judges actually very united in terms of the scoring. He goes from 130 to 135.5, so only 5.5 between them. But the placings, we've got 17, 22, 18, 25 and 18. So very much around that sort of top third half order. 134.5 at C, at R 134. Interestingly, although it's 0.5 between them, that's 17th at C, 22nd at R. 134 matching score there at S, but that's 18th. So a good analysis there. 130 at V, that's 25th, and 135.5 at P, that's 18th. So that's Rafał, who is number 70 for Poland, and he's put himself currently into 19th place, just ahead of his teammate Hubert. The last of our drivers in this first session, we've had 10, and then we've got another 4 sessions of 9. We'll be back with you after this at 10:30 local time. So we'll go off air just briefly. We're actually changing how we're bringing it to you. So just a few technical balls to roll behind the scenes. But at the moment, we've got Joseph Massier. Now he's driving on the team for Slovakia, and he is, that's it, got the picture back for you. He's been on the Slovak team in Hungary in 2015 and also in Kronenberg. They were 14th and 15th. In Topol Kianki, he was, which is actually a venue for one of the national studs of Slovakia. He was an individual competitor in 2013. He's got some Pluto and Maestoso horses, so you will know that they are Lipizzana's. Maestoso 15.6, they're all mares for Dressage Pluto XX9, so 20-9. Sure, they've got far more catchy stable names. The Maestoso mare is being used all the way through Dressage Marathon and Cones. We've got Pluto XX19 for just Marathon, and Pluto XX9 Dressage and Cones. Joseph is 37 years old, and Pavel is on the back there. Looks like he's got some rather smart national dress on. Where has he been? He's been competing this year in Poland, in Kizyasz, where he was 10th, and Kladruby nad Labnem, he was 20th. He drives as a representative of the national stud at Topol Slovakia and also has been competing. He learnt while acting as groom for Miroslav Matuska. He's been involved in vaulting. That's quite handy. Means he's agile. Also a volunteer fireman. So the last of our drivers this morning. It's been great. We've seen some changes in the leaderboard at the top. So Christoph Oztag, a member of a very strong Hungarian squad. They come here to keep those gold medals, but so much can happen between now and the ceremony on Sunday afternoon. But now Anna's marks are in. Bert Jambon had Christoph in first, as did Miguel V. He gave him that cracking mark of 160.5. Really, quite clearly enjoyed that test very much. Anna Sandman, 3 of the judges, Anne-Marie Turby, Barry Capstick and Andrew Council, had her in first place. Their marks pretty much identical, 154 from Anne-Marie, 154.5 from Barry, 155.5 from Andrew. Similar mark from Miguel, but 151, that was the third place test for him. And for Bert, the view at sea, he had not such high marks, 146.5, that was 5th for him. Interestingly, his second place test remains Eric Evers, who was our overnight leader for the Dutch team. Anna sitting in second, 48.82, and just over the 50 mark, Francois Dutilleux for France. Solid score for him, 51.59. So those are our top 3, Hungary, Germany and France at the moment. All 3 squad members for the teams, which is great for their medal bid. But in the meantime, we come back to Joseph Masia for Slovakia and his Lipizzaners, all mares, and from the stud farm, the National Stud Farm where he is based. This is movement. He's going across the arena. That's a slight wave between R and V. Is a collected trot. What the judges are looking for is the transition, suppleness, accuracy, impulsion, and the bend to the right, followed by the transition to the left. So shortly straightening over X. So that's to demonstrate the change of the bend. Each of these movements carefully thought out, and the dressage tests take quite a lot of designing and putting together. They're changed fairly regular intervals. It is a point of debate, something we spoke about at the FEI's driving forum in Kronenberg in April, was just how often these tests should be revised. Obviously at the start of each year, the rules, there is a massive 4-year amendment to each of the rule books, but they are revised at the start of each season. And some minor revisions to this test even from last year. The shapes pretty much stay the same, but in terms of perhaps what trot's being used, or whether the reins are in one hand or 2 hands. But it's thought that as long as the tests are around to do a couple of championships, and then probably they need a year, 12 months of being rolled out at different competitions just to see how well they drive, how the athletes and the judges feel about them. felt that this test was fairly straightforward in terms of what is being asked at this level. And that concludes the first of our 5 sessions this morning as Joseph, driving for Slovakia, leaves the arena. Congratulations to him and his Lipizzaner mares. That's a good angle shoot. That's 1 out of 3 done. Now he can go off as well the rest of the squad and go and have a good look around those obstacles. 8 obstacles they will all be driving tomorrow, and there we go, quiet scenes in Le Pen as people go off and get a cup of coffee and just refresh before the next session, which will be starting with the broadcast again at 10:30 local time, but we're just going to do a few little technical changes in the background and we will join you in 20 minutes time. Take care.
And as you saw, a slight mistake in his driving test, so he lost 5 points there for that mistake, which is counted, of course, in the penalty score.
Du monde d'attelage en plein air ici au Haras du Pin. Un week-end qui s'annonce riche en sport, autant d'ailleurs par les athlètes qui nous ont rejoints ici en grand nombre. Les figures de l'attelage en paire sont des nôtres. Et d'ailleurs, en parlant de figures, j'ai à mes côtés l'une de ces figures emblématiques, numéro 6 mondial, vice-champion du monde en 2021. C'était à Cronenberg. Bonjour Franck Grémonpré, merci d'avoir accepté notre invitation.
Bonjour, ravi d'être là.
C'était une évidence pour nous que d'ouvrir ce plateau avec vous aujourd'hui, puisque vous étiez l'un des lauréats en juillet dernier, en remportant à 2 chevaux du coup l'édition 3 étoiles du CAI. Comment vont les chevaux depuis juillet?
On a, je crois, depuis 2 ans et puis depuis juillet encore plus, fait le maximum pour qu'ils soient au top du top. C'est le rendez-vous dans la compagnie. Donc les chevaux vont très bien, le staff est content, on vérifie tout chaque jour, c'est mécanique.
En parlant de la compagnie, justement, comment vous gérez ce travail des chevaux entre 2 grandes échéances? Ok, il y avait un CAI 3 étoiles parce que vous avez l'habitude de courir régulièrement, mais là on prépare un championnat du monde. Comment on gère les chevaux sur cette durée?
Alors, comme vous le disiez, on a fait le CAI donc, au mois de juillet, qu'on a remporté avec un championnat de France, enfin dédoublé d'un championnat de France qu'on a remporté. C'était des objectifs que nous avait demandé le staff. Donc, entre deux, c'est beaucoup de récupération, sans perdre la pression et la pression positive. On a beaucoup travaillé sur le plat, ensuite on a travaillé tout ce qui était fréquence cardiaque. On est revenu faire un petit stage tous ensemble avec l'équipe de France sur surtout, il faut qu'on reste dans notre tempo et on a bien l'intention d'aller jusqu'au bout.
Les 3 tests ont leur importance bien évidemment, mais le test le plus décisif pour votre équipage?
Alors cette fois-ci, je pense que le test le plus décisif sera le marathon. Il est très sélect. Il est plus dur qu'en juillet. On a un cross designer qui nous a fait un TD qui nous a fait certaines choses. Là, ça va être difficile. Les chevaux vont devoir donner tout ce qu'ils ont. On est prêt. On s'attendait à ça. On reste réservé quant à l'esprit qu'il faut avoir autour de cette performance à sortir. Très sincèrement, le terrain on le connaît, la tête on le connaît, on l'a pratiqué, on a eu la chance de faire le CAI, il a corsé les obstacles avec des obstacles techniques qui peuvent être parfois longs et parfois peut-être un peu trop longs. On a 2 guets au lieu d'un, on a 8 obstacles au lieu de 7. On a élevé le niveau pour tous, hein, attention. C'est pour moi l'épreuve qui va être la plus décisive à mes yeux.
Merci beaucoup Franck de Montreuil, on vous souhaite bonne chance du coup sur toute cette échéance. Merci d'avoir répondu encore présent à notre invitation. Ce que je vous propose du coup pour continuer cette première matinale, c'est de continuer avec un petit résumé de la première journée qui vient de s'achever. Alors c'est en images et en commentaire.
Merci à vous.
25 nations, 17 équipes et quelques 276 chevaux de l'édition 2023 du championnat du monde d'athlètes en terre promet d'être intense tant par le nombre d'athlètes au rendez-vous que par leur niveau. Pour la plupart, arrivés sur site en début de semaine, les attelages ont pu se familiariser avec la carrière de l'ordre qui verra œuvrer les chevaux sur le dressage et la maniabilité. Certains d'entre eux étaient venus répéter leur gamme en juillet à l'occasion de l'international 3 étoiles. Amorcé par la cérémonie d'ouverture mercredi soir, les 94 meneurs ont pris la mesure de l'avenir à travers ce premier matin officiel. Les concurrents individuels ont été les premiers à fouler le rectangle de dressage dès 8h30 jeudi. Cette première journée de sport était aussi l'occasion pour les chefs d'équipe de présenter leurs premiers espoirs pour défendre leurs couleurs dans le championnat par équipe. À l'aube de cette deuxième journée de dressage, Eric Evers, membre de l'équipe néerlandaise, a déroulé la meilleure reprise en 67%. Suisse et Allemagne suivent pour la tendance individuelle. Tous les dés ne sont pas encore rejetés car passent aujourd'hui quelques-uns des meilleurs mondiaux et notamment 2 membres des 17 équipes en lice.
De retour sur cette première matinale et cette fois avec un autre invité, pas des moindres d'ailleurs, puisqu'il est event directeur de ces championnats du monde d'attelage en paire ici au Haras du Pin cette année en 2023. Jean-Pierre Brizoux, bonjour, vous êtes multicasquette si on peut le dire ainsi. J'ai regardé un peu ce que vous faisiez, meneur et 4 chevaux, meneur aussi poney, c'était un peu avant même, chef de piste, coach, l'homme multiple casquettes qui apporte son expertise ici au final à l'occasion de ce championnat, c'est ça?
C'est ça, absolument. Bonjour à tous. Oui, c'est aussi la raison pour laquelle a priori le Haras du Pin m'a choisi et m'a demandé de venir pour diriger ce superbe championnat. C'est que j'ai la chance d'être multicasquette, donc je connais un peu tous les aspects, que ce soit en compétiteur, que ce soit en technicien, c'est-à-dire chef de piste ou technical delegate, comme on dit en anglais, ou organisateur, parce que j'étais déjà directeur des épreuves d'attelage pour les Jeux Casmando en Normandie en 2014.
D'accord, donc du coup, ouais, un bon bagage pour travailler sur ce sujet. Quelle est votre première impression justement sur cette édition 2023?
Elle est superbe, je ne vais pas dire le contraire. Alors évidemment, il y a des imperfections, il y a plein de choses à rectifier, ça c'est clair, parce que c'est une nouvelle équipe qui se met en place. Il faut quand même savoir que ce magnifique site n'a pas encore officiellement été inauguré. Le site tel qu'on le voit aujourd'hui, avec les 4 carrières, les écuries et ce super bâtiment technique, a été livré qu'en juillet. Je viens de discuter avec le président de l'attelage de la FEI qui a dit pour lui c'est le plus beau site et c'est le plus bel événement qui lui a été donné de connaître. Donc on est plutôt content pour l'instant du rendu.
Justement, ce nouvel écrin ici au Haras du Pin, c'est un véritable appui logistique pour vous. La qualité des pistes a été souvent avancée par les meneurs ou même les cavaliers, hein, puisque ce site accueille de nombreux sports équestres.
Oui, c'est une facilité parce qu'il y a des moyens techniques, il y a des moyens technologiques qui sont très importants et qui sont modernes. Donc c'est toujours plus simple d'aller vers l'excellence quand on part de quelque chose qui est déjà beau. Les carrières sont grandes, les sols sont gérés à la perfection par les équipes techniques. Les écuries sont une nouvelle norme FEI, parce que les box seront 4 par 3, ce qui est énorme, très grand, avec beaucoup d'espace autour, donc les meneurs peuvent travailler vraiment tranquillement leurs chevaux. 93 concurrents, c'est 93 semi-remorques à garer, enfin semi-remorques ou assimilées parce que c'est la même taille, plus généralement un camping-car et une caravane, donc ça fait énormément de véhicules, de gestion des emplacements, et ça c'est un peu plus facile de faire quand les installations sont celles-ci, qu'on est vraiment sur de l'excellence et on tend à ça et on y travaille 24 heures sur 24.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Pierre Brizou. On va vous laisser retourner à vos occupations puisqu'on est sur la ligne droite de l'attelage actuellement. Nous, ce que je vous propose avant de se quitter pour terminer cette première matinée, de revenir en image avec notre tout en image sur cette première journée achevée. D'ici là, eh bien, n'hésitez pas à continuer de suivre ce championnat du monde d'attelage en paire sur Grand Prix TV ou encore sur clipmyers.tv. En attendant, nous, on se retrouve demain matin pour la deuxième matinale. Restez passionnés.
Voilà, bien, nous reprenons le petit jingle pour vous annoncer qu'on reprend Dressage dans 8 minutes. On va faire un petit point sur le classement à l'issue de ce premier groupe de ce matin, aussi bien pour les équipes que pour les individuels. So just a quick look at the top drivers after this morning's first group for the teams and for the individual drivers. At the moment in the lead for Hungary is Christoph Ostertag on a score of 48.46. Second place for Anna Sandman for Germany, 48.82. And in third place for France, François Dutiwa on 51.59. Eric Evers, who was the last to go yesterday, is in fourth place, 52.84. Michael Malvik for Switzerland in fifth. And Carola Diener is in sixth on 57.22. For the teams, Germany in the lead on 107.28 after two drivers, Hungary in second place on 112.1, the Netherlands in third on 113.56, Great Britain in fourth on 120.34, Poland fifth, on an equal score with France on 125.01. So that's for the top five in the teams at the moment, so the standings after two drivers in the teams. We still have 5 team members to go before we go on to the individual drivers, and we begin the teams again this afternoon at 3:10. That's for the team competition and the individual competition. Voilà, donc un petit point hein, sur le classement. Pour l'instant, c'est bien l'Allemagne qui est en tête. La la Hongrie en deuxième place, les Pays-Bas troisième, la Grande-Bretagne est quatrième, et la Pologne et la France sont un score ex aequo de 125,01 à la cinquième place. Ça, ce sont pour les équipes. Christoph Ostertag pour la Hongrie est en tête à 48-46. C'est le score donc à battre.
It meant somebody was having an accident, and back in the day the rules were written in French and English, and so in 1972 the first rule book was drawn up, and event organisers were informed that they may include 1, 2 or all 3 of the phases, but at that stage the marathon was looked upon as the most important part of it. Least important was the final phase we now know as the cones. It was called obstacles. There were those early Continental World Championships. It was decreed that an event, as we have now, must include all 3 phases. Flashing up on the screen, Andrew Damsma for Australia with his pair. Bert Jambon at C had him in 6th place on 145 at R. Anne-Marie, 136.5, not such a fan, as was Barry, 133, 26 for him. V, 134.5, 22. Andrew Council, however, was a fan, 142.5 for 7th. So Bert and Andrew are the ones that pulled up that average to give Andrew 14th place overall, 59.04, percentage of 63.10. But in the meantime, with his test, Jarmo for Finland, driving as an individual at this World Championships in Le Pen. That deviation remaining in a working trot. The judge is looking for clear difference. So working, and half halt, that's it. You're not pulling them back, you're lifting them into a collected trot. So there was quite a clear change there, but perhaps a little bit of loss of impulsion. You want those horses to, not quite active enough. Shortening, but a bit of activity would be needed. Beautifully marked animals again, would look super in a coach and 4 if you had another 2 of them. And extension down to G. That's the 20 movements completed, and then on top of that you have your box number 21 for the athlete, which is about use of aids, handling of the reins and whip, position on the box. So the box is the technical name for the seat. The box seat is actually the one next to it if you want to talk in traditional terms. Accuracy of the figures and transitions. The mark must reflect the consistent level of the accuracy and the quality of the transition. So that's mark number 21 for the athlete, and 22 is general impression, and that's presentation, which I'll go on to explain a little bit more about in a moment, how it first started to be an important part of the driven competition. Appearance of the athlete and grooms, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising of the harness and carriage, fitness, matching condition of the horses, balance, picture of the complete turnout, harmony between the horse and athletes. There's an awful lot to cram into 10 marks there. It was a competition in itself once upon a time. You used to have to stand for a 10-minute inspection, and one judge, when I used to do a lot more competing, he would bring out a white handkerchief and run it down under the line of the mane, and if the handkerchief wasn't white then you got marks taken off. And when you drove a Shetland like I did back in the day, he had a very thick mane. We had to do a lot of washing, which he hated.
For dressage, and he's driving Misandro and Miracle Team.
So as soon as we have that set of marks in, we will share them with you, but we're cracking on with day 2 of dressage from Le Pen. We're on to Denmark, as we said, very much a Scandinavian emphasis on session 2. So Lars Habing, who is driving also as an individual director of a scaffolding company. His wife introduced him to Lipizzana's. That said, he is driving warm bloods now. His first trainer was a driver from the Royal Stables in Denmark. Learned a lot from a gentleman called Frederick Persson, who we saw having a good event in Exeter, had a particularly good dressage to finish 5th in all that rain. And he also trained with a director of the Svilvasvarad Lipizzana State Stud in Hungary, Mr. Andor Dallas. Lars owns a stud farm in Denmark, breeds Lipizzanas for riding and driving. World champion for pony single was born at his place. The bloodlines of the breeding horses are mainly Hungarian Lipizzanas. He's been competing for a long time. The set of results on the sheet disappear off the end in 2010. He's been at Big Bergen, Le Pan, Bull, Mokov as well, and for dressage, Misandro and Miracle T. Miracle T is used for 3 phases, and there's another Hoogwerker GW is the marathon horse. Miriam is on the carriage for the dressage, sitting at the back there, looking elegant and remaining immobile. Mikael Quinton will be on the back for marathon, and Gabriel Grasso for the cones. He's been in the Danish team in the past, in Lippica where the team was 18th, and in Kronenberg 17th. Also participated in the national championships. So an experienced horseman and competitor. Back to the presentation phase was introduced, which was marked before the drivers went into the dressage by those same judges. Well, it depended on what sort of level you were at, but sometimes there were separate presentation judges. It encouraged a smart appearance. It was dropped in 1986 as a standalone section, and since then the mark has been included on the sheet. Partly that was because the Brits did so incredibly well in it. Because we have a history of showing and turning out in the show ring, it's very much part of our psyche in terms of exhibiting. So, and that's something that served the Brits very well with the attelage de tradition movement as well, is this attention to detail and the standard of turnout. Scoring was calculated like eventing, so that the lower the penalties, the higher the overall placing. At one point, a system of awarding points to a competitor depended on their placing in the section. That didn't hang on. So if you won dressage, you earned a point. This caused complications because even if a competitor did not complete a section, they could still receive a better overall placing than someone who did. Yes, can see what the problem was with that. The rules were amended, and the overall collective penalty score across all sections determined the final team and individual placings. As the sport was being ratified, there were many instances of reactive responses. And in fact, there was a great rule that remains a firm favourite, that the carriage must finish on all the wheels that it started a section with. And the reason for doing that was because Sir John Miller lost a wheel on a marathon one day, and he borrowed a sapling that belonged to his boss, the Queen. She actually witnessed this, and they strapped this sapling to, I think it was the left-hand back corner of the carriage, and the carriage went over the finishing line, through the finishing posts, on 3 wheels, but with this sapling, which propped it back up again, which did not result in elimination. So very quickly after that, a rule was introduced that the carriage, if it started competition with 4 wheels, which most of them do nowadays, although for some singles you can have 2 wheels, that it must finish with the number of wheels with which it started. Dressage, as we've seen over the last day and a half, they are a series of compulsory shapes driven from memory, executed initially in walk and trot, although we do have canter in singles now. Holt's rein back. The canter was introduced to advance single tests at a later date. the competition was first developed for the four-in-hands. We come back to this point that it was the four-in-hands that opened it, which is why a lot of the emphasis is still on what happens there, but working over the years to make it egalitarian between everybody. So because of that development of the competition for four-in-hands, deemed that the large arena would be this 100 metres long, which it has remained at for 50 plus years, 40 metres wide, and those 5 judges, initially they were at C, B, E, H and M. We now have them at different points of the arena, R, S, V and P and C. Marks for each movement out of 10, total highest transposed to the lowest number of penalties. Results for the gentleman from Finland, Jarmo Turianen, with his effort put him into 39th place, 66.92, that's a percentage of 58.18. At C, 127, which was 45th, 127 also at R. Well, the judges totally in alignment for their marks for this one, probably the closest marking throughout all the many tests we've seen, positions slightly different. 127, 127, C and R, S and V, 127.5, but 39th and 33rd. And those 127s, 45th and 41st, 38th, plumping in the middle at P, 128.5. Probably, if you have the time to analyse all those scores, that would be as close as they have been for anything. So 39. Let's have a quick look and see who that puts him in the mix with. Who else have we got down there? Ugoce for Italy, Norbert Canconi for Hungary, they're on 66.85. So he stays ahead, so that puts him behind Norbert and ahead of Ugo. Laszlo Penza also for Hungary is an individual around them. Vladimir Mudry for the Czech team, 67.58, Andrea Tot 67.8, and Louis Priest in 42nd with 67.95. So those are where the gentleman from Finland ended up. In the meantime, finishing with a doff of his hat, looks like a trilby or a from this.
139 at S, 138.5 at V, 135.5 at P, 63.57 penalties, 30th place.
So decent mark just from listening into the commentator. There's 63.57, round about 30th, which is just below the halfway mark. Well, actually spot on halfway, 60, 61 we've had go through, so absolutely halfway point at the moment. Two more to go in this session. Beat Schenk for Switzerland and then Emma Olsen for Sweden. Many of you will know Emma from her position on the back of Mr. Excel's carriage. She's an absolutely key member of his team.
individuelle.
and extremely important to his ongoing success.
Deuxième du FEI Saumur cette année. Troisième du championnat du monde.
Beat Schenk, if you,
Lipika.
he's got a great website, lots of lovely smiling pictures if you have a look at his site. He's been a Swiss champion. He was second in some more, seventh in Le Pen. Very strong Swiss squad here. He teaches carriage driving with his partner Isabel. Has been active in the sport for about the last 30 years, introduced by his father, multiple winner of the Swiss Championship. He's been a member of the Swiss team. The closest they came to a medal was in 2017 in Lipika, that beautiful Lipizzaner stud in Moscow. He was third individually. So has achieved podium success before. At that event he was second in the dressage, 12th in the marathon, 15th in the cones. The team was 4th. He did very well, and confirmation from on my many lists from that.
23 also, and in the World Championship in Lipika.
Yeah, so he was bronze medalist in Lipika. 81 drivers from 24 nations. The busiest event was last one at Kronenberg, 97 from 22. This time we've got 91, so pretty much up there with the number of drivers. Would have had 93 if everyone had come forward. Lost 2 along the way. And beat Schenk, previous winner. Also the Swiss team came 4th in Hungary in 2009, but he was the silver medalist, just ahead of Zoltan Lazar from Hungary. Harry Verstappen from the Netherlands was the winner then at Kecskemét in Hungary. That was in 2009. So been driving for a long time, very experienced. One would expect a good dressage from him. He was 7th here earlier in the year. He's got 2 geldings and a stallion. He's been a Swiss champion on 12 occasions, 2nd this year in Saumur. Another great French event. Isabel, who does so much of this with him, he's from Bern. He's even put his age down. They don't all do it. He's admitted to being 51. Very good vintage, I would say. Elwin and Ferdinand being used in this phase. Elegant dark bay horses will be looking for a good mark. And again, another one of the drivers sitting to one side. Gosh, not a muscle moved during that halt. Then Ferdinand is going to be used all the way through. We've got another one called Champ, who will be on the marathon. Ferdinand is a Hanoverian 11-year-old gelding by Florato. Another one of his horses that is listed but not used is called Lecto, from the Hungarian sports horse stud book. Conversano, Bloodlines. Did belong to the Dobroviches once upon a time, but then the Dobroviches as a family and business do supply a lot of driving horses across all the disciplines. The stand's filling up now. Of course, we would expect lots and lots of support. The French really do turn up, particularly at this beautiful venue at Le Pen, and anticipating, just frustrating, just a bit of a trip from that offside horse, which just jolted on the other one. Just have to stay calm, don't get cross. The temptation is sort of pull them up and back, but that's it, get the cool. It's a glorious thing about dressage that each movement is standalone, so even as we saw yesterday, some of the reinbacks not being performed, but there's always time to move on. And he went forward into a good trot. Again, some quality to these horses and their trot. Really active, athletic, plenty in the hand, lots of energy, but it being contained while being light as well. Great angle there to show them trotting in sequence, that ideal moment where it looks like you've got one horse from the side, legs moving at exactly the same time. But on the curve, just remembering one horse has to fractionally lengthen round the one on the inside. It does look like the near side horse is a bit taller than the other one. Could be the angle. But yes, you can just see this offside horse, the one on the right, does look a bit more petite in comparison, but as long as those heads have been carried pretty much at the same height, and a lovely collection there. There we go, and opening up the frame, there we go, in sequence. Lots to like about this test, as one would expect. He hasn't made it onto the team, which just goes to show there's an awful lot of quality for a lot of these nations. Germany, the Netherlands, France, Switzerland as well, Austria, plenty to choose from. So Beat Schenk here competing as an individual, previous medalist at the World Championships for pairs. Collection in the corner, a nice place where you've got the judges behind you just to regroup a bit on the corner, get them square back into your hands, and then open up for the extension. Keeping the tempo but covering the ground. And decent test there, jolly decent test for Beat Schenk.
For Switzerland, Beat Schenk driving Elwin and Ferdinand.
So Ferdinand the Hanoverian, and he's 11, Elwin 14. Dutch warm blood, both geldings. And trotting out. One more to go for this session, and that is Emma Olsen.
7th place, equal with Carola Diener for 7.22, with 138 at C, 100.5 at R, 100.
Sounds like that's been a good mark, rightly so. And awaiting confirmation, but Carola Diener, she was on 57.22, sounds like provisionally that's where he is as well, but in that top 10. Why was that? That athletic horses' suppleness, I think that was for me a really supple test. Horses equally happy, although one looked slightly bigger than the other on both reins, very obedient, good differentiation between his trot, a little bit of a jig jog in one of the walks, but lots and lots of quality, elevation, a very elegant test. So that's why that has scored highly. It would be lovely to be on the shoulders of one of the judges, but as soon as we have confirmation of those scores, we will share them with you. We're still waiting for final confirmation for Lars Hebbing for Denmark. Beat Schenk has just left the arena. Next in, Emma Olsen. She is here as an individual for Sweden.
One of the youngest drivers in this competition.
but
2021.
has the advantage of, at her
She
fingertips,
also
having the
rides
use
singles,
of
and she won Celesta this year.
Badenoch,
Singles, ninth
who, if you
Exclu.
follow
She was 24th
Mr. Excel,
here,
as a lot of you
in
do,
pairs in
and
2023
Maestro
First World
H,
Championship.
they might
And
sound
her two
familiar,
horses, Just
using
Zero and
all the
Maestro,
way
two
through.
young
There he
female
is.
horses aged 9 and
He's
6.
got a Swedish
Both stallions are also driven
gilet
in
on
Prix
today.
by Boyd Excel, the world number
He had a
one
German one on
for
an
Boyd
Exclu, quite often
and
has an
Ryan.
Australian one on as well. Multinational,
Olsen
Mr.
qui
Excel.
se présente maintenant pour la
And he
Suède,
goes,
âgée
and
de
Emma
18 ans. Elle,
on the box, and how many times have we seen her sitting behind Boyd, keeping him right, her lightning reactions
en solo, ils
on
vont
the
être
World
participants
Cup
Célestin cette année.
events,
Deux chevaux,
navigating on the marathons, sitting quietly for the cones, and what a position to be in terms of gathering those hours learning from the best. Emma Olsen. She was also nominated, she's known as the Super Groom, she was nominated last year by the FEI to go into the final for Groom of the Year, which was certainly a popular move from the driving world, because obviously lots of full-time grooms and assistants and horse carers, they look after lots of horses, but when you look after teams of horses, bearing in mind there are many horses on that yard in Valkenswaard, we've got indoor, outdoor horses in for training, buying and selling, and we've got Sir Ari, remember that sire. These horses, some of them owned by Excel Holding. And Maestro H, got lots of Hackney blood in him, Plains Liberator as well. Been driven at Beekbergen some more, and Lardin with Boyd. So Emma, busy lady, but driving here for Sweden as an individual. She's got Leah on the carriage with her. So quite an ask for these horses who are also involved in they are used for the indoor driving. They've been on winning teams in for Boyd in 2020 and 2023, and here they are doing dressage outdoors at the World Pair Championships. Quite something, with Emma Olsen Boyd's super groom, been a key part of the team for many years now, based at Valkenswaard in the Netherlands. So Maestro H, who is also being used here for the dressage, just looking through what he's done this year. Babaroko with Emma in 21st place, and Beekbergen with Boyd in first place, part of the winning team with Mad Max, Elviro, Hero and Dan. Same team one for Boyd in Samur. 9th in Larden with slightly different configuration, and then Emma driving again in Kronenberg. So versatility there being used for both single and pair driving with Boyd and Emma, and some Conversano breeding in Badgenok as well. He's 20. Finishing off her deviations in collection. So Badgenok was driven at Boole by Ruby Lawrence this year, also from Australia, Larden as well, and Kronenberg for Boyd in the indoor team that won in Bordeaux. And yeah, absolute, he's the mainstay of that indoor team, but also has been driven in the past by Misty Wrigley Miller, Elizabeth Lawrence. Yeah, great horse, been part of Boys Enterprise for a long time now, and driven by lots of people in the camp. He's going to be used for the marathon, the cones, but Elviro, pair of stallions now, just been driven by Emma for that dressage test.
That's 57.95 penalty score and 12th place. 12e place pour Emma Olsen pour la Suède avec Gelviro et Maestro. Elle obtient 57,95, 12e donc 144,5 en C, 141,5 en R, 139 en S, 135 en V et 139 en P. C'est la Belgique. Belgium is next.
Provisionally 57.95 for Emma, a 12th positioning next to just in behind Stefan Ulrich, who's driving on the Swiss team, and Dennis Schneider's one of the top ranking drivers coming in here for Germany. She goes just ahead of them. So currently we will await confirmation of that. A breakdown in the meantime of Beat Schenk's dressage test. He's gone into 7th place. That's not affected by what Emma's just done, but that was 57.22 for him. So that does put him at this stage on to equal 7th with Carola from yesterday, our leader for so much of the time. And to break down his marks again, the judges a bit divided at C 138, which was 17th, at S also 138 for 12th place, so same mark, different placing in the context of where the judges have been so far. This analysis always so revealing. At R for Beat Schenk 145.5, that's Anne-Marie Turbe, so that's 6th place, and at P 149.5 from Andrew Council for 5th, so Andrew and Anne-Marie pretty much in alignment, and at V 133, Miguel not such a big fan of that 25th, but that was good enough. Interestingly, 25th, 12th and 17th, but with a 5th and a 6th from Andrew and Anne-Marie, but the marks relatively close, so that just in after the we've gone through the number crunching, 57.22, 64.24. In the meantime, we have a short break in our coverage. We will come back to you in about, where do we start again? 12:20 local time. So we've got 20 minutes. And we start with Nathan Nice from Belgium, who's an individual. So the next batch, we have all driving as individuals. None of them are team members, but big name in there, not in the team, which is unusual, very, very unusual. Joseph Dobrovich Jr., he's the penultimate athlete to drive at 1:30 local time, so look forward to seeing his test. But in the meantime, after 2 sessions on this Friday in Le Panneau Haras in Normandy, the 20th FEI World Championship prepares Christophe Ozturtag. He remains with that Hungarian flag, the red, white and green at the top. 111 was his average, but the penalty score that we're moving on, 48.46, that's enough to keep him in front of Anna Sandman. For the German team, 48.82, second place for her. Francois Dutilleux for France remains in third, 51.59, only 2 sub-50 marks so far. That will probably change when Martin comes in. In fourth place, Eric Evers, our overnight leader after day 1. The last driver to go yesterday, just as that lovely light came out in the evening sun. He's in fourth, 52.84, in fifth on 55.83. Alexander Bosch for Austria, keeping Austria's medal hopes for a team very much in the mix. As an individual, Michael Barbie for Switzerland, 56.12 in 7th, our long-term leader from yesterday, now joint with Beat Schenk, so that's Carola Dina, 57.22, there's 2 of them tied for 7th at the moment. And interestingly, in the analysis of their marks, at C, 3rd and 17th, bearing in mind these marks measured out at the same, averaged out. At R, 18th and 6th, at S, 7th and 12th, at V, 12th and 25th. So this is Carola and Beat's marks. At P, 14th and 5th. So not a lot of alignment between the judges on their test, but it's all about the average. In 9th place, obviously we skip number 8 because we've got joint 7th, Marcus Fleischmann, and top 10 for the Royal Windsor winner from earlier on in the year, Rens Egberink. He's on 57.58, keeping British hopes alive. Diana Lindsay She is now 14th on 58.89.
Non, on a réuni les conditions pour essayer de faire quelque chose de super, où on prenne tout
So
du
those
plaisir
are the
et
scores.
où on
However,
soit au
we
rendez-vous
are
en France.
awaiting
Et je répète, humilité. Donc, pour
Emma's,
l'instant, on sait faire
Olsen's hasn't come through just yet, but as soon as that's through at the start of the next session, we'll come through. Enjoy the break.
Vous vous sentez bien, vous vous sentez accompagné?
avec Quentin Simonet, on a vraiment mis les codes où il fallait. C'est pas facile de dire à quelqu'un qui fait pas partie de l'équipe de France, c'est-à-dire qui va porter les scores. Il a su le faire encore très bien hier, après la visite veto. Ça n'a pas changé l'esprit de l'équipe, au moins hier soir et ce matin, à ma connaissance. Et je peux vous dire que nous, c'est plutôt rassurant. On n'aime pas les tensions, on aime bien rester dans notre, comme on disait jeune, dans notre mood. Et à ce titre-là, troisième fois que je vais vous le dire, humilité avant tout. Il faut qu'on reste dans notre tempo et on a bien l'intention d'aller jusqu'au bout.
Les trois tests ont leur importance bien évidemment, mais le test le plus décisif pour votre équipage?
Alors cette fois-ci, je pense que le test le plus décisif sera le marathon. Il est très sélect. Il est plus dur qu'en juillet. On a un cross designer qui nous a fait, un TD qui nous a fait certaines choses là. Ça va être difficile. Les chevaux vont devoir donner tout ce qu'ils ont. On est prêt. On s'attendait à ça. On reste réservé quant à l'esprit qu'il faut avoir autour de cette performance à sortir parce que très sincèrement, le terrain on le connaît. Je répète, on le connaît, on l'a pratiqué, on a eu la chance de faire le CAI. Il a corsé les obstacles avec des obstacles techniques qui peuvent être parfois longs et parfois peut-être un peu trop longs. On a 2 guets au lieu d'un. On a 8 obstacles au lieu de 7. On a élevé le niveau pour tous, hein, attention. C'est pour moi l'épreuve qui va être la plus décisive à mes yeux.
Merci beaucoup Franck de Montreuil, on vous souhaite bonne chance du coup sur toute cette échéance. Merci d'avoir répondu encore présent à notre invitation. Ce que je vous propose du coup pour continuer cette première matinale, c'est de continuer avec un petit résumé de la première journée qui vient de s'achever. Alors c'est en images et en commentaire.
Merci à vous.
25 nations, 17 équipes et quelques 276 chevaux. L'édition 2023 du championnat du monde d'athlètes en paire promet d'être intense tant par le nombre d'athlètes au rendez-vous que par leur niveau. Pour la plupart, arrivés sur site en début de semaine, les attelages ont pu se familiariser avec la carrière de l'ordre qui verra œuvrer les chevaux sur le dressage et la maniabilité. Certains d'entre eux étaient venus répéter leur gamme en juillet à l'occasion de l'international 3 étoiles. Amorcé par la cérémonie d'ouverture mercredi soir, les 94 meneurs ont pris la mesure de l'événement à travers ce premier instant officiel. Les concurrents individuels ont été les premiers à couler le rectangle de dressage dès 8h30 jeudi. Cette première journée de sport était aussi l'occasion pour les chefs d'équipe de présenter leurs premiers espoirs pour défendre leurs couleurs dans le championnat par équipe. À l'aube de cette deuxième journée de dressage, Eric Evers, membre de l'équipe néerlandaise, a déroulé la meilleure reprise en 67%. Suisse et Allemagne suivent pour la tendance individuelle. Tous les dés ne sont pas encore jetés car passeront aujourd'hui quelques-uns des meilleurs mondiaux et notamment 2 membres des 17 équipes en lice.
De retour sur cette première matinale et cette fois avec un autre invité, pas des moindres d'ailleurs, puisqu'il est event directeur de ces championnats du monde d'attelage en paire ici au Haras du Pin cette année en 2023. Jean-Pierre Brizot, bonjour, vous êtes multicasquette si on peut le dire ainsi. J'ai regardé un peu ce que vous faisiez, meneur et 4 chevaux, meneur aussi poney, c'était un peu avant même. Chef de piste, coach, l'homme aux multiples casquettes qui apporte son expertise ici au final à l'occasion de ce championnat, c'est ça?
C'est ça, absolument. Bonjour à tous. Oui, c'est aussi la raison pour laquelle a priori le Haras du Pin m'a choisi et m'a demandé de venir pour diriger ce superbe championnat du monde. C'est que j'ai la chance d'être multicasquette, donc je connais un peu tous les aspects, que ce soit en compétiteur, que ce soit en technicien, c'est-à-dire chef de piste ou technical delegate, comme on dit en anglais, ou organisateur, puisque j'étais déjà directeur des épreuves d'attelage pour le jeu équestre mondiaux en Normandie en 2014.
D'accord, donc du coup, ouais, un bon bagage pour travailler sur ce sujet. Quelle est votre première impression justement sur cette édition 2023?
Elle est superbe, je ne vais pas dire le contraire. Alors évidemment, il y a des imperfections, il y a plein de choses à rectifier, ça c'est clair, parce que c'est une nouvelle équipe qui se met en place. Il faut quand même savoir que ce magnifique site n'a pas encore officiellement été inauguré. Le site tel qu'on le voit aujourd'hui, avec les 4 carrières, les écuries et ce super bâtiment technique, a été livré qu'en juillet. Je viens de discuter avec le président de l'attelage de la FEI qui a dit pour lui c'est le plus beau site et c'est le plus bel événement
avancé par les meneurs ou même les cavaliers, hein, puisque ce site accueille de nombreux sports équestres.
Oui, c'est une facilité parce qu'il y a des moyens techniques, il y a des moyens technologiques qui sont très importants et qui sont modernes. Donc c'est toujours plus simple d'aller vers l'excellence quand on part de quelque chose qui est déjà beau. Les carrières sont grandes, les sols sont gérés à la perfection par les équipes techniques. Les écuries sont en nouvelle norme FEI, puisque les box font 4 par 3, ce qui est énorme, très grand, avec beaucoup d'espace autour, donc les meneurs peuvent travailler vraiment tranquillement leurs chevaux. 93 concurrents, c'est 93 semi-remorques à garer, enfin semi-remorques ou assimilés parce que c'est la même taille, plus généralement un camping-car et une caravane, donc ça fait énormément de véhicules, de gestion des emplacements, et ça c'est un peu plus facile de faire quand les installations sont celles-ci, qu'on est vraiment sur de l'excellence et on tend à ça et on y travaille 24 heures sur 24.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Pierre Brézou. On va vous laisser retourner à vos occupations puisqu'on est sur la ligne droite de l'attelage actuellement. Nous, ce que je vous propose avant de se quitter pour terminer cette première matinale, c'est de revenir en image avec notre tout en image sur cette première journée achevée. D'ici là, eh bien, n'hésitez pas à continuer de suivre ce championnat du monde d'attelage en paire sur Grand Prix TV ou encore sur clipmyers.tv. En attendant, nous, on se retrouve demain matin pour la deuxième matinale. Restez passionnés. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue sur l'édition 2023 des championnats du monde d'attelage en paire, ici au Haras du Pin. Un week-end qui s'annonce riche en sport, autant d'ailleurs par les athlètes qui nous ont rejoints ici en grand nombre. Les figures de l'attelage en paire sont des nôtres. Et d'ailleurs, en parlant de figures, j'ai à mes côtés l'une de ces figures emblématiques, numéro 6 mondial, vice-champion du monde en 2021. C'était à Cronenberg. Bonjour Franck Grémont-Pré, merci d'avoir accepté notre invitation.
Bonjour, ravi d'être là.
C'était une évidence pour nous que d'ouvrir ce plateau avec vous aujourd'hui puisque vous étiez l'un des lauréats en juillet dernier en remportant à 2 chevaux du coup l'édition 3 étoiles du CAI. Comment vont les chevaux depuis juillet?
On a, je crois, depuis 2 ans et puis depuis juillet encore plus, fait le maximum pour qu'ils soient au top du top. C'est le rendez-vous dans le rétro-planning. Donc les chevaux vont très bien, le staff est content, on vérifie tout chaque jour. C'est mécanique.
En parlant de rétro-planning, justement, comment vous gérez ce travail des chevaux entre 2 grandes échéances? Ok, il y avait un CAI 3 étoiles, c'est ce que vous avez l'habitude de courir régulièrement, mais là on prépare un championnat du monde. Comment on gère les chevaux sur cette durée?
Alors, comme vous le disiez, on a fait le CAI donc, au mois de juillet, qu'on a remporté, avec un championnat de France, enfin dédoublé d'un championnat de France qu'on a remporté. C'était les objectifs que nous avait demandé le staff. Donc entre deux, c'est beaucoup de récupération sans perdre la pression et la pression positive. On a beaucoup travaillé sur le plat. Ensuite, on a travaillé tout ce qui était fréquence cardiaque. On est revenu faire un petit stage tous ensemble avec l'équipe de France sur du tempo, on va dire, et puis sur la récupération des chevaux. Ensuite, on a travaillé les techniques avec les chevaux. Je veux dire par là la maniabilité essentiellement, pour finir sur un cycle sur le plat. Le but étant qu'il soit en pleine forme, mais en pleine forme d'athlète, pas en pleine forme physique comme on a trop facilement envie de le dire. Là, il faut qu'il soit affûté. Et c'est bien l'objectif. Ce matin, à la détente, ils étaient extra. Je dirais qu'ils étaient même prêts une journée trop tôt. Donc je croise les doigts pour demain parce qu'il est important de rester avec les chevaux dans l'humilité et encore plus qu'avec les êtres humains, dans la dignité.
Ouais. On attendra quelques jours du coup pour leurs vacances à eux et vos vacances à vous au niveau du staff. C'est pas du tout le moment. Si on revient jusqu'à Cronenberg il y a 2 ans tout juste, vous étiez vice-champion du monde. Qu'est-ce qui a pu faire la différence par rapport au Hongrois titré lui champion du monde?
Nous avons renforcé notre piquet de chevaux. Ça, c'est important. Je pense qu'il a des chevaux exceptionnels. Il a une écurie d'une douzaine de chevaux en permanence. Nous, on a plutôt 8 chevaux. Avec François Dutillois, mon coéquipier, et aux écuries chez nous, chez Attel Compétition. 8 chevaux, c'est déjà beaucoup. Bon, lui, il en met 50% de plus au travail. Il les prépare plus tôt, il les fait bien vieillir. Donc les chevaux, je pense qu'on a quand même renforcé l'équipe, on a repris 2 bons chevaux qu'on a partagé avec François. Ensuite, deuxième chose, c'est on a reconduit l'équipe existante, l'équipe humaine, parce que je crois que c'est important. On n'a pas perdu notre vétérinaire, on a dédoublé nos vétérinaires équipe de France, donc ça c'est super. Merci beaucoup à tous les deux de nous encadrer depuis 2 ans. Et puis enfin, dernière chose, d'un point de vue matériel, on a encore fait évoluer un peu les voitures, grâce à Attel et grâce à François. Donc non, on a réuni les conditions pour essayer de faire quelque chose de super, où on prenne tous du plaisir et où on soit au rendez-vous en France. Et je répète, humilité. Donc pour l'instant, c'est très gentil derrière le micro. On va voir tout ça dans les 3 prochains jours.
L'ambiance de l'équipe de France, justement, vous vous y sentez bien, vous vous y sentez accompagné?
Sur notre leaderboard, look at the leaderboard before we resume dressage with Christoph Ostrotag still in the lead. He was one of the first to go this morning and he's on 48.46. Anna Sandsman is in second place on 48.82. The only 2 sub-50 scores for the moment. François Dutillois for France is in 3rd place on 51.59, and Eric Evers, who was last to go yesterday, is in 4th on 52.84. Alexander Bosch for Austria comes into 5th on 55.83, and 6th place for Michael Barbet on 56.12. Carola Diener and Vitschenk for Germany and Switzerland respectively are both on.
Welcome back to those of you who are listening to the live stream and listening and watching. I know many of you carry on with your day's work and have it on whilst you're going about your daily business. And I know a lot of you are also listening and watching actually on the ground in Le Pen, so it's an absolute pleasure and an honour to be part of it. I'm Sarah Dance, and living the dream, bringing this coverage to you. It is fabulous. So thank you to all the technical team who is enabling this to happen, and most of all to the drivers and their beautiful horses, because without them we wouldn't be having this fantastic weekend of competition. It's day 2 of our dressage. 45 tests yesterday, 46 tests we're getting through today. 93 athletes we started with, one dropped out after yesterday, and we have another one dropped out the week before, so we have 91 in total from all these nations, and retaining the lead, Hungary, hopefully in their camp. They will be delighted with Christoph Ostertag's brilliant performance there, 48.46. 2 out of the 5 judges had him in first place. That was Bert Jambon and Miguel at V. The remaining 3 judges, Anne-Marie Turbe, Barry Capstick and Andrew Council, had him in second place, and he sits just in front of Anna Sandman for Germany, both on their national teams. Anna had a 5th placing from Bert Jambon, 146.5 was her total. Anne-Marie, Barry and Andrew had her all in first, 154, 154.5, 155.5 with their scores, and not far off that Miguel had her in 3rd place on 151. But in the meantime, we are in our middle block of driving. It is 12:20 local time, but wherever you're watching from in the world, we know we've had Americans, Australians and everyone else tuning in, so delighted that you're joining us. In the meantime, we are back on to, for this particular session, this 3rd session today on Friday. If you're watching live, if you're tuning in afterwards, we are delighted that you have joined us. But they are all competing as individuals, all on national squads, but the team positions are a bit different. But kicking off this session for Belgium, this is Nathan Nice, N-I-G-S is his name. He has designed his own dressage carriage. Does look fairly traditional. He's another driver who is sitting on that right-hand side. He is the son of pony team driver Jan Niels. Nathan obviously then grew up with horses. He's been a successful show jumper in his time from a young age. He has a twin sister, and they rode and drove the same ponies. His real passion is for driving. We're delighted that he's here. He's been involved in the Junior Belgian Cup, silver, bronze in the past. And he has been out and about this season. He was 26th in Le Pen, earlier on in the summer, beat Bergen, Bornham and Larden. He was a bronze medalist in Breda in 2015 on the pony teams, and the Belgian team itself came 4th. Two horses being used here all the way through, Captain Jack van der Stockhorst and Mario. Captain Jack is 8, as is Mario. Captain Jack is KWPN, Mario Swedish, but warm bloods in terms of being performance sport horses bred for this particular job. And handsome horses they are indeed on that halt. Do get a great view of that roof every time the camera angle spans round from there. From Galmarden. But a long list of international results on his record. So we are enjoying Nathan Nice from Belgium. Some lovely late morning sunlight, lunchtime sunlight in Le Pen. this arena is driving particularly well, but if you ever get a chance to look at the aerial views, if there's any drone footage of the overall layout of this fantastic national stud in Normandy that's just had a great lot of capital spent on it, and the stables in particular for the horses are fabulous. Probably the phase that has changed the most since those early days of rule making and combined driving 50 years ago was the cross-country section, which was initially designed as a test of the stamina and fitness of the horse, and we had the equivalent of the ridden roads and tracks, which was the endurance part, where you had to have this careful judgment of pace, fitness of the horse, horse mastership. It initially ran as a time trial where penalties were incurred for deviation or finishing the course too early or too late. So that's where we bring these optimum times in. In the early days, there were no distance markers on the course. Competitors were allowed to travel around the whole route in advance to work out where they were going. It used to be quite chaotic with all the Land Rovers and vehicles, 4x4s all over country estates. The length and breadth of various nations that were hosting this later distance markers were put out and about. The time taken in the hazards, obstacles as they're now known, became the main way of ascertaining the scores and accruing penalties. That has not changed. The shortening of the sections, and we don't really have this endurance part. It's really seemed more of a warm-up now. At one point, these marathons could total for the road and track section, including section E, where the obstacles were, 42 kilometres. Later reduced to around about 27 to 30, which is why venues and as large estates had to be used, which had enough space, but it really was the highlight of a driving competition to go and do a marathon. 5 sections, A, C and E in trot. C is a fast trot, and B and D were walk sections round about a kilometre. In those early days, the obstacles were in the middle section of the marathon. They soon moved to the final section E. We know it's section B now, and within them any pace could be used. Between the set distances of each section there still is and remains a compulsory break, and this is very much part of the welfare side of things now, where it's carefully stewarded with vet and judge checks, additional checks at the end of the horses, and a weighing of the vehicle, which has to be at a set weight, and I'll come to that during the marathon depending on the class and combination. Red flags all the way through to the right, white to the left, and that's something that is across the board in horse sport, and you have to pass through them in sequence. Failure to do so will get you eliminated. All sorts of things get you eliminated on a marathon. Instead of riding over rustic jumps, the test of navigation through up to 8 obstacles. They used to be placed in a penalty zone, a bit like an eventing, although there were various anomalies, such as people actually going in if somebody tipped over and they were writing them, and then outside assistance wasn't penalised, all that sort of thing. And before too long, the modern way of doing it with the entry and exit gates, they can be at the same point, they can be at different points, but that's when the stopwatch starts and stops, when the nose enters the entry gate and then the back of the carriage goes out of the exit. It was at these points that the time spent in the hazard was taken to be contributed to the final score. Had to drive the whole turn out, not just the nose or the back end, through a series of gaps which are lettered. A to F tends to be, used to get G occasionally, and the direction of approach is marked out with those red and white flags. Used to be made out of all sorts of things, bit threading in and out of trees, big bales of silage, oil pipes, potato boxes, you name it. The water is always the highlight, certainly for the 65.76 that sounds like, but if you want to keep the spectators happy, important to include a water obstacle as well. The referee did stop being used after a certain point in time. There were various situations when it was deemed unsafe, and it was very much because of the marathon section that the modern built
La Pologne sera la
marathon
prochaine
carriages.
avancée en
You can use
piste.
the same
Pologne,
carriage in all three phases. A lot
next
of
to go.
competitors do, certainly at sort of amateur and club level. They all use the
With
same three carriages, but here at World
Shimon
Championship level,
Yon,
they do have a separate cones and dressage carriage to the one used in the marathon.
Kasper John, and he's driving.
So
still
Nathan
the
sounded like he got
the favourite for
65.76, but we will bring you that confirmation in due course. Where will that put him in the rankings?
And February Phoenix was the horse bred in Hungary, 10-year-old stallion.
65, that's going to be round about 37th place, because the 36th is Alessandro Formier, team member for Italy. He's currently on 64. Bit of a gap there to the Serbian Milan Judvicic. He is on 65.83. So if that is indeed the confirmed score for Nathan, that is where he'll slot in terms of positionings. Does look to be glorious out there in the fresh air in Le Pen. Next in for Poland, Sizemont John. He is driving again as an individual, all of them in the section R. 12:30 local time, should be coming in any moment now. He's been out competing this year. Casillas, he was 9th. Davoroko, 18th in Poland. Kladruby in Czech, 16th. Boguslacic in Poland again, he was 10th. So there and thereabouts, driving Polish and Hungarian horses for the dressage. C. Ashtano, he's 6-year-old Polish gelding, so quite young. And Fabry Phoenix, who is a stallion. Two Polish bred horses there. He's competed individually in the World Championships before, 2015 in Hungary and 2 years ago in Kronenberg. Looks like he's keeping it in the family in terms of who is helping him. Kasper John on there, Katarina also part of the crew. 43-year-old Sizemont John driving now. Nearly at the halfway point on day 2 of dressage. It's still Hungary in front. One of the first to go this morning. 48.46 will be the mark to beat. We'll have to wait till after lunch for the great Martin Holler, who has come here to defend his title, win yet another one. Some more big names. Joseph Dibak driving, the Hungarian who now drives for Italy, has done for some time. He is on in the same session. Frank Grimond-Prez, he was silver medalist last time 2 years ago. Another one to watch out for. He is the penultimate athlete to drive at 4 o'clock today, so lots to look forward to in that particular session. Then we move on to the last session of the day. Tor van der Berg for Australia, Thomas Blumschein for Austria. They're having a good event so far. Werner Ulrich, the great Werner Ulrich for Switzerland. For the Brits, John Ripley. And another famous surname starting off our final session at 4:40 local time will be Marco Freund. So lots to look forward to in terms of some really smart dressage tests coming up, and probably will be some changes in the top order when some of those athletes have gone. Frank, how much he would love to win gold on home soil. this stunning venue, which plays host to so many leading international competitions. Not so long ago, it was the venue where all eyes were on it for the eventing. Britain Eventing Royals Cancer did so well there. The history actually is quite an interesting one in terms of French politics. It was conceived by Louis XIV, built between 1715 and 30 under the reign of the next Louis XV. The stables have been nicknamed the Equestrian Versailles, but also their link naturally to the 14th Louis. They're in the Orne department of Normandy. It is the oldest national stud farm in France, Haras du Pin. It began as a venue to breed military horses. It was first conceived even before these Louis in 1665. Jean-Baptiste Colbert was a Minister of Finance, and he created a royal studs administration in response to a lack of horses in the French army. And this resulted in a need to increase the breeding programme in France, because they had been importing horses from Italy and Spain, which was naturally costly, and no doubt they were all busy falling out with each other. They needed to improve the quality of their own stallions, so Louis XIV, who had already created his first stud farm in Saint-Léger, near his hometown in Saint-Germain, on Lay, but the location was not favourable. The stables too far apart and the land was infertile. So Robert de Cotte, who was the man behind the stable at Versailles, drew up the initial plans for the main building, which was this wonderful castle or chateau, which was home to the directors of the stud. Another architect, Pierre de Mousseau, oversaw the construction of the site alongside Jacques-Jules Gabriel. He was the crown architect in 1735. Over 1,000 hectares of land in Haras du Pin, and this is regarded as an innovation of architecture in the equestrian world, combining the needs of the aristocracy with functionality. Also provides a jolly good venue for a driving world championships.
Un cheval polonais et Favorite Phoenix, un cheval hongrois.
In 1789, it was the French Revolution, which obviously rather disruptive to the plans of the aristocracy.
John, 124.5 at sea, 100.
And at the time, nearly 200 stallions were there. A year later, the government, or the new government, weren't that keen on it all, so wanted to destroy the equestrian palace and sell off the horses. Fearful of losing a source of employment, the Orne region fiercely refuted this policy and managed to keep the farm running, kept 40 horses. And however, it was the time of Napoleon, First Empire, and a need for horses because he was rather a warmonger, and in 1806 he reinstated the stud farm and a breeding programme, and it was he who named Haras du Pin, and it became a state-run institution, became private again in 2013, but very much a key venue for horse sport. There was a World Equestrian Games here 9 years ago, and very popular. In the meantime, we have Nathan Nice for Belgium. He put himself into 37th position, 65.76. That was a percentage of 58.90. Judges at C, 129, which was 39th. At R, 124.515, which, yeah, 124.5 is 51st. And Marie, not such a fan of that. 130 at S, 35th. 129. So V and C in sync with each other, not too far out really. These marks pretty much the same. 34th, P 133. Andrew had him at 30th. So the judges fairly aligned on that one.
P 74-01, point pénalité. Et c'est Lars Schmidt qui entre maintenant en piste pour l'Allemagne.
Soon as we get confirmation of Siegmund's marks, we will of course share that with you. But third in this particular session for Germany, Lars Schmidt, ranked 27th, which when you have quite a number of these athletes coming forward, got relatively young horses, 7 and 8. Dutch warm bloods. He's got for dressage Capellan and Lefasco. Limber RSH will come out for the marathon. Nadine Schweet is on there for all 3 phases. So far this year, Babaroko, good results, 2nd, Larden 5th, Ex-Lou at the start of the season 4th, and Cronenberg 8th. So might well have high hopes. He's been a team member for Germany in the past, in 2007 in Lippica. Silver medalist for the German team, finished 6th individually, 8th in Drebkow in 2019. Bronze medalist, 8th individually there. So been driving for a long time. Long list of results on the sheets. That's a slightly squashed S shape across that C end of the arena, coming back onto this working trot, stretching of the frame, half circle on the right rein, 40 metres, and it does specify that you're joining the track 5 metres ahead of the markers, leaving across the arena for this wave, tracking on a slight right bend, straight, it specifies straight across the X for a few paces, and then back in at V, another half circle, movement number 17 now, at the bottom end, again stretching of this frame, there's 5 metres back from the markers. Deviation now in the working trot, so those last few movements apart from the wave across the middle, that's a collection working trot. Back in at M, around the top end, just at this point maintaining your rhythm, preparing for this S where you want to have clear differentiation, which you saw there. Actually, that horse nearer the camera threw out a really big front leg so that you could see quite clearly when he came back into his collection. In at K, this is all in collection, round that bottom corner, in sequence, just what you want, and down the centre line. Yeah, quite clear opening up of the paces and covering of the ground. Noses just about on the marker. G. Holton salute.
For Germany, driving with his wife Nelly Schmidt, who is his groom
So
for all
Lars
3 tests.
Schmidt.
Their 3rd World Championship here. They were bronze team medalists in Drumco in 2019 and silver team medalists in Lipica in 2017. This year, some good results: 2nd in Babarovko, 5th in Laden, 8th in Kronenberg, and 4th in Exloom. Now Schmidt began driving at the age of 12. And who works as a managing director for a construction company in Germany. Les résultats de Lars Schmidt pour l'Allemagne qui menait Capellan et le Fasco de chevaux KWPN. Capellan âgé de 8 ans et le Fasco de 7. Il obtient 151.5 en C, 153 en R, 141 en S, 147.5 en V et 145.5 en P. 52.18 pour une 4e place. Lars Schmidt goes into 4th place on 52.18. That's 151.5 at C, 153 at R, 141 at S, 147.5 at V, 145.5 at P.
If you're able to hear that, sounds like a pretty good test for Lars, provisionally in 4th place. As soon as we get confirmation of that, naturally we share that with you. You might have noticed Mr. Excel jumping onto his carriage there at the end, so no doubt if he's being trained under the tutelage of Boyd, that will have no doubt contributed to that very, very good dressage mark, but equally a very experienced driver. He's been on the German team and had a good season so far with top 10 finishes every time he's been out. In the meantime, confirmation of Zygmunt John for Poland, 124 at C, which was 53rd, 112. Marie, not a fan, 64th for her at RS, 119.5, 61st, 115 at V, 59th, 119 at P, so yeah, 5.5 between the judges. Oh no, a bit more, 115, yeah, 9.5. Divided them a little bit, but ranging in placing from 64th to 53rd, but that was enough. It depends on the weighting of the marks across the board, but 73.86, that's 62nd for him.
For the United States.
So that puts him just in front of Halen and just behind Diane Delmas, who's driving as an individual for France. There we go. But still at the top, Christoph Ostertag for Hungary, 48.64 his score, 48.82 Anna Sandman. Francois Dutilleux for France, keeping French hopes alive, very much so, 51.59, but probably by the time Martin Holler has driven, there will be a bit of a change in that top order. Another well-travelled competitor, Vernon Helmuth, who is competing as an individual for the USA. He grew up in an Amish farm in Iowa, has been around horses riding and driving all his life, introduced to combined driving in California. He has moved to Germany and has been competing and working with Michael Freund in the past, so that's a good help. Ranked currently 51st, but had some good results. Second in Altenfelden. Has been a member of the American team in Lipica. Works with horses, and Ebony VDK is his mare in dressage and cones. Fernando a gelding for all three phases, and Quirabelle a mare he will use on the marathon bit. Tris Sigrun on the back there, all being looked after by Anna Brooks Thomas. Home address also California, but has close associations with Germany, which does help when you're competing on continental Europe, but has been on the circuit for some time. Two Dutch warm bloods, KWPNs, and Brandenburg is Quirabelle. For the USA, Vernon Helmuth. Obviously, there have been a huge number of changes in how the marathon is scored and run, and it is probably the phase that evolves the most in terms of administration and adjudication. The introduction of the knockdown elements, those balls that come off that add some penalties, a little bit more like the World Cup. Those obstacles have been quite influential on how the modern obstacles are built. And as we saw in Protoni, when you're building an event from scratch, it cost at least €10,000 to have those new obstacles. That was each obstacle. So bearing in mind, for an outdoor event, we need 8 obstacles plus a practice one. There is a practice obstacle in part of the warm-up of the marathon, so we're talking really big money just to build marathon obstacles alone. And this was something that came out very much at the World Championships, was that if you sink your obstacles into the ground, the wooden posts, they tend to last for about 5 years. These are just rough figures. If you have them mobile, movable, whatever term you want to use, and you can move them around, you can hire them out to other venues, the length of the lifespan is nearer 10 years. So we have to think about the economics of the sport. Now we tend not to drive around whatever trees are on an estate. It's much more together in terms of the standardization of certainly the marathon obstacles. We no longer need the distances, therefore the big estates and venues that we once had in driving, but alongside that the obstacles are much more sophisticated, and the building and maintaining of them, keeping them safe, having enough options that if you're running an event, the Kronenbergs, the Big Burgers, the Le Pins during the regular season, that you can cater for single ponies going through up to horse fours. And that takes some pretty clever building and designing of routes and courses from the builders and the technical delegates on the ground. So we had to think really quite hard, particularly in driving, about the economics of the sport. Show jumps, obviously, once you've got a course of them, you can do all sorts of things. Dressage arena, you just need some boards. Eventing, a bit more difficult again, sort of about 30 different obstacles on a course with combinations. But in driving, we ask a lot of our venues. And so the economics do have to add up at some point. So that is why the sport has evolved. That's why we have to be mindful of what we're expecting venues to provide in terms of the obstacles and the costs in doing it. And referring back to Protoni, when they, in the sort of previous incarnation of the event, when it was an Olympic venue and then it went on to host many driven world championships, including the singles, they weren't able to use any of that infrastructure. They had to start from scratch ahead of the Worlds for ridden and driven eventing last year, and they had to import pretty much all the wood they used, and it wasn't just for the obstacles and the cross-country fences. There were the actual fences, all the cedar they'd once used, and that all had to be imported from Poland. So once upon a time, when they first built the venue in Rome, they were able to use their own wood, and then it changed. So, and trees don't grow very quickly. They are quite an expensive asset. So to even source the wood, that most of that came from Poland to rebuild a world championship level event. So one is mindful of what's involved in staging these top level driven events. And if you think you might have 80 to 90 eventers or show jumpers at one event, they have one horse each. Well, they might have 2 or 3, but generally at a championship they're riding one horse. And once we get into 4 in hands, each athlete will have 5 horses. So we need quite a big infrastructure in driving. We've got big lorries, big trailers, lots of people on the teams. So we have to make ourselves very user-friendly when we get there. To confirm, Lars Schwitt for Germany. He's put himself into 4th place, 52.11. So that slips Eric down a slot, but that was a good test from him. Bert Jambon at sea had him as his first placed driver so far. That's an equal score with the score he gave to Christoph earlier in the day, so that's a fact to note. Lars Schwitt for Germany also given 151.5, equal first in the eyes of our president of the grand jury at R. Anne-Marie had him on 135, which was second placed for her. She keeps as her best dressage test so far Anna Sandman at 154s. Barry Capstick had him in 7th place, 141. Barry's favourite test so far of the day on 154.5. That remains Anna Sandman. At V, Miguel had him in 4th on 147.5. He was by quite some way on 160.5. A big fan of Christoph's test by pretty much 10 points ahead of his colleagues. And at P, Andrew Council had Lars in 8th place on 146. Andrew's favourite test of the day being Anna Sandman's on 155.5, with Christoph in second on 152.5. But actually Andrew was the first of the judges to go over 150 yesterday for that very last test from Eric Evers, who has now slipped into 5th place. He's been pushed down a slot by Lars for Germany, and Andrew scored Eric yesterday on 152, but we are now getting more over 150 marks. We only had 1 yesterday. Vernon Helmuth has just left the arena, and next our only competitor for Luxembourg, Claude Malget, he's competing for Luxembourg. All individuals in this particular session. And a seasoned competitor as well is Claude. This year he was 4th at Celestat and 18th in Bull, but has been on the scene for a long time in the past, has been on the Luxembourg team, individually competing in Kronenberg. Has also driven for Luxembourg on the singles team. He's got Emma Malget Manu on the carriage with him for Dressage and Cones. Johan Daniel dos Santos will be on for the marathon. He's got all geldings, Hanoverian, Polish and Westphalen. Certainly all quite elegant and athletic. Cuneo for Dressage and Cones, Ducat for Dressage Marathon and Cones, and De Niro 34 for the marathon. He's based in Welt Shield, age 63. He has put his age down, not everybody does, and has been on the circuit for a long time. Again, his list of results disappears off the bottom of the page, goes back as far as 2012, but he's been over the years in all sorts of great venues: Chablis, Saumur, Pau, Le Pin. Been holding events, driven events at this particular venue for a long time. Larden, Valkenswaard, Bull. He's a regular competitor on the pairs circuit. It's like he was dipping his toe. In, out, in, out. When do I get to go, Dad? Back to our basics, the scales of training. You are looking for rhythm, which should be regular and correct for each space. In the walk, there should be 4 hoof beats in marching time. In the trot, 2 hoof beats, the legs move in diagonal pairs. In between beats, there is that moment of suspension when all the legs are off the ground. And if you get a good photographer, there are lots of them there, that moment when you're just suspended above the ground is always quite magical. And the canter, we'll see that in the more advanced single test, 3 hoof beats, 1 diagonal pair moving together. And again, that moment of suspension that you have, the same tempo, which is the tempo is the speed of the rhythm. This should have a pronounced beat to it. This horse should not speed up or slow down when he's going round a corner. It's all about keeping the horse balanced. And that's something that you get with straightness. So to drive a good corner, you have to be able to drive a straight line first of all. And that should be the same whether you're lengthening or shortening your stride. So extension, back to collection, suppleness. The aim is that a horse's muscles have tone and are free from resistance. The joints are loose and not tightened against the aids. The muscles that are really important, and this is something that is especially important in driving, are those over the top line. From the hind legs, if you think of the arrow going up over the quarters, across the loins, in front of the wither and up to the pole. So that's the line of energy you want to draw. And the test of whether a horse is supple is working through the back. Back is really important in driving, holds everything up, and the neck, so that when the rein contact is eased like in a free walk or opening the frame in these trots, he will want to stretch forward and doesn't try and hollow or lift the head. An ideal contact is light and even, has an elasticity to it in both reins, depending what combination you're driving. And this is achieved by using the aids throughout the body, not just in the hands. Obviously this applies a little bit to riding. The horse's hindquarters and forehand should be connected by that band of muscles over the top line, so that you can feel in the hands there is a lively forward tendency in the reins. The horse is then said to have connection. In the meantime, we have the scores, confirmation of them through for Vernon Helmuth for the USA. 67.44, which puts him into 45th place. 57.85 is the percentage. At C, 23rd, 136.5. At R, 44th, 127. 126 at S, which is 49th. V, 120, 52nd. And at P, 124.5, 50th. Averages out, 45th place overall for Vernon Helmuth. No change at the top, and probably with this session we will stay there until we might have a bit of a change in that order when Mr. Joseph Dobrowitz Jr. comes in. 2 more to go before him. In the meantime, Claude for Luxembourg as an individual is trotting down the centre line, or looking quite relaxed. And salute.
Chronology for Luxembourg with Cuneo and Ducat.
Cuneo is 16, the Hanoverian gelding, and Ducat is 12 in their prime. And it's Ducat that we will see once again back for the dressage, or after the dressage for the marathon and the cones. There we have it, making progress through our 2 days of dressage, pretty much just over the halfway mark. Today, 3/4 of the way through our 90-something tests. Argentina also represented here. 25 nations, 270 horses have to be stabled and looked after. The nations are Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, we've just seen, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal sadly had to come out of the mix, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, running through this alphabetically, United States of America. They have 4 athletes forward. So great showing, 25 different nations taking part. And that's roundabout Reisenbeck in 1997, where the Brits won their team gold. That had 26. Bobbed around 21, 22, 23 for the next 12, 10, 12, 14, yeah. Drebkow, 24 nations. Cronenberg, 97 drivers, so that's where we had the most, but I think 69 in Hungary back in the day. For many years, round about 60 drivers, and then the numbers went up in Lipica to 81, 82 in Drebkow, 97 in Kronenberg. Just everyone coming out of the pandemic then.
This is first participation.
So we're up there pretty much with the top number of entrants forward for this particular World Championships. Le Pen. And next for France, as an individual, Fabien Guillemari had a good event in Samoa where he came 6th this year, 10th in Exley, 12th in Kronenberg, also in Beekbergen as well, competed at this venue and several others with a pony pair in the past, started driving when he was 10. He's got one of the Attel carriages. Dutch warm bloods for this event. Del Vero, once again a sire. He's a private trainer. Works with Fabrice Martin. He has driven 4 in hand. Enjoys single horse dressage. It's the first participation for him in an FEI World Championship like this, but has actually been competing for some years on the circuit. For dressage we've got Harvey, all geldings and the cones, and Idsard V5 could be dressage, marathon and cones, and Cadans for the marathon, based in Normandy. So very local to this wonderful venue. No doubt he will know it very well. You can see the big scoreboard in the background there, live scoring coming through from the judges on the scoreboard. Still at the top, has remained unchanged for some time. Hungary, Germany and France. You can see those flags and the marks on the bottom of your screen if you are watching from home. Christophe, Anna and Francois holding tightly onto their places, but it can still change. We've got some big names still to come. We've had quite a bumper run of dressage. 68, this is our 69th competitor to go through out of 91. So coming into the home straight after 2 days of dressage, all those thousands of marks and numbers that have had to be crunched in terms of all these many scores that go in against each competitor, their placings. all boils down to that one figure at the end of it, an average of the scoring from the judges and then multiplied by this coefficient. Christoph Oztertag for Hungary on the team, still in first, 48.46. Anna Sandman only just behind the favourite test of 3 of our 5 judges, 48.82. Francois du Tilloy for France. All 3 of these athletes on their national teams in third, 51.59. Lars Schwedt, who we've just seen, he was first for Bert Jambon, second for Amarine Turbe, 7th for Barry Capstick, 4th for Miguel and 8th for Andrew, but that was still enough of an average to put him into 4th place at the moment. And overnight leader last to go at close of play yesterday, Eric Evers for the Netherlands. His highest ranking among the judges came from Bert at sea on 149, and Andrew, who was the only one to score over 150 yesterday. So that was 152 from him. In terms of the teams, we're just waiting for some more. We've had 2 of the Hungarians, Georgi sitting out of the mix at the moment in 34th, but Christoph still doing brilliantly in terms of the Hungarians' bid for yet another gold. Anna Sandman and Dennis Schneiders are the 2 Germans. Dennis is currently 14th, Anna in 2nd. Francois for France so far for him. In terms of the French bid, just scrolling down, just waiting for his teammates to go through. We've got the great Frank Guimond-Prez to go. We would expect him to be up there, so that will keep France's hopes very much alive. Eric Evers keeping the Netherlands in the mix, and Alexander Bosch and Marcus Fleischmann doing good work for Austria. And then Stefan Ulrich, top placed in 12th at the moment for the Swiss, but don't forget we've got his father, the great Werner, to come before too long.
On a score of 137 at C, 140 at R, 130.5 at S, 120.5 at V, and 136.5 at P. 62.98. 13th place.
Sounded like a 13th and sounded like a bit of division over the marks there. In the meantime, confirmation of Claude Maglet from Luxembourg, 130.5 at C, 127 at R, 125 at S, 128.5 at V, at P, 121.5. So we went from 39, 44, 50, 36 to 60th. Andrew Council did not rate that test. Highest placed was for Miguel at 36th, but averaging out 67.58 puts him into 47th position. So scrolling down, he is near Vladimir Mudry for Czech Republic. He sits just behind. We've got both of them. So Vladimir and Claude on a tied score of 67.58. So that is joint 47th place, ahead of Andrea Top for Hungary and Libby Priest, also an individual for her nation.
Cette année, il s'octroie une 5e place à Silvestrad en Hongrie et une 3e place en Roumanie à Bodog.
So decent score for the French, although Fabian is competing as an individual. For Romania, he has been a member of the team in the past. but no star next to his name. Imre Attila Kovac from Salonta. He's been a professional driver involved in the sport for many years, has been a past Romanian champion, competed in Svasvarad this year. He was 5th. What else have we got? He's got 2 geldings and a stallion. Katoki the 2nd, looks like, for dressage, marathon and cones. Dario Royal, in they come. That's his other dressage horse who will also be in the cones. So the same pairing for dressage and cones. Marcy, who is a stallion, will be used for the marathon. Julia is on there at the back. Whoops, and that was just catching the boards. First time we've seen that. We've made a dog bark. Now you'll remember from the rules that comes down to the discretion of the judges as to how they mark that, and that is all down to Bet. He didn't actually leave the arena, technically, slightly amended it. But that is down to the discretion of the judges as to whether that becomes a penalty for disobedience or something, or whether that will be just a couple of marks off that particular movement. All these wheel widths, 148 centimetres, that's what it is for the dressage, and the minimum weight for the vehicle. This is for the marathon. This is what it means for the marathon. The minimum weight is 350 kilograms, with the wheel width being 125 for all sections. That keeps it fair. So from singles through to four in hand, same wheel width, which does help in terms of driving and course building through the obstacles. That's the reason for that. Scrolling through these many pages of rules. Now, part of the turnout leaving the arena during movement stayed within the arena, just amended it. That's marked down for inaccuracy. But as it is, there was suddenly tension in the horses as well because of the crack that those boards made. So that's probably how that will be treated. The whole turnout did not leave the arena and nobody had to dismount. Just a bit of a whoopsie. It's interesting, there's always debate, looking back at a session from the FEI Sports Forum in June 2021, the driving rules always under, well, these regular full revisions by the FEI Driving Technical Committee. We tend to just call it the Driving Committee and the various stakeholders. So there is a concept that perhaps it's more about the percentage. I don't think that's been implemented. Results for the marathon remain in seconds, so the penalties occurred during the marathon equals the total times in the marathon obstacles. So yes, there is a proposal, concept shall we say, that in order to align the dressage result with what's gone on in the marathon and cones, that the result is given in seconds, so you multiply the differences between 4 seconds, not where we're at the moment. The aim is to have the dressage count for roughly 30%, the marathon for 40, and the cones for 30. The scoring system is difficult to understand currently, entails a lot of transformations and modifications, giving a final score that doesn't necessarily reflect the performance. So this is just, these are the notes after a forum a couple of years ago. Always under debate how we make it work, as long as it's fair. I think that's all most people would want. Right, not too bothered by revisiting the scene of the, shall we say, slight meeting of the boards there at the side for Imre. Last deviation, staying in collection round the bottom bend. And extension down the middle. And drop the shoulders, relax, nearly there.
Je salute Imre Kovac for
Now, just before Joseph comes into the arena, there'll be a rebuilding.
Katoki and the Daria Royal.
To confirm for Fabien, he's gone into 30th place, 62.98. So those are the confirmed scores for him. At C, 137, which was 22nd position. R, 140, which is 18th. S, 130.5, 35. V, 120.5, 52nd place. Gosh, from 18th to 52nd, divided the judges. And at P, 136.5, which is 24th. So that's quite a gap in terms of between V, what Barry was marking, and saw, and Anne-Marie at R. She had him in 18th position and Barry in 52nd. Nearly 20 points between them.
That's 64.88. Penalties, 39th place. Avec la 39e place concurrent roumain.
Sounded like 39th place for Imre.
133 en C, 132 en R, 128 en S, 127.
Lots of bodies appearing just to straighten up those boards again.
Alors pour cette session, dernière session de la matinée, nous aurons ensuite une pause d'1 heure. Il nous reste 2 concurrents à prendre le départ. Il nous reste donc la Hongrie et l'Argentine qui vont se présenter. Et pour la Hongrie, c'est Joseph Junior Dobrovic qui se présente. Next to go for Hungary, the big nations for driving is Joseph Junior Dobrovic. He's driving with Rebecca Giroli, and he's driving Idaho H and Dancer W.
And a gentleman that really needs no introduction in terms of international driving and all that he and his family have done for Hungarian driving. He comes in as our 2nd ranked driver, which when you consider how many we've got over 90 to come in rank number 2 is really, really impressive. So many results, the paper isn't quite broad enough to take them on board, but gold medal, gold medal, gold medal, silver, bronze, such a regular on the Hungarian team. He's been training with his great mate Bram Chardon in the weeks leading up to this Idaho Dancer and Zizzo. are the horses he is driving. Idaho H all the way through the gelding, dressage, marathon and cones, dancer W, dressage and cones. That's the pair we'll see now. Zizzo on the marathon. Rebecca is on the back of the carriage with him. Became a father not long ago and will be greatly exciting to see Joseph. Let's see how he gets on in this arena. Up he comes, and there will be a real swell of support for this very talented competitor. There we go, Hungarians sprinting in. Father also needs no introduction, Joseph Senior, who was competing in Exlu for the European Championships. Recently, Joseph has said he has been working hard with the help of his father and Bram Chardon, getting closer to from Hungary to Normandy. He had to slightly rejig his plans as Indiana and Sikra, who were they just weren't able to compete. Slightly injured after a competition, not recovered in time. So Zizzo and Dancer have been pulled out. Dancer has already been to the championships and large international competitions. She was in the European team with Joseph Senior. She was the fourth horse for that, considered to be a really good steadying influence during home exercises. It became clear that the horses will be fine. They are driving with medals on their mind. That is exactly why Joseph is here. In his athlete biography, lots of horses against his name for the FEI and lots of different awards. He's been on gold medal winning teams for Hungary at previous European and World Championships, not least in Kronenberg and Drebkow. And his son Joseph, the next generation, won't be long before he is aged 2. He will also be putting in a fantastic performance in the marathon. But a long-term member of the Hungarian team and the international driving scene. He started competing in 2004 with a pony team, but like his great friend Bram, a number of our top drivers started with ponies, and for over a decade now has been competing with the horse team, and the pair's been a member of the team for the nation, silver and bronze medal with the pony teams, and that's when he won an individual silver team bronze and several golds with his compatriots on the World Championship teams. So really hoping that he's going to have not one but 2 medals around his neck at the end of this event. Joseph Dobrovich Jr. The family are based not far from Budapest Airport, and not only drive themselves but supply lots of horses to many of the drivers in horse sport. Lots of energy to these athletic horses who look to be so fit and ready to go. One-handed there, out comes the arm with the whip. Across that diagonal to M. Into the last sections of the test now, working trots, stretching. After these loops, so we've got this sort of, oh, look at the power in that trot. You just sense they live for the extensions, these horses. So that's the working trot, reins at will after you've done the one-handed, and the judges are looking to see that throughout all the bends on that S shape, they're coming through contact activity of the hind quarters, elastic steps, which we definitely have here, good hock action. If you have that basically in your horses, which these Dutch warm bloods do have in spades, you're getting a mark or two ahead before you've even started because of this natural elasticity. Those long legs, you can really see how hard the hocks are working behind. On that stretching of the frame, the half circle. Round the top for this final deviation, so it remains in working trot at the moment. So this is all about rhythm and regularity. This is your median pace, and oh, it almost happened up in the air there. That was great, just that check for the transformation to the collection. Clear to see. Looping back round to K, keeping it smooth with these changes of bend. Fluent on both horses, working into the bends, and they know what's coming, they know what's coming, and forward, 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 extension, oh yes. Just pinging along, eating up that centre line, and square halt for Joseph. Oh, let's see how that scores in the context of what has gone before. Only the judges will know what they have done.
Hungary and Joseph Jr. Dobrovic trying the two horses he's trying today normally are usually driven four in hand by his father, Joseph Dobrovic.
So these great horses, a bit like Anna Sandman and some of our other drivers who dip between singles and singles, pairs and teams, really pairs and teams at this level. Some of our single drivers have come through as well, but these horses having to adapt. Not a bad thing asking them to do different dressage tests, actually. Keeps them on their toes.
134 for judge at C, 141 for judge at R, 134 so for judge at S, 133.5 at V, and 135 at D. 6109, 24th place for Joseph Jr. Dobrovic for Hungary.
Okay, sounding like 61.09 for Joseph. He's not on the team this time, probably because he wasn't able to take the horses he's been driving with most of the season. 61.09. It sounded like that popped him into 24th position, but this is a young man who will be absolutely brilliant on the marathon, so do keep all eyes on him in terms of individual medals as well. That's what he will be aiming for.
De dressage pour cette compétition internationale, compétition mondiale d'attelage, les championnats FEI d'attelage à 2 chevaux.
We are very nearly at the end of this third session of dressage. We've got Amelie von Buchholz to come out now. She is Baroness Amelie, really, driving for Argentina, although she was born in Germany. She and her husband Wolf live in Argentina. The horses are based in Germany, which does help. Again, another one of our well-travelled competitors. She was 5th at Royal Windsor in May.
6 participations au championnat du
And
monde.
she's had some
Et elle
good
est
results,
championne
was also at
d'Argentine
Big
en 2020.
Bergen,
Ces chevaux sont basés en
Pan-
Allemagne. Et
Cronenberg.
Marie mène à 4.
Some more by the looks of things. She's got Warm Bloods
Next
as
to go,
well, the
Baroness
Dutch Warm Bloods,
Amelie Rose Schultz
KWPN,
for
the
Argentina.
Dutch
She's
Royal
driving with
Horses.
Annika Felt, who's her
Annika
dressage
is on the
groom.
carriage.
She's
Annika
driving
Feld for
gentle, Dutch Warm Blood gelding
the
age 12,
dressage,
and
and
Leontine, the
Chris
fifth
will be
Dutch
on
Warm Blood
for
gelding age 9.
marathon and cones.
They were 5th at Windsor,
For the
8th at
dressage, the 2
36
horses she's
here
using,
this year.
she's using Gentle
It's her
3
7th
and
participation in a World Championship.
Jant
She was
in
Argentinian
all
champion in
geldings.
2001. Her horses are based in Germany and her husband drives 4 in hand. They live in Buenos Aires.
So Baroness Amelie von Buchholz, both she and her husband Wolf drive. As you might have just heard, her husband drives a 4 in hand as well. But driving here, despite the German connection, for Argentina. Another pair of big striding horses here, as we would expect with the breeding sires Valdemar, Urgent and Patin. But she's been completing the list of events she's competed in. Very seasoned driver. Has done most of it on the continent, from Windsor, some more Larden, Big Bergen over the years. Lipica, and has been at, oh gosh, for 20 years she's been competing in World Championships. Haras in France, in Austria in 2005, Poland 2007, Hungary 2009, Conti in France. Yeah, all sorts of competitions. Lipica and Drebka. Looks to have skipped Cronenberg last time. Eight seconds immobility, transition from work to halt from working trots, straight and square with the weight evenly distributed over all 4 legs. So you want a foot in each corner if possible, remaining on the bit like contact and soft. Drive straight on the centre line. Noses of the leaders should stop at L. And for this movement for LXI, the walk regularity, smooth start. So ideally you want them pulling off together. Easier said than done. Quality of the steps, contact, 4 clear beats on the walk, relaxation, equal intervals between each stride. That was a smooth rein back there. Noses of the leaders once again stop on I. That rein back, rhythm, obedience, remaining on the bit so the head's not coming too low or too high. Quality of the diagonal step. So you want the 3 meters to be covered clearly, the feet moving in sequence. You don't want to shuffle, that's what I was trying to say there. Collected trot round that top end before forward into this free walk. And again, it's all about what's happening from behind, the over tracking, the horse is stretching forward without the reins becoming too loose, retaining the control and the contact, and an accurate but defined trot forward. So you're just gathering the reins up in your hands, just shortening slightly, preparing for that trot, but that you don't want the horses to anticipate that too much. PAV in collection, so it's this half circle, so not cutting the corners, it is actually a half circle, and that's the one where you've got that little bit of preparation, 5 meters before and after on the boards before you leave. Extended trot, one-handed, then back in for these loops. So kissing the boards at M. So that's the loop left followed by MC loop left, CXHS looping right. This next one starts at S, so we're on to the next movement. SCR, this working trot stretching the frame, which is basically a half circle on the right rein, and that point finishing 5 meters. It starts 5 meters after S, finishes 5 meters before R, so that gives you a chance just to gather them up before you go forward to your wave and collected trot between R, X and V. VAP, another stretching of the frame. If you've been with us for a day and a half now, you will know all these movements like the back of your hand. In fact, you may be somebody who drives this test anyway with your own horsepower or pony fours. And that deviation, sort of soft V or U shape. First one in working trots, all about the regularity of the beat and the rhythm in this. You want to keep a little bit of sparkle in the trot, particularly with the transition forward into collection. It's not about going flat, it's about anything increasing the energy a bit, but going a little bit more up than out. Even rhythm for Amelie through this, and finishing off that movement, falling into sequence. That's good for the judges to see, and down this centre line, on. Oh, it's such a nice feeling. Nearly there, nearly there. And noses over the marker, and all done. That is the end of our third session. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. In the meantime, we do have confirmation of Joseph Dobrovets Jr. His result 61.16. That puts him currently into 24th position, 30th from the judge at C, Bert Jambon, 134, 17th, Anne-Marie liked that a little bit more, 141 for her, S, 132.5, 31st, 133.5, 27th, and then at P, 136, 25th. So, apart from Anne-Marie, who rated that a bit more highly, the other four were pretty much in alignment. There we go. So those are our results just now. We have a bit of a break in proceedings for late lunch. We will be back in an hour's time with Eline Mentink from the Netherlands. She is driving as an individual, and then from there on in we get into the final team members for the nation, so things will be really hotting up. So do go and enjoy lunch, walk the dog, whatever you may be doing. It's been an absolute joy to share the action with you. But before we go, just to confirm, still in front from earlier on, much earlier on today, Christoph Oztertag, young Joseph's cousin. And that 48.46 really set down that Hungarian marker for more goals in first. Second to the great Anna Sandman for Germany, 48.82, just nip and tuck between those two. In third place at the moment for France, the host nation, Francois Dutilleux, 51.53. In fourth for Germany as an individual, Lars Sweet, that was a great test, 42.11. In fifth, the overnight leader, Eric Evers, 52.84. That's where we stand. Do go and enjoy the break. We'll see you in an hour's time. Welcome back to those of you who have enjoyed a bit of a lunch break, but wherever in the world you may be, it's great to have you here. We are on to our second to last session of our 2 days of dressage in Le Pen. It's been absolutely brilliant. 10 to 3 local time. Eline Mentig will be coming into the arena for the Netherlands. And there she is, well into her test already. Really strong squad here for the Dutch, as one would expect, although she has been doing this for a little less time than some of her colleagues, but she's had some pretty good results so far this year. First in Laden, Kronenberg and Exlu. She has some Dutch warm bloods, KWP ends 9 and 10 are their ages for this dressage phase. Ivanhoe T and Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre is the stallion. She'll be using him all the way through, and for the marathon, another horse back in the stables is Jazz. Ivanhoe T and Jazz from the same sire, Cisandro. Jean-Pierre is by Avignon Pierre. So she is the last of our individual drivers, so that although they're driving for the nation, they're not driving for the actual team. This is Eline Mentink, and thereafter we get into the final drivers for pretty much all the teams. Next in after this will be Joseph Dibak, who has medalled in the past for Italy. Then we've got Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands on the team. The great Martin Holler. Not long before he comes in, he'll be out there warming up at the moment. I wonder what is going through his mind. He does admit, despite his many medals, despite his lifetime of commitment to sport and competing at the highest levels for a long time, he still gets really nervous. He probably, as much as he enjoys this, would like to trade places with other people. Then for Romania, Gergo Rakotsi, he is driving afterwards. Not easy to follow someone like Martin. Then for Spain, Jurkin Sariduato. For Czechoslovakia, Jaroslav Juran. For France, penultimate athlete in this particular session, the great Frank Grimond-Prez, who was a silver medalist last time, and lots of hope resting on his performance. For the Americans, Jacob Arnold will close this particular session at 4:10 local time. Then on the final stretch, 4:40 local time through to 6 o'clock, Marco Freund, he of the famous family, the Freunds. For Germany, he is on the team. For Poland, also on the team, Marek Bariloko. And then the last of the Brits to drive, John William Ripley, Miroslav Matuska for Slovakia, followed by Sven Stuk for Belgium, Camilla Alberg for Sweden, Werner Ulrich, another big name in terms of pair driving for Switzerland, followed by Thomas Blumschen for Austria, and rounding off the day, Tor van der Berg for Australia. So that's what we've got coming up. An absolutely bumper afternoon of dressage from Pan, or Le Pan as it's all fondly known, in Normandy. This wonderful royal stud, as was built by the Louis 14 and 15 to produce their war horses. And so far, talking of producing performance animals, this does look to be a super test from Eline. So far she's had some great results, part of a really strong Dutch squad, and you can see how the stands have really filled up there since this morning. Everybody knows that we've got the big guns coming out now. Hungary already in tip-top position with Christoph Oz to tag. He remains in first. Will he hold on to that? Martin's still to come. Anna Sandman, always so good in dressage, whether she's driving 2 or 4 horses, in second at the moment. Just nothing between those two. And in third for France, host nation, Francois Dutouly. So we might have a bit of a shift around. Great drive from the last lady who went before our extended lunch break. That's Emily von Buchholz for Argentina, although does have quite a strong German association with what she does. And she's put herself into 6th place, driving as an individual for Argentina, probably as a nation more strongly associated with polo. But she was one that divided the judges. So this is Amelie von Buchholz for Argentina. At C, Bert Jambon had her on 139, which was 19th. At R, Anne-Marie Turby, a bit more of a fan, 144, 8th for her. S, Barry Capstick, 145.5, which was a 4th placing. Also 4th placing for Miguel at V, 148.5. So although 3 marks difference with the totals after those 22 marks per test, but both Barry and Miguel had her in 4th place, and 8th, matching Anne-Marie Andrew Council. So those 4 judges on the sides really liked Amelie's test in the context of what we've seen. Bert Jambon at C, less keen, but it's averaged out and put her into 6th place. So that's great. And some extremely good quality trotting down the end. They were beautifully in sequence, and that is very good. Holt noses right over the markers. So Eline Mentink puts in a great dressage test. Some very small plaits in those manes as well. If you've got a glimpse of them, look to be an awful lot on those long warm blood necks. Oh, beautiful. Gliding out. Oh, they were for a moment till everyone started clapping, but a test that rightly so deserved a test. Sounds like from she's quite new to all this, probably why she hasn't made the Dutch squad despite some absolutely brilliant results. One for the team, one would imagine, but she's had a really great season. Look forward to getting the breakdown of her marks. You'll notice that she's been the first one to draw those lines in the sand at each of the breaks. The chap comes
143 for judge at C, 143.5 at R, 140.5 at S, 153 at V, and 153 also for judge at P. And that's a total of 52.98, 6th place for Eline Mentink currently.
So having just announced that Amelie was in 6th place, she's being quickly knocked down to 7th. Just remember these are unconfirmed at the moment, but that sounded like 52.98 for Eline, which was duly rewarded. It looked to be a beautiful test, some really good quality paces, and smooth horses, not just about the paces. You must remember to keep the eyes above belly level as well, and that top line, supplements through the back, making sure it's all coming from the hindquarters, position of the head, all sorts. Plenty to look out for the judges. So she's driving stallions and geldings, and looked like there was only a 10-point difference between the judges. V and P, I think, were pretty much in alignment, so 52.98 is enough to put Hélène early on in this very strong afternoon of dressage coming up. Now we are on to, this is it, all the teams. Next for Italy, and extremely experienced Joseph Debac. A long list of results for this gentleman, many firsts among them. He's been a member of the Italian team for a long time now, first listing here in 2007. They've medalled only once in that time, and that was in Hungary in 2015 when he was on the team with Francisco and Claudio, who are both still really involved in the sport.
Debac is next to go. Experienced driver, 9 World Championships in pairs, and he was bronze medalist individually and silver team medalist in Hungary in 2015 for Italy. 6 at Peternica this year. 6 times consecutively Italian champion from 2008 to 2013. Born in Hungary, and he subsequently gained Italian citizenship and is now based in Varese. He's driving Carel and Lancelot. Lancelot's a new horse for him this year.
There we go, quite an introduction from my colleague at the side of the arena. Has he got Claudio on? Claudia
And he's driving with Claudia
There we
Locatelli.
go. That's who's on the back there.
Will be groomed for all three tests.
Claudia Locatelli will be on for all sections, and looks like Carel and Lancelot, quite young, and has this strong association with the great Francesco Aletti Montano. And they're also associated with Boyd and Joseph, extremely successful, as you heard, many times crowned national horse pair champion in Italy, and would certainly expect to find himself up there in the mix. And looking at these early movements, it very much looks like he's going to put his stamp in that top 10. Let's see how we go. Enjoy this test. All looking extremely poised, contained, horses supple and fit, ears forward, balanced, heads in the same position. That lovely moment in the air during the trot. Extended trot, reins into one hand, you just set yourself up on the corner, good chance to collect the horses up even more, so that when you've got that little bit more action to go forward, a bit more power coming from behind, so you've got that defined transition as you embark across the diagonal. And it's slight fidgets, they were standing beautifully. Just having a good look at the crowd. There's lots of movements, people walking around, unsurprisingly. Not that many spare seats, bearing in mind the names we've got coming up, but we are into some serious medal contenders now. That said, Christoph Oz to attack. Will he hold on? 48.46. Rein back. Joseph Divek driving here for Italy, as he has done for many years. Long-term member of the team. High point in his career in terms of international accolades. Bronze medalist individually, silver medalist with the team back in 2015. Keep that walk, keep that walk. Yeah, they want to go. You see they're not quite tracking up there, the walk's a little bit short in length. Yeah. Bit of tension in there. This won't mark so highly as his trot movements. There's music, there's people, the crowd has definitely got a lot more buzzy since this morning with everybody coming out. It's a lovely afternoon. People might be leaving work early to make the most of the weekend's entertainment in Le Pen. So much busier than it was for those who were driving earlier in the day or even yesterday. And that can all just increase the electricity in the end. This beautiful venue. Great privilege to be sharing this venue for the driven sport. We've just had the eventers there. Last year it was the setting for the World Championship for the singles, and that was real nail-biting stuff. I think that's one of our cameras on the top there, on that sort of yellow ladder up there. A bit of a blind spot as he comes behind the judge's hut, and then that's the point at which we move up to the aerial vision. So some lovely cameraman who's got a head for heights up there. We are grateful to all the technical team behind the scenes for sharing the action with us all. Broadcast live globally from FEI TV. Oh, that's the transition. So that's first 5 meters and then the loop. It's this wave across, showing the sort of subtle change in bend, a little bit of straightness across the middle, RXV. Much more settled in their trots than they are in walk, these powerful horses. Working trot deviation coming towards the end of the test, then there will be a transition to a collection. So this is quite a nice top end going around the arena, fairly straightforward. Just setting yourself up for the last 2 movements, and let's just watch, see it as if we can. That's it, clear transition to that collection. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. That's a great set of footfalls. Just shows how well the horses were balanced to use the corner to get them squared up and ready for that lovely transition to collection. In they stay, pacing, 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 and this should be good. Keep those heads level, not too much behind the vertical. On, on, on. Right, for the Italians, are they going to medal again?
L'équipe d'Italie, the Italian team, Joseph Dibac. Il menait Karel et Lancelot.
Yeah, lots of support there. Probably still a few Hungarian friends in there as well cheering him on.
Avec Claudia Locatelli qui est son groom.
Let's see how that scores.
Allez, tes résultats. Here are his results. 139 at C, 138.5 at R, 134 at S, 140 at V, 136.5 at P. A score of 59.55 penalties. That's 24th place for Joseph Dibac.
Gosh, even in the 50s just goes to show how many great marks we've had today. So that will put him 59.55.
Score of 122.9.
A good mark, provisional. We will receive confirmation of that. So that puts him in between Anna Durand and Amanda Krugstad. Some good marks, probably let down a bit by the quality of his walk, just never established walks. There was a bit of jogging there, but otherwise some lovely trot work, as one would expect with these horses. So Joseph Dibac for Hungary, on the team for Hungary. So that's
Stan Van Eyck et le
Christophe
prochain
Oz
France de
to
départ
attack
pour
way
les
out in
Pays-Bas
front
et
in
pour l'équipe
comparison
des
to where they
Pays-Bas.
are
Il a débuté
alongside
la plage en
Anna.
2000 et a commencé la compétition en
Joseph on the
2022.
team for
Next to
Italy
go
as
for the
well.
Netherlands, Stan Van Eyck.
More Hungarian flags going down, but
De
we've
Niro
still
and
got
Don Briano, a Dutch warm-blood 15-year-old gelding, and a
Martin Holler to come.
Danish
One more to
warm-blood,
go,
age
then Martin
10.
for the Hungarians, and that
He
will be
began
really
driving
interesting in
in
terms
the
of the
year
team
2000,
competition,
started
see where that
competing
goes.
in
But
2002.
Stan
It's his
Van
fourth
Eyck,
World Championship in pairs. They were in bronze in the teams in Kronenberg in 2021. Individual bronze and team silver
he's
in
also
Dressage,
an
Germany,
entrepreneur,
and 8th
which was
individually
very
in
useful,
the
had
class.
some good results,
This year, a
second
5th
at
place in Exfleur,
Bornham,
11th at
Belgium
Kronenberg,
earlier
2nd
in the
at Bornham,
year.
and 7th at Bulle.
His horses,
For,
Hanoverian,
Van
Danish
Eyck, who's
and
driving,
Dutch,
with his groom Claudia
all
Van Eyck.
geldings, using De Niro and Don Briano for the dressage, and then for marathon and cones using Bentley and De Niro. So it's De Niro is the mainstay all the way through. Another Claudia on the back. for the Dutch team. Very much in the mix. Their top placed driver remains Eric Evers in 5th. Eileen, has put herself into 6th place with that lovely drive. 2 of the judges had her in 12th. That was Bert and Anne-Marie at C and R. This is in terms of what they saw and have seen. Barry Capstick at S had her in 9th place, and Miguel at B had, this is Aline who's just been 3rd, and Andrew Castle had her in 2nd. He really rated that. Still for 3 out of the 5, it's Anna Sandman who remains their top place one. But more consistency in terms of the marks for Christoph, and that's what's keeping him just in front. Now the driver who's been on the circuit for some time, he started driving when he was 11 with a pair of Shetland ponies, switched to driving a horsepower when he was 17. His father, he is father of a son, Cohen, and partner Claudia who helps out, and he's been a Dutch champion in the past. A member of the Dutch team for the horse pairs. Lippica 2017, when they were placed 10th, that's quite off the mark in terms of their normal performance. In Drebkow, he was a bronze medalist himself as an individual, but a member of the Dutch silver team. Good event for them. 6th individually in Kronenberg, and the Dutch team bronze medal. So we'd be hoping to recreate that success. In Drebkow, he was 15th after the dressage, 3rd after the marathon, and 11th in the cones. So it goes to show he was also 2nd in the marathon in Lippica. So going to be one to watch on Saturday's marathon. De Niro is 15. So I dare say he's been used for some of these competitions over the years, and Don Briano is 10. Confirmation now of Joseph Debec's breakdown at C 139, which is 20th position. It changes all the time in terms of how many drivers we've got at R 138.5. Anne-Marie, that was 22nd, so only 0.5 between those two judges. 135.5 for 24th from Barry Capstick. At V, Miguel 140, which was 15th. He's the one that rated that test the most. And at P, Andrew Council 136.5, 26 for him, but that was enough to average out actually exactly where Anne-Marie had him, and 22nd place overall, 59.33 for Joseph Debec, driving for Italy. Now everyone just gathering to watch Martin's test. Look, standing room only, if that. Off that splash of orange, that'll be the Dutch. In just a moment, we will have the great Martin Holler in, but in between, we've got some pretty smart moves from Stan, who has enjoyed success in these championships before now, so it would be lovely for him to repeat it. But the quality, the calibre of these 91 athletes we've got forward, nothing is guaranteed. We've seen some changes at the top already, may well do in the next 10 minutes. And the extension down that centre line, lengthen, lengthen, keep it straight, keep it balanced. Just a little bit overbent from that near side horse, but otherwise all very smooth. Yes, it's just a little bit slightly off mark there, but that really is splitting hairs. That was Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands. Now, a man that one could spend all day talking about. He really is our superstar in terms of horsepower driving, and is also one of the nicest people on the circuit. He's like a very gentle professor in the flesh, doesn't show his incredible steeliness, but he gives credit for his incredible success over the last few years for his relationship and ongoing training at the Riant Equestrian Centre in the Gelderland region of Holland. Did that sound like a fifth? We'll get confirmation of that, but that looked like a smile coming out. But yeah, here they are, the green jackets. He spends a great deal of time back to Martin now. Mika managing things. Claudio's who he spends most of his time. For the winter months, Martin and the horses are at home in Hungary. Tends not to do too much driving during that time. They all need to just unwind a little bit. Then in February, the logistical operation of moving the horses, the 7 or 8 carriages they use, all the kit is 1,400 kilometres by road. And Riant in the Netherlands near Apeldoorn becomes the base for Martin and his crew for 8 to 9 months of the year. The first steps, that's what Claudio enjoys. They involve hacks in the forest tracks, ideal, aqua training, double lunging, plenty of vet checks. The majority of the training is focused on the dressage. We try not to do too many practices of the dressage test as a whole. It will be done on a sand-based surface. Time-wise, everything revolves around the World Championship. So if it is a World Championship year, it will change the shape of Martin's year, and the team, he pays a huge amount of tribute to his father financing it all, the people around him and the equipment. He doesn't always get it right. He's the first to admit that sometimes it doesn't go right, but everything in Martin's year will have built to this moment. And look at the crowds. We have one of our superstars, our very own Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton or whatever you want to say, but he's ours in driving. And just, well, probably even more famous than Martin, we've got the wonderful Epi, that if ever there was a superstar horse, it is this one. And just enjoy this lovely grey as he comes in for the dressage. Epi and Juventus, and for Marathon and Cones, the same combination, but Juventus and King's Gambit. Here he comes. Enjoy this wherever you are watching. Martin Holler, the reigning world champion. Look at Epi coming in. He owns this arena. floating. Look at those crowds, everyone here to watch Martin Holler and his beautiful horses. This is his strongest of the three phases. He's very good, of course, across them all, but this is where he sets himself apart and sets himself up for victory. These are big horses, but just look how light they are on their feet. Poetic, just beautiful. I bet that looks good from the side. You can just see how straight they are. Back in time for the transition change at K. So smooth. And 8 seconds. Smooth off together, keeping them concentrating. There's a lot of people watching, there's a lot of breath being held round the side of this arena. What marks are those judges giving? How we would love to know. Back now at 3 meters. Those legs moving diagonal and a clear halt at the end before a gentle trot off. Ranked number 1, of course, coming into this event. Winner at Beekbergen, Bull and Kronenberg this year, all part of his preparation. No tension at all. Very, very smooth, easy. He makes it look easy. It's like watching Roger Federer play tennis. There's a easy elegance to it all. But this is anything but easy. This is the result of thousands of hours of training and planning, working behind the scenes. A great big team of people, of kit, of commitment leads to this point. Strength and suppleness all together. You just feel they could bend so easily in either direction, but yet you can see that strength they have down across the top line over the quarters. Never any doubt that they are going to produce their very best at this moment. You could hear a pin drop in the pan. What generous horses they are. They're just giving everything for this moment. Collection round this last bend and sit back and enjoy this last movement because it will be very, very good. Do you know, they wouldn't even break ice if they were on it. Incredible. What a privilege to watch that. That, for everybody watching at home, is how to produce a dressage test. That is the gold standard. Amazing. From Martin Holler. Come on, everyone. You have just seen as good as it gets.
Beautiful test with the grey and the black horse. Wonderfully driven.
Many goosebumps
scores,
for us watching.
Really high scores. He's a sub 40 after that test.
Am I hearing sub 40? One would think so.
Just waiting for the last mark.
Come on, get those marks to us because this will be brilliant.
He's on 168 for a judge at C, 167.5 at R, 170 at S, 170.5 at V, 167 at P, and that's 36.92, and of course that's the new lead, so Hungary
36.92. Oh my goodness.
In the teams.
I hope you watch and watch and watch that test again. That was absolute perfection. Brilliant.
Point de pénalité avec 168 points en C, 167.5 en R.
In a class of his own, Martin Holler and those two incredible horses. Effie, who has driven so many tests but never ever looked anything other than like he completely owned the arena. The presence that horse has, if you ever have the chance to meet him in the flesh, of course he's great, so he's stunning before he's even started, but what they do as a team, the preparation that's gone into it, incredible. We have our leader. I doubt very, very much that will be beaten despite the big names we have coming up. Extraordinary. That was history in the making. Congratulations to Martin and to all the team, and the Hungarians must be delighted. So, although Christoph will have undoubtedly slipped a slot now after that, I mean, that's 12 points ahead of everybody else. That's remarkable. Unconfirmed at the moment, 168, 167.5, 170, 170.5, 167. Incredible. Just in a league of his own. Brilliant, brilliant performance from Martin Holler and his beautiful Epi and Juventus. Juventus, he will be driving all the way through. Epi gets to have a bit of a rest tomorrow.
Age 13
and then he'll be back on form in the cones.
He began driving in 2000.
Was absolutely spine-tingling.
Participations in World Championships. Best placing in 2015 in Hungary. This year, his results in pairs 4th and 13th at Spiller's, 1st and 4th in Budok. He also drives for
Stan van Eyck went before that, and he put in a tremendous test that was 52.76. And this was before we just saw Martin driving, but see, going back to what Stan did, so he's on for the Dutch team. We have to just recollect ourselves. So that was 148 from Bert Jambon, 146.5 from Anne-Marie, that was 6th place for her, fifth, 144.5 from Barrett S. V. Miguel, 146, and 149.5 at P from Andrew. So that was 52.76. That's an average percentage, well, the percentage overall 167.02. But as soon as we get confirmation of Martin's results, that will come up very soon. They're just being ratified, unofficially announced at the time, but there is no doubt that he put himself way in front with that test. But we must not lose concentration as we move on. Quite something to have to follow that, but follow we must. And we go to Romania with Gogo Radotsky, and he's driving his Lipizzaners. He was inspired to drive by another great Hungarian, Georgi Bardos. Taught himself to drive. He has been 6 times the Romanian champion, and he's got Conversano, so Conversano, Neapolitano and Tulipan. 2 stallions we have in front of us now, Neapolitano and Tulipan, and do please go and do some research and entertaining reading into the history of this wonderful breed and all the different prefixes. We've got the big 6, and then Tulipan is one of the slightly next in line, but the 2 stallions here for Romania. All the remaining drivers now driving for their national teams, but I think the word is that out there around the arena there's an incredible buzz after Martin's test. It was a real demonstration of what's wanted in terms of forward movement, but simply the suppleness, the smoothness. It was, there was like pouring melted chocolate, but they still had that strength, these horses, and they worked so beautifully as a pair, although your eye does tend to go to the grey epi. Discussion, and this is notes coming from the British chef, discussion as to what the judges are looking for to get the really good marks. One of the most difficult movements in terms of the marking seems to be this stretch, so maybe some more clarification as to what is required afterwards. So interesting to get that feedback from what's being chatted about among the athletes and their teams. But I think we've just seen a masterclass in how to get good marks so beautifully for Martin Holler's test. I commend you to watch that again and again because it was absolutely stunning. No doubt that will be a YouTube sensation before too long as well. But now Gergo Radotsky, who has been a long-term member of the Romanian team. They've done pretty well over the years. They've always been there or thereabouts. He has also driven a team this year, so another one of our best. Right, here we go. That's just come through. 76.93%. Wow. That's a bit like I feel like watching Vallegro. It's a bit like, he is a bit of a grey Vallegro, that epi. He's just stunning. C, all of them had him in first place, but Bert Jambon, let's start at the top, 168. At R, Anne-Marie, in alignment, 167.5. S, Barry Capstick, 170. At V, Miguel, 170.5. And at P, Andrew Council, 167.0. So the tightest, only 3 between all those judges. Absolutely unanimous in their marking of that exemplary dressage test by the reigning world champion Martin Holler, who has, that's how he's going to go. There's still marathon and cones, but he is looking to get his 4th individual medal. He won it first in Lipica in Slovenia. There were 81 drivers there from 23 nations. He was ahead of Sebastian Warnick from Germany and beat Schenk, who we saw earlier on today in Switzerland. Then again Martin in Drebkau, Germany, 82 drivers from 24 nations, and he was ahead of Sandro Kolik from Germany, another German driver we've seen, and Stan van Eyck, who was just before Martin. That was the lineup individually for Drebkau, and 2021 Kronenberg, 97, plenty forward, then Martin once again in front. Not too far behind was Frank Bruin-Prez. We'll see him before too long for France, and Anna Sandbrun. Anna now in third position, but true to form, Martin has absolutely stormed in front. 36.92. That's his mark, 36.92. 48.46 is next, his teammate, and that firmly will put Hungary in front. Don't forget that of the three in the teams, you can have a team of two, but it means you have to use all the scores. So like the Australians, they've got two members, but they will be using all their scores, so they need to complete each section. At least when you have the three, you've got that bogey score that you can drop if necessary. But gosh, that's quite something to follow on from Martin Holler's test. Lipizzaner Stallions, and we've got to go for Romania, finishing off his test. Well done. Wow, what an afternoon.
Rakosi for Romania has just finished there for the Romanian team with Neil Piditano and the Tulipan, two Lipizzaner horses that he's been driving for a number of years. And a score of 139.5 at C, 138.5 at R, 136.5 at S, 129 at V, 138 at P, and that's a score of 60.5, 28th place for Giorgio Rakosi. And for Romania, that brings their score off with the two best competitors, as we take into account just the two best tests, is 129.32, which puts them into 11th place at the moment. Voilà, donc pour la Roumanie, Giorgio Rakosi qui totalise 60.5, c'est son score point de pénalité, avec 139.5 en C, 138.5 en R, 136.5 en S, 129 en V, 138 en P, et une 28e place. Et pour la Roumanie, pour l'équipe de Roumanie, en prenant les deux meilleurs scores, ça leur fait un total de 129.32 et la 11e place pour l'instant dans les nations. Spain is next to go. Spain with Joaquin Saori-Duato. He's driving with Jorge Saori-Cañas. Sorry, with Jorge Bonan for Dressage. And he's driving Erasmus and Kensington.
So you've heard we have the final of the Spanish team members coming forward. Joaquin Saori-Duato started driving when he was 25 through a friend who was competing. He was a groom with Ricardo Ferreali, several times with Spanish champion.
It's his third World Championship participation. They took part in 2021 and 2017. He was 31st in 2021 in Kronenberg.
There we go. So his third World Championship. You didn't hear that. He was 12th this year in Samoa, 15th at Bergen, and 29th earlier in the season at this venue in Le Pen. His son started showing interest in horses, so he decided to buy carriages and horses for himself. Started competing around about 2000.
Il mène avec Jorge Bonan pour le dressage.
One with
et c'est un concurrent
Stallions.
qui participe pour la troisième fois un championnat du monde. Il était à Kronenberg en 2021 où il terminait 31e, 12e à Saumur cette année. Et il était présent également au Haras du Pin au mois de juillet dans CAI où il se trouvait une 29e place.
But actually, in terms of how the letters are arranged on the page, they do look quite similar. HWRA, Erasmus, and the other one is Hermanus. So they're all stallions. And there is quite a tradition particularly with the Andalusians, and although they are known as Prey now, PRA, and the Lusitanos, that they do keep a lot of their horses, the males, in time and work them as stallions. And again, I tell you to go off to the Kladruby stud in Czech and around the Lipizzaner studs, but do also, if you ever get to go to places like Seville and Lisbon, where they have all their big breed shows there too, the halls they can fill in Seville with all these wonderful Andalusian stallions as well. They are really quite something. So if you are a horse fan, do go to either the farriers in that part of Europe, or do go and see some of their breed shows, because they are incredible in how they work all the stallions and the discipline that they have around them. It's the training methods absolutely fantastic. Such an education. So we've got 3 more after this in this particular session. Jaroslav Juran coming in for Czech, Franz Gribon-Perez, and I think we will have again a full set of stands and seats around the place. That's it. It hasn't really thinned a bit after Martin's test. I think everybody on the premises gathered to watch that quite epic dressage test. One of the very best ever, not just in this competition, but ever. It was just simply extraordinary. And although one shouldn't really compare tests over the years, because they do change and how their mark changes, but that, if you think Martin's just got 36.92, it's 38.99, and as in Kronenberg, he was the only one to go sub 40. The nearest person was Sandra Karlik in the last World Championship, who was on 43.58. At the moment, nearest to him is his teammate Christoph at 48.46, so nearly 12 points between the margins. Quite narrow at Kronenberg, and then Frank, who we would expect to post a really good score. He was in 3rd place after the dressage. Frank Gribon-Perez for France, who ended up in silver position overall. He was 3rd after the dressage. 4th was Anna Sandman. Anna currently sitting in 3rd place, but after that test from Martin Ware, probably the only test all the way through, just about, the judges were completely united in who was their first placing combination. To confirm, Gogo, who has just gone for Romania with his pair in 28, 60.65, so that's a percentage of 62.09, 139.5 at C, which was 21st place. Oh, it does get interesting. 138.5 from Anne-Marie, so that's 24, so those marks pretty much in alignment. 136.5, so that's another 24th from Barry. Our Spanish judge felt rather differently about it. For him it was 129, so although the mark wasn't massively different, the placing was 41st for him. Andrew Council on the nose in terms of positioning, 137 for him, 28th place for him, so indeed at the moment that is 28th placing for Gergo. Don't forget, we're getting into the thousands as to how many decisions these judges have made, how many marks they've awarded. Let's see what our running total is. 22 marks per test. We've had a day and a half. We're on to number 79, so let's just multiply it by 80. Say each judge so far has made nearly 1,760 by the end of it. Over 2,000 marks they will have awarded, nearly 1,000 a day. Incredible. Multiply that by 5, that's an awful lot of numbers to be crunched. 10,000 different scores to be processed over 2 days of dressage. Just quite put it into perspective as to what is involved, and thank you very much to all the technical teams, not just bringing you the media coverage, but sorting out all the scoring, and the speed with which we're getting those ratified scores to you here is really impressive. Philippe Linart, who is managing all that, and there is actually a WhatsApp group for the scores that lots of people are on at the moment. That's pretty much up to date, and then you've got HoofNet, but there are other outlets that are keeping everybody up to date. But at the moment, looking at it all from Le Pin au Haras in Normandy, we have 2 Hungarian flags at the top there. Martin Holler, as we expected, and it's highly unlikely he will be budged from that position, despite who we have coming next. And in next, Christoph Oztertag for the Hungarian team. Really great for them. Anna Sandman currently sitting in 3rd for France. Francois Dutilleux in 4th, and Lars Schwett as an individual for Germany in 5th. In 6th, Stan van Eyck driving for the Netherlands. Those are our top 6. But also, in terms of the Dutch team, Eric Evers in 7th. Eline, who opened up this afternoon for this particular session, Eline Mentink, won for the team. One would imagine the future 52.89 was her score, so she's currently in 8th. So we have got some great dressage scores on the board.
Joaquin Sauri-Duato for Spain, and for the Spanish team with Erasmus and Kensington.
Those 2, that's the only time this combination will be out over the course of the weekend. Erasmus and Kensington are his dressage combination, and for marathon cones it'll be Hermanis and Kensington. So Kensington is the worker of the crew. He's in for all 3 geldings.
A score of 135 at C, 36.5 at R. Also 136 at S, 142.5 at V, 138.5 at P. That's 59.41 penalties for Joaquin Sauri-Duato for Spain, and 25th place. Allez, 25e place pour le...
Sounded very much like a 25th place at the moment. So where does that put him? Just behind Joseph Dibac, who we saw not too long ago driving for Italy. We will get confirmation of that in due course. 59.41 seem to be the score. Judges, yeah, a little bit in alignment with each other.
The next to go for the Czech Republic is Jaroslav Juran. He's driving Pretoria Elliott and Pretoria Mr. E. An 8-year-old stallion for Pretoria Mr. E. Competitor that has already competed in 2 championships. He was 29th at Drebko in Germany, and 46th in 2012, also in Germany. And several times champion of the Czech Republic in pairs and in teams. He also drives 4 in hand. Donc le concurrent qui va nous rejoindre tout à l'heure avec ses 2 chevaux, Pretoria Elliott et Pretoria Mr. E. Était 8e à Waborowko et remporté Sias en Pologne au mois de juillet. Et sinon a participé déjà par 2 fois au championnat du monde à Drebko en Allemagne où il était 29e, et en 2012 où il était 46e. A été plusieurs fois également champion de la République tchèque. He's driving with Zarka Kominkova.
They're just coming in with two horses who are actually listed as being Welsh cobs, which is great. We've got Pretoria Mr. E, 8-year-old Welsh cob stallion, and Pretoria Elliot. Lord Thomas is the sire of these two. Just having a look to see if I can see a little bit more about the breeding of these Welsh cobs. There's certainly quite a lot of interest too. Are listed on the FEI, but I haven't got a huge amount. Neo Brennan is the sire of his link, so sire of the dam who's Fonchnant Iluned. That's Pretoria Elliot. And Pretoria Mr. E. Would have been nice to have brought you a little bit more information about that breeding, but just on the FEI pedigrees at the moment, not a huge amount more, but just listed as being driving Welsh cobs with Yaroslav Uran. It is the reason for the interest is Welsh cobs really are supremely good driving horses, and it's not a breed one tends to find so much these days at the FEI end of the sports, but certainly in terms of nearly other aspect of driving, the Welsh breeds have been of towering importance, and somebody like Alwyn Holder, who was on the British team for really a long time, sadly passed away not that long ago, a couple of years ago. He drove Welsh cobs, and he was actually one of the early supporters of Boyd Excel when he first came over to the British shores from Bega in New South Wales, and they've got this stamina bone. The Welsh breeding, the programmes they have certain places like Holland and on the continent, obviously the Welsh breed's very much still associated with the nation they come from. The 4 sections A, B, C, D all have very distinct character traits. Probably the biggest similarities between the sections C and D, but the D's, the Welsh cobs, do tend to be much bigger in size, can be around about sort of 15 to, if anything, a little bit bigger, but they do have this stamina, the character, the bone, where super horses usually live good long lives, early maturing, They're pretty intelligent, ready-made from a young age, particularly the mares. Can be quite opinionated, but they are superb driving horses. They do go on and on. They look like they're being a little bit strong today. There's a bit of resistance on that offside horse. You can just see the slightly higher head carriage. Interestingly, if you ever watch any of the show classes purely for Welsh cobs, they do sort of power along, sort of racing at great speeds. A little bit different from what we're seeing in the dressage arena. But for the purposes of this, they will be judged alongside. Well, now Martin Holler's been in the ring. Not easy for anybody to follow that. And Jaroslav finishes there for Czech.
Jaroslav Juran with Pretoria. Mirage and Pretoria, Mr. E.
So Pretoria Mr. E is 8 years old. In terms of some of the warm bloods, we do consider that to be quite young to be competing, but with the Welshies, they grow up pretty quick. And if you think about the terrain, if you're going to have a Welsh cob from Wales, it's generally quite hilly. If you think about the Brecon Beacons and some of the terrain around there, it does them no end of good to mature over those mountainous terrains. Several times we've had Jaroslav as a champion
Welsh cob
of the Czech Republic pairs and teams.
Pretoria Elliot and Pretoria Mr. E. Pretoria Elliot qui est âgé de 12 ans et Pretoria Mr. E âgé de 8 ans. So for Jaroslav Juran, a score of 109.5 at C, 107.5 at R, 109 at S, 101.5 at V and 108 at P. That's a score of 81.82 for the Czech Republic.
As much as we'll love a Welsh cob to drive, not really what the judges are.
Avec 109.5 en C, 107.5 en R, 109
yeah, so
en
that's
S, 101.5 en V et 108 en
in terms
P.
of what we're looking for
Et
in
donc,
dressage.
Pour l'équipe de la
There we go,
République tchèque, ça nous fait
81.82.
donc
Just
un
you
score
could
à
see
la
that
14e place
offside
avec
horse,
2
just quite a lot of tension. They look strong, spent the whole test, as we would say, above the bit, so it was really quite obvious that he was pulling a bit through that. So 81.82 does put him into the bottom of the table, should we say, at the moment.
Et c'est la France qui va entrer en piste maintenant. Et il s'agit du champion
Getting
de
some
France
feedback
en titre.
from the
Franck
word out
Léontré
there to see
et,
if Frank
du vainqueur
will
ici
get anywhere near Martin in
au
terms
mois de
of
juillet,
his
vainqueur du CAI du Haras du Pin
dressage score, but my goodness, that's going to be
2023.
some
Il est
test to beat if
vice-champion du
anyone
monde
can
en
do it. So
2021
Frank
à
Grillon-Prez will
Kreuzberg.
be
Et
in
fait partie de l'équipe à telle compétition,
next.
les voitures du Tour 8 françaises.
So
Franck Léontré qui mène
the weight of expectation for the
dressage,
French is
DSP
on this
d'Avinci
next
et
competitor. Frank
James
Grillon-Prez,
Bond,
he was
deux
not that
étalons.
far
Et il le
behind
mène avec
Martin
Séverine Lecoutre,
at
qui
the
est
last
un
World
noob
Championship
de
2 years ago.
dressage.
Martin finished on a total of
Next to go for France
160.23
is
and Frank was on
Léontré, the French
163.03, so he
reigning
pushed him
champion. He
quite
won the
hard
title
along
of
the
French
way.
champion here
Will
in Haras du
his
Pin
dressage
in July,
compare
where
with
he
it? That's
also
the
won
talk
the
on the
Sierra.
street in Le Pin.
He
Also
was
lots to talk
individual
about
silver medalist in
the
the World
Swiss, the
Championship
strength
in
of their
Kronenberg
team.
in
They're very
2021,
fast on the
and
marathon.
is part of the Attel competition team. Attel,
Interesting
the carriages.
to get that sort of
French-made
feedback from what's
carriages,
being said among
where he
the
works with,
squads and
François
share
Petit.
that with you.
He's driving DSP Da Vinci and James Bond.
Coming in with intent. Of course he is. Frank Grillon-Prez, this fantastic pair driver, currently ranked number 6 in the world, but already making quite an entrance here in Le Pin. He won at the event in July, 4th in Kronenberg, and some more is trained along the way by some great names, Felix Marie Brasseur and Michael Freund. He started driving 20 years ago. For the Dressage, DSP Da Vinci and James Bond. They are both stallions. Both the Dutch warm bloods once again. He's been French champion this year, of course. From Conti. And the dressage with him is Perrine Lecoute. 53-year-old Frank Grimond-Prez for France. Is he going to challenge Martin? There's a precision about the paces of these horses. That becomes 3 metres. You can see the quite definite but relaxed backward step of the horses. No hesitation, no shuffling. Lots of time in the air during the trot. There's a lovely elevation and suspension. That was a very accurate and clear transition. And yes, look at that. Just that angle we saw. They were totally in sync with each other. Stretching up beautifully down the necks. The noses have just gone in front of the vertical and lengthening across the spine. Super walk there. Don't pick up too soon. Keep them, because that's a good one. And then forward into the trot. That was one of the best we've seen across there. All that free walk, the freedom we saw, their regularity, stretching, overstepping, kept their energy, ground cover, and the lengthening of the frame. Now into the second half of the test. PAV, collected trot half circle, and those 5 metre allowances on the boards. This is an extension. Really sitting up. These horses, lovely elasticity to their paces. Had we not had the enormous privilege of seeing Martin Holler just a moment ago, this would be simply outstanding. But we've been very, very spoilt by the Hungarians' test today. But an awful lot to like about this too. These horses look to be very, very happy in their job. And each time something different is asked of them, they respond beautifully. And these frame stretches especially good from Frank. And these rangy horses. Clear transition to the collection, and you can see in these horses just about better than any others how much they came up. It was almost like the withers came up, the whole frame came up in that collection. Beautiful. Wow, wow, wow. That's good. This is going to be very, very good. Deviation, working trot now. Again, like Martin's horses, this strength with suppleness combined. Really sitting back on their hocks, uphill all the way. That's just what you want. Collection for this deviation. So smooth. This is another dream test to watch. Nearly there. Collect, collect, keep it up, which she is, and then this is going to be another movement to behold as they extend down the centre line. Very precise. And yes, you can see the relief from Frank. Job well done. Really could not have done any more today with these beautiful horses than that. That was superb. Martin's test had so much flair and quality about it that it really had that X factor. Absolutely made you sit up. That was beautiful. There was a precision to that test from Frank, and certainly a huge amount of quality. Again, two big horses that look really light on their feet. Can't wait to see where that is going to score. It will be impressive, definitely.
Il obtient 161 pour le juge en C, 167,5 en R, 160,5 en S, 158 en V, 165 en P. Deuxième place à 41, 45 pour
That sounds like a
Franck
second place.
It's the second place, the French driver there, Franck Montré, with Da Vinci and James Bond on a score of 161. Judge C, 167.5 at R, 160.5 at S, 158 at V, and 165 at P. Second place, 41.45 penalties. And France moves into second place.
Right, great in terms of the French team. It was a beautiful test. There was nothing you could fault. However, if you had a split screen and you watched that next to Martin's test, it was just a magic to that other test from Martin. And that's why he's on 36.92. But a really emphatic performance in terms of his bid for another medal. Gold would be lovely for Franck Pred, so that's 41.45, pretty much halfway between himself and Christopher Martin, so he's just split those Hungarians at the top of the leaderboard, so that will be a French flag any minute now appearing in second place. So Martin Holler retains his lead, and that was pretty decisive from him, and the judges absolutely in sync on that. Beautiful, beautiful test from Frank and his horses. Absolutely spot on. Faultless. Martin's had that X factor. Almost something that you can't. It was quite ephemeral, that test. Frank's one was precise, well planned. The horses absolutely at the top of their game. That will keep the home crowd very pleased. Next in for the USA, Jacob Arnold, as soon as we have confirmation of Frank's score. So that pushes Anna down into fourth. Will that be it in terms of, well, you don't know. We've still got some good tests to come. Let's see where Marco Freund goes. He opens up. And Werner Ulrich.
Jake Bard is driving with Sonia Williams.
Tor van der Berg, dressage specialist himself. Yeah, it ain't over, as they say, until it's over. So we'll look forward to just confirming Frank's position. But in the meantime, for the USA, he's on the team. This is Jacob Arnold, who is rounding off this particular session. Now, he's had a great season from Snow Camp in North Carolina. Also spent some time in Kentucky at the heart of horse country. His parents competed in carriage driving. He competed for the first time at the age of 8. Has he given us his age? No, he hasn't. So we can't confirm exactly. Ah, birth date, 1993. So still in the prime of life. Who is he driving for dressage out of his three? Kenji 5 and Kenzo, but it's Kenji is his stalwart all the way through. Fabian will come into play for the marathon and cones. So we just have Kenzo for this dressage. All warm bloods. Kenzo and Kenji are 8. Fabian, a few more years on him at 13. But some good wins this year. First in Akala and Babaroko. Has been successful in the past, competing for a long time. Has been a member of the American team for the last 10 years or so. And received back in 2011 the United States Equestrian Federation Junior Equestrian of the Year. Has competed in the single world championships, won the marathon back in 2014, went double clear in the cones. So really seasoned competitor. Despite that, just having a look across to check where his stopping point is. Another 2 smart warm bloods here, beautifully marked. They've got their matching front white stockings. That's quite good actually. Each with a black and white leg in front. Very well matched. Feedback from the side of the ring, the arena at the Pan, is that that really was a superb test from Frank. So well done to him. Did everything right. Just waiting for final confirmation of his breakdown of his scores at the moment. He is in between those Hungarians. They will just now be sitting in first place for the team. Frank will have kept French hopes alive, all unofficial, but with his Marc and Francois Dutillé from earlier in the day, who's been sitting in fourth for much of the afternoon. He'll go down into fifth place, so that should put France into silver medal position at the moment, and Netherlands at the moment just sitting in third. But don't forget, we've still got really strong showing to come from the Germans. So this is the last of the American drivers to come. Marco Freund will open up at 4:40 local time. We're just going to have a short break after this. Marek Bariloko for Poland, John Ripley for the United Kingdom for Team GB, Miroslav Matsuka for Slovakia, Belgium, and that's Sven Stuk to come. Camilla Albo for the Swedes, Werner Ulrich. Don't discount the Swiss. They could well be finishing the day up there as well, with Werner Ulrich to come. And the Austrians, Thomas Blumschein. It's going to be tight at the top. And Tor van der Berg for Australia. It's a cracking final session, but this has been quite extraordinary. Martin Holler posted one of the best tests of his career, in a career that is awash with fantastic dressage tests, but that was extraordinary. It'd be lovely to see if we can get a few words from him at some point afterwards. Judges absolutely unanimous. We had a 170 from Barry Capstick and a 170.5 from Miguel. So Frank's scores have come up, confirmation that he is in second place. So interestingly, Anne-Marie had him in joint first place with Martin Holler. So for Anne-Marie at R, that was equally good. Frank Ramon-Prez, obviously French judge judging the French, but they are professional enough not to be too swayed by national preferences. So Bert Gemborn had him in second place with 161. Anne-Marie tied in first place with Martin on 167.5. In second place, 160.5 from Barry. In third place for Miguel. Miguel preferred Christoph's test. That was 158 from him. And in second place for Andrew Council, 165 ahead of the 167 he gave Martin. So not that much in it, but it was those strong marks from Barry Capstick and Miguel that really pushed Martin so far in front. So Martin on 123 is when it's all averaged out and various percentages, but we end up with the penalty score for him on 36.92 as opposed to Frank Laurent-Prez 41.45. Christophe now in third, 48.46. So although it's not official, those are the published results at the moment. Anna now in fourth. But good test for the Americans by Jacob Arnold as he comes down the line. Yeah, good extension. That was a good example there. Just dropped the quarters a bit to power forward and talking powering. That's it. Test is over now.
That was Jacob Arnold for the United States, driving Kenji and Kenzo, two 8-year-old Dutch warm blood horses. We now have a break. Dressage resumes at 20:05.
So thank you for joining us. That was spine tingling.
20 minutes.
We've just seen a change at the top as predicted, but how he did that. Martin Holler for Hungary,
or an ice cream,
aiming for his fourth individual title and another team gold for Hungary. And
the scores for
incredible. We'll just see if we can hear Jacob's marks.
141.5 at R, 150.5 at S, 143.5 at V, 153.5 at P, and that's 51.38. Fifth place for Jacob Arnold for the United States.
Unofficially, but that looks really good. That pops him
up to 121.52, and they go into ninth place.
Behind Anna Sandman, so that's a great result for Jacob. Really good score, 51.38.
So the last 9 drivers to go are all team members, so we will see the last of the team.
Is on 48.82, 51.38. That's not official at the moment, but there will be a short break by the time we come back. Those scores will be out, but in the meantime, Frank's, yeah, that's all official, and his percentage, which is quite interesting, 74.09, as opposed to Martin's, scrolling back, was 76.93, which is interesting to look at those. So, thank you for your attention. We'll be back local time at 4:40, so just 20 minutes or so. Take care.
Our little jingle to tell you that in a few moments' time, in 4 minutes, we resume the dressage with the last group for today. The last group, which will begin with Marco Freund for Germany, but I'll tell you a bit more about that later. For the moment, just have a quick look at the leaderboard with so Martin Holle in the lead for Hungary on 36.92, the only sub-40 score. Franck Rimonpré lying in second on 41.45 for France. And for Hungary again, Christoph Ostertag in third place on 48.46. Anna Sandman comes into fourth for Germany on 48.82. And Jacob Arnold, who was the last to go just before the break, is in fifth place on 51.23 for the United States. François Dutillois is lying sixth on 51.59. Lars Schmidt for Germany individually lying seventh on 52.11, and Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands is in 8th place on 52.76. So for the moment, the leaderboard for the teams is Hungary 85.38, that's their final score for teams. France is 93.04, they're in second. The Netherlands 105.6, and Germany is in seventh on 107.28, but the next to go is the last member of the German team, so that could well change. So a few moments before we'll know more about the teams, with the last 9 drivers to go this afternoon. We finish at 6:10 this evening. The last competitor comes into the arena for Australia at 6 o'clock precisely. Voilà, donc on reprend. La petite musique était pour vous annoncer la reprise du dressage dans ce championnat du monde d'attelage en paire. Et un petit coup d'œil sur le top 8, hein, donc, puisque Martin Holle est en tête et qu'il joue donc pour un quatrième titre de champion du monde en individuel et par équipe. La Hongrie qui est également en tête par équipe. Franck Rimonpré est à la deuxième place pour la France à 41,45, donc Martin Holle à 36,92, le seul en dessous de la barre des 40 points. Christoph Ostertag pour la Hongrie est à la troisième place à 48,46, puis on a l'Allemande Alain Sandman qui est quatrième avec 48,82 et l'Américain Jacob Arnold qui pointe à la cinquième place, celui qui passait juste avant notre petite pause à 51,23. François Dutillois, le Français, est à la sixième place à 51,59. Lars Schmidt pour l'Allemagne est à la septième place à 52,11. Et puis Stan van Eyck pour les Pays-Bas est à la huitième place à 52,76. Pour l'instant, donc, le leaderboard des 3 premiers au niveau des équipes, c'est la Hongrie, la France et les Pays-Bas qui ont tous les 3 terminé, ont tous les 3 passé leurs 3 meneurs. L'Allemagne est en quatrième place à 107,128, mais c'est Marco Freund qui va prendre le départ pour l'Allemagne et donc il pourrait bien descendre ce score puisque, je vous le rappelle, on prend en compte uniquement les 2 premiers. L'Autriche est à la cinquième place à 113,19.
Welcome back. We're nearly there. It's been quite a 2 days of dressage. Absolutely fantastic to have you with us, and still reeling from that fantastic test from Martin and nearly just as fantastic a test from Frank. So that 4th session on this afternoon in the PAM, where the order at the top changed and Martin Holle produced one of the best, if not the best, dressage tests of his career. Extraordinary. The buzz, the phone, the messaging around it has been incredible, and Frank, my goodness, did everything right in terms of his bid for a medal. But we are now on to the final session, the home straight, and it has been an incredible competition so far, and a gentleman whose family and he himself need very little introduction. He's been competing for many years. Marco Freund on the German team. for the dressage. Kali and Kirando, both Dutch warm bloods. And then we have a stallion Baloo in the mix, who will be used just for the marathon. It is Kali who is the mainstay for all three phases. And that's quite something to be able to put your emergency contact on this declaration sheet. Is none other than Michael Freund. If ever there was driving blood running through anyone's veins, it is for this gentleman. He has been a member of the German teams for pony pairs in Pau, also in France, in 2013. The team won a silver medal, and he was placed second individually, so he knows what it's like to be up there on the podium. He's had a good season so far in terms of his preparation. 4th at Boulen Larden, 6th here in Le Pen this year, but who better to have at home training you, finding you the best horses that there can be, honing and toning them for moments like this. So Marco Freund for the German team. And certainly they have put in with Anna Sandman now sitting in 4th place, but very much in contention. To confirm, at the close of play, Jacob Arnold for the USA. A great test from him. Our judge at Siebert Jambon, president of the ground jury, 155. That for him was his 3rd place test behind Frank in 2nd and Martin in 1st. So 155 for him. And Marie Turby, not such a fan, 20th position for her, 141.50. So one of those tests that divided the judges a bit. For Barry Capstick at S, 151.5 for him, so 4th placing for him. 11th for Miguel, 143.5, and also 4th for Andrew Council at P, 153.50. But all that averaged out and then multiplied by the coefficient gives Jacob Arnold a total of 51.23, so that puts him currently into 5th spot. But although Martin, I dare say, and Frank will be sitting pretty securely at the top, it could all change. We've still got some big names, not least this one in the arena at the moment, Marco Freund. Not only has he been a go-to trainer for many years, Michael Freund, but if you want to look at the roll call of FEI Driving World Cup champions, look no further than Michael Freund. He was the winner emphatically completely dominated from about 2001 through to when His compatriot Christoph Sandmann, father of Anna, won in Leipzig at the end of the 2007-2008 season. There was a year, we're talking now about the World Cup, the indoor driving that takes place autumn and winter. Michael Freund totally dominated that. One year he actually tied for gold medal with the great Ijsbrand Chardon as well. Ijsbrand went on to win that 2005-6. And then Boyd, Koos de Ronde. So not that many winners considering how many championships we've had. Michael Freund, Ijsbrand Chardon, Christoph Sandmann, Boyd Excel, Koos de Ronde and Bram Chardon. Those are our world champions when it comes to the Driving World Cup. Michael, a 5-time winner. Only Boyd in front of him, who obviously achieved his 10th title in Bordeaux earlier in the year. But Michael Freund, no doubt watching closely from the sidelines there. So, lovely test from his son.
Ces résultats vont être très importants pour savoir où se situe l'Allemagne par équipe.
Horses trotting out beautifully there, lovely and supple and relaxed, showing all their quality as the German horses do.
So the scores for Marco Freund will be very important for the team competition. Marco, who's the third of the German team, driving Cali and Kirondo, 2 Dutch warm-blood horses aged 8. 157 is his score for judge at C. 146.5 at R. $150.5 for judge at S, 147.5 at V, and 152 for judge at P. That's 49.99, 5th place, and Germany move up from 4th to 3rd place. Voilà, 3e place donc pour l'Allemagne en équipe, avec le score de Marco Freund qui s'affiche à 49,99, 5e place pour lui en individuel.
But that looked like 49.99, so that's a great score. So that pushes Jacob Arnold down a slot too closed off our session, so that puts Marco in behind Anna. So very, very close in terms of the teams. Hungary would be in front, probably France next, and then Germany probably just pushing the Netherlands off a podium placing at the moment, but the finals of the teams obviously comes at the close of play on Sunday after the marathon and cones. So
he's driving Duke Liberator and Leonardo.
All to play for. But we remain with our team members, and this is the final team member for Poland, just about to come in. We've retained good crowds on the side.
9-year-old Dutch warm-blood gelding.
Obviously, just great to see the support on the side for Martin and to some extent Frank as well.
The last time was in 2019 in Dremco. He was
For those of you watching all over the world, thank you so much for tuning in. A joy to be able to share this wonderful sport with you. What a lovely late afternoon it is in Normandy.
La Pologne donc au départ avec le troisième membre de l'équipe de Pologne, Marek qui mène avec Falois Radel, c'est son groupe pour les 3 épreuves. Il mène Job Liberator et Leonardo.
Studied animal husbandry at Wrocław. Beautiful city if you ever get the chance to go there. Has quite an interesting history, was very much central to all sorts of comings and goings in terms of geopolitics in that part of the world, in Poland. So Marek from Miron Louis. Always ridden, that was his passion, and he is also involved in teaching jumping in particular. Started driving in 1990, then came back to it. And he's part of the Kizaz Club, where they also hold the event on Lower Silesia. So yesterday, you remember, we came across those beautiful Silesian horses. Also Bartok. Krajcek is a member of the same driving club. Was third at Kazaz and seventh at Kladruby nad Ladnum, and Altenfelden was sixth. Ninth in Poland at Boguslavci. There we go, over the page for Dressage Liberator and Leonardo. Same combination here for Dressage and Cones with Marathon, who's Liberator used all the way through, and we have Giskefet. Quite young. Leonardo is 7, Liberator is 9, Giskefet is 9 also. There we have it, Plains Liberator in again as a sire for Liberator and Giskefet. Have a look at those pedigrees. Hackney blood, British Hackney blood flowing through these veins. So the Hackney, well, until the advent of so much use of these warm bloods in the sport, Hackneys really have dominated in terms of performance horses for a long time. They're highly intelligent, finely tuned. It's a bit like driving a Ferrari. If you get the gear changes wrong, it's going to crunch a bit, but you get those gear changes right and get the training right, and you have the ability to work with them, and they are incredible horses. Used a lot back in the day. They were much heavier bones. Certainly the horses stemmed from the Norfolk and the Yorkshire trotters, much more squat. And if you are into your coaching history, look at what Sylvia Brocklebank used to drive. I mean, the action was incredible. Funny enough, back in the day when they all used to have bearing reins on them, which was an additional rein that came up from the small bit and held the head quite high, but they were banned some time ago for use in that sort of game. But you still use them a little bit with showing with Hackney's top line, they tend to be called now. And the Hackney, a wonderful breed. It is certainly in the United Kingdom considered to be a rare breed on the endangered list. So there's been quite a few moves to free seamen, preserve the genealogy of them, because as we can see with just how many fabulous performance horses they have had a hand in, some of the sires. Great programme of breeding Hackneys and then using them with the warm bloods in Holland in particular. Quite a lot of cross-pollination there, and successful in the show ring in the UK, Dutch Hackney horses and ponies. And there is also quite a tradition of breeding them over in the USA as well. They have particularly petite ponies that often have the American bloodlines too. But not enough gets said about the brilliance of the Hackney. They are deemed to be quite difficult to handle, but they're not. Anyone who works with them will find they're just really willing to learn. They're intelligent horses. They're not going to take any nonsense, and in the right hands they're incredible. Can be quite slow maturing in terms of if you really want to see the extravagant action from them. They need a lot of development in terms of the back strength as well, but in shape, quite a lot of the modern warm bloods, if you put a purebred Hackney horse next to them as well, it's a very fine dividing line in terms of conformation. Quite much lighter through their rib cage than the traditional Hackney. Certainly the horses used to be. The ponies are a different breed altogether. Very fine, have quite spindly little legs, light in the bone, bigger feet by proportion, and they tend to allow the feet to grow a little bit longer, and that's thought to enhance the action. Jury's out a little bit on that. But certainly there'll be plenty of Hackney ponies or cross bloods with the Hackneys used at top end pony competition driving as well. Anna Grayson, who's probably tuned in as well, she did really well, was a British world champion for pony pairs, and she's got her brilliant Sid, who's a Hackney who she drives, and actually her niece also done really well with her with Sid as well. He's quite a special pony. So Hackney, as we've said earlier, breeds like the Oldenburgs, the Tracanas, the Arabs, the Thoroughbreds. They've been really instrumental in producing this modern performance horse. It's not an overnight job, thinking about the different bloodlines, and certainly those breeders and producers that are involved in the Arabo-Frisians, where the Arabs were crossbred into the Frisians. Can be sort of generally about 12% Arab blood in there to get a modern sports horse. I think what Daniel Napruis is driving, Benjamin Ali was driving them, Tom Stockman's from Belgium's also driving them. They do really well as driven competition horses too. So the stability and the cool temperament of the Frisian with that hot blood of the Arab, and a bit more quality and finesse to the legs and the build, sharpened up the brain a little bit, having that blood in there. Because when you're asking a lot of these horses, they've got to be mentally agile. We talk endlessly about the physicality of it, the legs, the action, strength through the back, where the neck is, the bending. But if you haven't got the horse's brain, just like people on song, then it's not even worth opening the stable door. And there we go. As Marek leaves the arena, we have confirmation of Marco Freund's marks. The judges, yeah, pretty pleased with that. At Siebert Jambon had him in third place on 157, at R Anne-Marie 146.5, which for her was 851 at S. That was fifth for Barry's Capstick. Miguel at V 147.5.
142 for judge at R, 137 at S, 143.5
Just to go back to Marco,
at
152.
V, 141.5 at P, that's 56.63. 15th place individually, and Poland finish the team competition on a score of 119.1. 7th place for Poland for the moment.
So far.
Next to go,
which they'd be pretty
for
pleased
Great
with.
Britain.
But Marco Freund,
John William Ripley
49.90, that pops him into
10-year-old geldings.
fifth
iPad,
place.
iPhone.
So now he and Anna are sitting next to each other on the leaderboard. 68.80 for him and 49.92. Confirmation of that. Now, welcoming in for the British team, and I know lots of you are listening in, it's great to have you with us, John William Ripley from Biddenden, driving Bennington carriage, started driving when he was 5 years old. His family used to show Hackneys, we come back to them, although here, and although we've had Eddie Murphy and we've had James Bond, I think John's horses definitely take the prize for the names. iPad and iPhone. There we go. Araminta Wynn, the British chef, has just sent me a note to go. Must tell everyone that they are an extension of his family, and if, like you have teenagers like I do, iPads and iPhones are absolutely an extension of a family because they're never out of the children's hands. So, that's great. Diane Phillips helping, Karen Kelly also helping. John has published his age, we can reveal it is 63. And great to have John driving for the British team. So he will be coming in any minute now, and the British squad over there, their chef to keep is Minta Wynn, who's based at Ashfields. Rosie Mould is the team vet. I've got Hazel as the physio, that's for the horses, and I think they're having great fun in the British camp. John coming in any minute now. He's been competing for a long time. We've got a roll call from Sandringham, but she won back in 2015. He was a member of the British team when he went to Austria. These are his two 10-year-old horses owned by John. Travelled over to Le Pen in July was 23rd, second at the David Broom Centre at Chepstow, had a good Royal Windsor, was 8th there earlier in the year. And having just revealed his age, I won't say it again. He took up driving 13 years ago, hoped that it was going to be a pleasurable pursuit and one whereby he took himself to the pub, but I dare say in the 10 minutes before coming in here, this probably didn't feel very pleasurable at all. When the nerves get going, he's had various single horse success over the years, including the Advanced National Championships class. Took up pair driving after the last World Championship in 2021. iPad is called as Paddy in the stable, and iPhone is Ike. They're both 10. And dressage groom is Karen Hellier, who's been with John since he started driving. Brian Phillips is there, who's supporting when the pair driving started. She will be on with the marathon and the cones. So for the British team, and he's a very popular figure in British driving, so great to have him on the world stage here. And he's a member of the team alongside Nicola Pimblett and Diana Lindsay. Diana had a great dressage yesterday. She's now, well, in 23rd position, but for a long time she was in the top 10, and her score was 58.89, and for Nicola she's currently in 35th with 61.45. But in terms of, we've got 91 competitors to get through. It's good placings for the British team. Has made it quite difficult for them to keep coming over and competing on the continent since these Brexit deals were or weren't signed. The paperwork, the expense, the costs of vet checks, all sorts of things really escalated on the back of that. I think it's become a bit more routine now, and certainly Simon Brooks Ward, when he's organising Royal Windsor and the London International Horse Show, he's done a huge amount to promote carriage driving. Absolutely keen that it keeps it, the big names coming over to his events, and we'll see some of those involved this weekend will be competing, be it with families or their friends, in the World Cup. So it won't be long before we get going with that circuit. Oh, frustrating jog there. They are striding beautifully together. Just anticipating, yeah, that won't score too highly for John, sadly, but otherwise, whilst John is going through that, we've got confirmation of Marek's test, put himself into 15th, so that's good news for the polls. That was 56.92. And the judges at C, Bert had him in 16th, 144, R 142 from Anne-Marie, that was 21st for her. S 137, 24th from Barrett Miguel, 141.5, 17th, also 17th, Andrew, exactly. I wonder if they've been comparing notes at V and P. 141.5 at V and P from Andrew and Miguel, both exactly the same marks and exactly the same positions for them. But in context, that has evened out for a percentage of 64.43 and a penalty score of 56.92. So great news for the polls. In the meantime, we are enjoying John Ripley and his dressage test with iPad and iPhone. Lengthening of those frames, so just opening out. Actually, I did that quite well, opening out through the throats, just extending the heads a little bit. You don't want any constriction in that part of the horse as well. The wave across the arena, and then another frame opening here. You don't want them to get faster. If you release the contact a bit or lengthen the rein. You don't want the contact to lessen. Oh, well done, John. They're pacing well there. Smart working trot, deviation. Slight frustration for the walk movements run, but otherwise it's been a jolly good test. Highly competent. Great fun seeing these horses out of harness standing next to each other, because in harness and attached to the carriage like this they look beautifully well matched, but it would, I'm sure, once they're standing together in the yard or on the side of the horse box, they do look very different. But well matched pair. He should score quite well in those final appearance. That's 22 general appearance and presentation, and extension down the centre for John Ripley for Team GB. And
The final two there for John William Ripley for Great Britain with iPad and iPhone.
they just make you smile, those names. It's a good sense of humour from John. iPad and iPhone. They definitely get a vote from my teenage daughters as being the best horses with names like that. The youth of today don't know that many of us had a life even before CDs were invented, let alone before mobile phones, before instant communication, before we were able to bring you technology live streamed like this. It's inconceivable that there was a life before TikTok.
137.5 at R, 139 at S, so 133.5 at V. Just last.
Yep, they sound like good marks for John.
Marks to come.
Oh, they're so nearly there. These judges have worked hard. Everybody's worked hard. 2 full-on days of dressage.
137 at P, and that's a score of 59.92. And 32nd place for John William Ripley for Great Britain, 59.92.
That's a great mark. Congratulations to John. 59.92. Currently pops him into 32nd place, but that's top third. Well done.
Il obtient 138.5 en
So
C,
he just slips in front
135
of
en R,
Amanda
139
Krogstad, who we
en
saw
S,
yesterday afternoon
133.5
with
en
her
V et
Frisians. He's
137
ahead of
en P.
Nicola.
Et donc
Diana
pour la
Lindsay
Grande-Bretagne,
remains the
pour l'équipe de
leading
Grande-Bretagne,
Brit
ça fait la 7e place
on
à
58.89, but although
118.81,
there's about 10 places between them,
Great Britain, the final score. And
there's
for the
only just
moment,
over a
that's
point. It just
7th
goes to
place.
show how incredibly close the scoring is when we are down to decimal points in terms of places now.
Slovakia, and the third member of the
So
Slovakian team
obviously
is next
Martin
to come.
Muller miles in front, 36.92. Frank did everything right. Grumman Prez for France, he's in front as well of the pack on his 41.45. And Christoph, who put down that great mark earlier on, 48.46. So that just goes to show that we run through at the end 82, only one competitor with in the 80s, 82.18. That's Jaroslav Duran,
in
she's on 79.85, but the vast majority of our
this year,
drivers
he was
in
5th at Altenfelden, 9th at
60s.
Platov, and 12th at Kladrubina Dlaben.
We have
He drives Lipizana
we
and
go
Slovakia
to,
Warmblood
at the
horses.
moment, it's 32nd, that's Amanda.
For the dressage, he's chosen
32nd place, where we get into the 50, she just shaved in there the narrowest of margins, 59.99.
15.8.
So it's the top third are in the 50s, and then obviously we have a
He's driving
handful
with
from Marco Freund
Kaczmarek,
in the
Haras.
40s, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 40s, and then Martin really in a class of his own. Miroslav Matuska. And you guessed it, we have some more Lipizzaners. He's been driving for a long time, started to ride in 1980, been involved in all disciplines, jumping, dressage, vaulting and driving. He's the chief trainer at the National Stud in Topolchianki. So we've got two Favre horses and a Maestoso being used for the dressage. We've got two mares, Favre XX11 to 12.6 and Maestoso XV, so that's 15.8. Two mares. Lemon and honey will help that cough. And so the final team member for Slovakia. He's been the Slovakian pairs champion on 5 occasions. So an all-round horseman. He's been a member of the Slovakian team on many occasions. In Beast in the Netherlands with a horse team. Kecskemét in Hungary. In Conti on home turf. Topolchianki in Slovakia, Normandy, yeah, Fabian Sebastian in Hungary, yeah, he's competed as an individual in Lipica. And been out and about competing this year. So here we have it, the final team member, Lipica, I should say, we have a hard C in English. Lipica is actually how it's pronounced when you're there, Lipica. It was a good 3 meters, I think, so maybe it's slightly longer in Slovakia. That's lovely bit of early evening sunshine falling across this arena, which has been a focus of all our attention for 2 days now in Le Palme. Very still, no wind at all, leaves not even fluttering on those trees. And our judges, I know they're very mentally agile, but they've had a lot of tests to judge. 91 over 2 days once we get to the end of play today, and undoubtedly one of the finest tests we've ever had the privilege of watching from Hungarian Martin Holler, who is here to win another gold. He would dearly love it to be individual and team, as he has done in recent years. Just flashing up now, John Ripley for the British team. He's gone into 33rd position, so it's interesting, just has to wait for confirmation from what one hears immediately at the time, and then when all the scores are ratified. So that's 60.06. We had thought he just crept in under 60, that's what it sounded like, but 60.06, that puts him into 33rd place. Still high end in terms of the 91 competitors we've got going through, but 138.5 from Bert Jambon at sea, that was 29th place for him. 137.5 from Anne-Marie at R. That's 34th place for her. 139. 15th from Barry Capstick. He rated that a bit more highly at V. Conversely, even though the marks aren't wildly different, 132.5, that was 40th for our Spanish judge, Miguel. And 137, 33rd. Andrew, gosh, has very good judgment and a bit of luck involved, because more often than not he has been right on the nose in terms of the placing of where his marks are proportionately to where the competitor ends up in relation to everything else. So 60.06. And atop that yellow stand, that's where our top camera angle is coming from. Looks like the bar and restaurant area is filling up, which is always a good sign. There will be a proper presentation after the dressage this evening. Each evening after the close of play, they do have a chef that keeps meeting just to issue any instructions. The prize giving is on foot. That's 7:30 local time. So the marathon is being drawn at 7 o'clock this evening in Normandy. So that'll be interesting. So the draw of the marathon, that does. We've got a lot of marathons to get through tomorrow, and then the prize giving half an hour later on foot.
Slovakia driving his Lipizana and Slovakia warm blood horses. And he scores 124.5 at C, 124.5 also at R, 118.5 at S, 115 at V, 126.5 at P, and that's a score of 71.09 penalties. 71.09, ce sont les pénalités pour Miroslav Matuszka.
So unofficially, do remember that it does take just a moment or two, another 5 minutes or so after these scores are announced, and then they come out onto
avec 124.4 en C, 124.5 en R également, 118.5 en S, 115 en V et 126.5 en P.
to put him, we are roughly in sort of 74th,
La Belgique
75th
sera le
place.
prochain à prendre le départ. Il s'agit de Sven Stuik. Alors lui mène des chevaux arabo-frisons et hongrois, et c'est son deuxième championnat du monde en paire. Next to go for Belgium, Sven Stuik with driving Fari and Extreme, two Arabo-Frisian horses for the dressage. Fari H is age 14, the gelding, and the Extreme is a European Arabo-Frisian sport horse aged 8. They were 20th, he was 20th in Kronenberg in 2021, and in 2012 he took part in the World Championship 4 in hand and finished 18th. This year, a 9th place at Beekbergen in the Netherlands and a 5th place in Belgium, in Bornem. It's their second World Championship in pairs. And he's driving with Daphne van Milium for the dressage.
And the only pair, we've had a pair of Frisians, but we haven't had any other Arabo Frisians in, having been speaking about them only a moment ago, and how they have been bred to just put a little bit of hotter blood in there to liven them up in terms of becoming sporting animals. But if you talk to somebody like Dan Laprousse, who drives them, and also bearing in mind he's a horse master, he does stunts and all sorts of things, both ridden and driven, anything that you can do with the horse. Dan has probably done it over the years, and he said that he's found these horses an absolute joy to train. They're really trainable, they're really willing to work, and when you're busy, you're running a business like Dan does, and you can't always give it all your attention all day every day. He said they're just great. You can take them out and drive them. They don't vary too much in their way of going between competitions and days, and certainly they've helped Dan be really consistent on the outdoor circuit. He would dearly love to spend more time over in Europe and get himself onto that indoor World Cup circuit, but just logistics against him a bit at the moment. It might happen one day. He always takes part in the World Cup in London, comes as a wild card. He's actually on one of the top tables in terms of the event, and it's been announced that he will be doing a bit of a showcase for driving. He's going to have an influencer on the carriage, and there's the thing, gosh, if we thought iPads and iPhones were 21st century, what about influencers? But back to the job in hand. For Belgian Sven Stuik, he is a farrier. Now that is an extremely handy trade, craft, profession to have when you have horses. Being a vet or a farrier, that would tick all the boxes, and that's a lovely trot in the evening sun across the arena. They have a natural sort of gentle presence to them, these horses. Lots do. They have these sort of quite cresty necks. A lot of them are kept entire as stallions. A lot of the working horses that are used, full-blooded Friesians, they are kept as stallions. There's funeral directors certainly over in the UK who use them an awful lot commercially, and they're just really patient, gentle horses. And Sven has driven for many years. He's been active in sports since he was 14. First of all with a single pony, which was a Fjord. Later with a pony team and a horse team. He's won the men's sport trophy in 2007. Yes, very successful. Long list of competitions that he's been part of in 2012 in Riesenbeck and more recently in Kronenberg. He was 20th as an individual, and the team was 9th. Beekbergen, he was 9th. Borum in Belgium, he was 5th. So I had a pretty good season preparing for this. Fari, H and Extreme are the two he's using at this moment in time for his dressage. Extreme is the horse he uses for all 3 phases and the marathon. Favori Nero would indicate that he's not the Arabo Frisian. Favori there, Lipizana Gelding. In an ideal world, how you want this to feel in your hand if you're driving is balanced, and this is something Boyd demonstrates if he does one of his bit talks, if you ever get the chance to go along to him. It's really interesting because he's quite a technician when it comes to bits, mouthpieces, and how you would use different bits at different points in a horse's career. You've got to develop the mouth. You're not going to put a big curb bit straight into a young horse's mouth. You've got to build it up over time and also work out the conformation of the mouth. That's really important. And he'll play a game called Trust, and if you want to just get somebody leaning forward, you can try this at home, particularly if you've had a glass of wine tonight, and get somebody to lean forward, hold the jumper or whatever they're wearing between the thumbs and forefingers, make sure it's somebody you like and you're not going to drop them. And there is a balance point before they topple forward or take a step, where they can lean forward, and that's what you're aiming to have in your hand. So it's quite a good physical demonstration translated into driving. This means when the horse is in motion and it's slightly forward in its way of going, as if gently climbing. We don't want a steep stairs here, but just going up a gentle hill, and that's why we're always looking for this uphill trot. Oh, it's lovely coming around there with them in sequence. Once you've established this feel and balance between the horse and driver, not forget that the horse is also in draft. This is sort of in an ideal situation when you're on a surface like this, because the horse uses itself quite differently when it's got an object behind it as opposed to when it's carrying a person ridden. And that's ideally what you want. So you don't want the horse pulling, you don't want it to be an argument because there's just too much tension in the hand. And you don't want the horse, what we could say, sitting behind the bit. That's when they just have a way of not quite taking the contact, and it can be quite frustrating. You want that horse in your hand, and if you just want to demonstrate it with somebody tonight, just get them to stand in front of you and grasp between your thumbs and forefingers. That's the idea. And contact, the bit, the mouth, so important in driving. Can't emphasize how important it is in comparison to what you were doing in riding. And it's something that should be revisited quite regularly. If you've got your trainer or somebody you trust you're working on the ground with, always look at your harness, look at the fittings, look at the bit, think about, do you need a different bit or to have different fixings on it for the different phases. It might be a bit that you were very successful with, be it a mullen mouth or a little port or whatever you've got. The different mouthpieces you can have, bit rubber or metal or with copper rings on it or whatever you wish. Just keep looking at it, because obviously what you do with your hands is important, but the bit you've got in the mouths, if that's not right, then nothing else will be.
Then Stuk for Belgium, driving Fari and Extreme, two Arabo-Frisian horses.
Right. Definitely see the Frisian stamp in them there, but that's a lovely trot out. They look a joy to drive.
Coming up now, 133.5 at C, 143 at R, 137 at S, 133 at V, and 137.5 at V. 60.14, 34th place for the Belgian driver, and that puts Belgium into 9th place on a score.
Daniel the Bruce is obviously listening. He's said he's taking his indoor team, hot off the press, you heard it here first, taking his indoor team to Holland for months, a bit of training ahead of hopefully his participation at London. Yeah, great having you listening. Do send in all your comments and snippets, because it really is fun to hear from you. Know that you are on the other end tuned in. Now at the moment it sounded like Sven was on 60.14, but don't ever take any of that as gospel until we get the scores through. Miroslav, yeah, not one the judges particularly took to. At C he was in 71st on 124.5, also 124.5 from Anne-Marie at R, but that was 69, 118.5, that's 80th. And 118 V, 73, 126.5 Andrew, feeling a bit more benevolent than his colleagues at S and V, 61. But my goodness, the thousands of marks they've issued, they've done so well. It's what they do. But I would think by now, at the end of 2 long days, they're needing to a little bit of mental agility to keep themselves really alert.
Dixie qui est âgée de 11 ans, une jument, et Echo, un hongre âgé également de 11 ans.
Camilla Alberg in next for Sweden. We're into our last 4. All these last drivers this afternoon are on their national teams. Camilla has been a member of the team for many years. She started off in 2013.
In Poland, and they won our stop in Sweden. She started driving and she didn't want to sell the pony she'd outgrown, and she's taken part in World Championships 3 times. She ranks 29th in the world ranking.
There we go, saved me a job. So winning this year in Astrop in Sweden, second at Morkov, 13 in Larden, 12th in Babaroko, Lion, she was 4th. Boguslawicz, she was 7th. Gosh, she's had a busy season. She's been on the road. She is a nurse by profession. It's just about as handy as having a Bess and Farrier in the family. So Camilla Alberg. For dressage, she's got Dixie and Echo. Echo is the one she's using all the way through. That's her gelding, and Vice is another mare. Dixie's a mare too. Vice comes into play for the marathon. Dixie Dressage and Cones. From Hogsata in Sweden. And this glorious evening sun, it's giving everything a bit of a golden glow. It's just beautiful. What a setting. Quite fine, these horses, Swedish warm bloods. There's a delicacy to them. They're quite feminine. Beautifully suited to a lady driver. Oh, she's having to lean out there. A one-handed movement. And back on again. Yeah, they're quite fine, these two. Pretty horses. Oh, so nearly went there. Just held it back. There was just a moment when those hind legs looked like they might canter, but that was well contained. Maybe the judges on the other side didn't see that. Onto that centre line again for the 8-second halt. In an ideal world, you have the weight distributed evenly down through each of those 8 limbs and a perfect rectangle of feet. We say it's a square halt, but of course it's not square because the horse is longer than it is wide. But that's just the terminology we use as square halt. Everybody knows what you mean by that. Straight lines, that's what we're aiming for. Not a leg left behind, not an angle between the feet. And switching between the cameras there, I'll rein back. Camilla Alberg for the Swedish team. All ladies driving for Sweden this time. We had Emma Olsen driving as an individual earlier with some of Boyd's horses. Where's Emma sitting at the moment? Yes, for the Swedish team, Amanda Krogstad with her Frisian. She's currently 32nd. And Emma Olsen is in 20th place with her dressage score of 57.87. So that's where the Swedish interests are. Any more Swedish flags? Eva Ottosson. She's in 72nd position. 69.99. She's on the team, but that's her position. So let's see how Camilla gets on in terms of her mark and whether she will have one of the 2 marks that is counted for the team score. Opening up those frames, you can just see her leaning forward, so she's not losing the contact or lengthening the rein. She's just leaning forward a bit because you still want that same weight in the reins, the same feel, that sort of slight uphill. But that was quite a good demonstration of how they're leaning forward in order to give the horse a bit more rein. Those three placings at the top are unchanged at the moment. They're still on your screens. Martin Holler with that magical test in the last session. Frank Grimond-Prez keeping the French hopes alive for podium places. That was really an absolutely stunning test as well. Two exemplary tests, and of course Christophe for Hungary earlier on today. We've had a lot of dressage since then, but that was a beautiful test from him. So good performances from all those with team interests. Sven Stuk, his marks have come through, popped himself into 34th place. Where were the marks? 133 at C for 47th, 143 at R for 19th. Gosh, 19th to 47th. Two quite different tests been looked at by Bert and Anne-Marie. At S, 137 for 25th, 133.5 at V for 37th, and 137.5 for 33rd. So again, yeah, if you were going to get close to it, that was Andrew Council again in terms of positioning for 34th place at 60.14. That was a percentage for Sven for the Belgian team of 62.41.
Camilla Alberg for Sweden. With Dixie and Echo, two Swedish Warmland horses.
Here we have them trotting out. Camilla Alberg.
127 is the score for judge at C, 122.5 at R, 123.5 at S, 120 at V, and 130 at P, and 69.04, 70th place for Sweden. 69.04 score. Pénalité pour
Not a
Camilla
fan of the
Alberg pour la
trot.
Suède.
It was brilliant, but didn't quite have the elevation and the ground cover of a lot of the horses we've seen. That's where she's been marked fairly hard for that test. Pretty horses, but just perhaps not as scopy as some of the others we've seen. That was Camilla Alberg's 69.4 provisionally. Actually puts her on a level with Bruno Widmer, who's one of our earliest Swiss drivers, yesterday on the home straight. Now, this could certainly be a mark that gets up there amongst the best of the day. Werner Ulrich, very strong Swiss squad on the way. That's the word on the street out there in Le Pan, is that the Swiss are a team that everybody needs to keep an eye on. Obviously the Hungarians have staked their claim, French doing well, Germans, Dutch and the Swiss.
Also taken part, started driving a team in 1992, and has also taken part in numerous World Championships, both pairs and four in hand.
Saddlepura this year, he was third.
Previous World Championships in pairs at Lipika and Drebko.
He has been a member of the Swiss team for a very long time. He's also travelled to America and Kentucky.
7 World Championships in
long list here. Multiple Swiss champion with pair and team, 3-time silver medal winner, 5 times fourth in the national championship.
In July.
Team 1992.
And finished 21st, 3rd in Saddlepura,
Has been
6th at Big Bergen,
several medaling
6th
world championship teams over the
Lipika,
years.
and he won Chablis in 2022. Those are his performances in pairs of horses. He's driving here with Nathalie Schmutz. Ulrich Werner qui va prendre le départ dans quelques instants pour la Suisse et pour l'équipe de Suisse. Il est champion de Suisse de multiples fois, et en équipe et en paire. Il mène ici Finn et Samito. Finn qui est un Hanovrien et Samito un Mecklenburg.
Let's roll the clocks back to
et
1989. Werner Ulrich, he was the silver medalist at the World Championship, and in 1991 at Zwettl in Austria he was the gold medalist. So this is a gentleman who has been a previous world champion with horse pairs. and all the way back in 1985 alongside Heiner Merck and Arthur Zug. He was on the gold medal winning team when the World Championships really formally became an event, and that was back in 1985 in Sandringham. 12 nations competing. It's probably our longest standing competitor here in Le Pen. He's pushing on his horses, so supremely experienced. Werner Ulrich for Switzerland. He had his son Stefan out earlier. He was in our second session this morning. Highest place Swiss so far. Yeah, it's the individuals who have scored highly. In 14th, Michael Barbie at the moment on 56.12. Beat Schenk, former team member, but competing as an individual, 57.22. Bruno Meyer, 58.53. Then for the teams, Marcel Luder, 59.26. And sitting up there, keeping the team hopes very much alive, is obviously Stefan Ulrich. He's in 20th at the moment on 57.87. So interestingly, the two individuals so far on the Swiss squad sitting ahead of Stefan. Bruno Meyer in 23rd. But yeah, great performances from the Swiss, very consistent so far. Two more to go after this. Thomas Blumschien for Austria and Tor van der Berg will be rounding off the dressage. Two full days, 91 tests, and some moments of pure magic along the way. This open frame, it's been one of the movements that seems to have sparked a bit of debate amongst the athletes and the coaches and chefs. It did when we were all at the conference in Lippica in February 2022 in terms of introducing this test, going through it, and how it's marked, what really the judge is looking for, and I think that's been the feedback from these 2 days of dressage. Camilla Ahlberg's scores have just come up. 68.9 for 69th place for her. Percentage is 56.94. At C, 127, that was 67th place. 122.5 from Anne-Marie at R, that's 74th. At S, 123.5, also 74th. So Barry and Anne-Marie in alignment there. V, 120, that's 69th. And Andrew feeling a bit more generous at P, 53rd in the context of what he's seen over 2 days, and 131. So 120 up to 131, disparity of about 11 we've got there. But in terms of the placings, we've gone from 74th to 53rd. In the meantime, our most experienced driver here at the World Championships in Le Pan, Werner Ulrich, shows why he's still at the top of his game, with a really lovely extension down the centre line. Lots to like about that. Just seemed light and perky. Good elevation there.
For the Swiss team, Werner Ulrich with Finn and Samito.
As you heard there, Finn and Samito, they are the same pair being used for the dressage and the marathon. And we've got Cél Courtois, who joins the fray with Samito for the cones. Natalie is on the carriage at the moment. He started very young because he's 64 now.
And he scores 144.5 at C, 162.5 at R, 142 at S, 148.5 at V, 150.5 at P, 50.65, sixth place for Werner Ulrich, and for Switzerland that moves the Swiss team up to fifth place with 108.52.
There we have confirmation, unofficial though at this stage, but that takes the Swiss into fifth place as a team. They would like to be knocking on the door very much for podium place in due course. 50.56 provisionally at the moment. Quite a gap between the test that Anne-Marie saw and it looks like Barry at V, 20 points between them. But
l'Autriche est maintenant au départ. Thomas Blumschein qui va prendre le départ pour l'Autriche et pour l'équipe d'Autriche.
Like at the moment, for sixth place, that pushes Jacob Arnold down a slot, and he goes in behind Marco Freund.
Next to go for Austria is Thomas Blumschein.
But let's see how the Austrians are going to do. They've put up a good showing so far until we had some of these great scores in. What's the highest place? Austrian Alexander Bosch, currently in 13th on 55.83. That's a good score there. Austrian Marcus Fleischmann,
they won the Dressage in Germany in
57.36.
2019, second in the World Championship, in Dressage in Germany, so a silver medal for
our penultimate athletes coming through, and
in Austria.
Some of you may be listening on the steps there. It's lovely to have so many people still out enjoying this evening sun and the dressage, but it looked like from the other angle the bar was beginning to fill up. We've had a win at Stadopora and Alpenfelden for Thomas Blumschein so far this year. He's been on the Austrian team before now. In Cronenberg, drove also in Dresden 2019. He's been a national champion. His mentor, George Moser, used to be an eventing rider. Drove his first competition when he was 16. Driving Mirage and Van Austria in the dressage and cones. Filco and Mirage for the marathon. Esther Blumsheen for dressage and cones. Erich will be on for the marathon. And so he gets going. Mirage is 6-year-old, so one of our youngsters. Delviro, the sire. And Van Austria also being used here. There's a stallion. Yeah, it's still a stallion from when this was first printed. And is 8. So relatively young pair to be competing here at the World Championships. There you go, you just got a view of the top of that camera point. That's the view we're getting now from up there. Look at that shadow going across the arena now. Great angle, and that's the one on the side. 8 seconds for that halt. It must be imprinted on all of you if you've been with us for the full 2 days of the dressage. LXI, the walk. It's just a standard walk, not asking for extension or free walk. The free walk comes another couple of moves ahead. Rein back 3 meters. He'll be walking at H, that's right. And this, as ever, this free walk across the arena does tend to be a bit of a bogey for some of them. This is when the horses get a bit distracted and a bit of tension creeps in, but you're hoping that you've got that lovely over track. Yeah, stretch. You want to give them a little bit more, but without pushing them into a break of pace. Just, yeah. Nearly bought, yeah, it's feeling it down the reins, just simmering away there. You could see he had his whip on one of them, and it was just trying to, in asking for that bit more length, and maybe just pushed it a little bit too hard in terms of where the horses wants to be. They are youngsters, does make quite a difference to it. They've got long careers ahead of them, but in terms of maturity, not letting things get to them, getting over themselves quite quickly, those are all things that come with time, training and exposure. The miles and miles on the clock that you need to put on to get them at the top level. Just think of this wonderful Epi Martinola's horse, how many tests and events he's been to, although he looked as fresh as a daisy today. But Ulrich, confirmation of his scores. 2 judges had him in 12th, that was C and S, 145.5, 142.5. Anne Marie at R had him in 3rd. She liked that test. Let's have a look at where that is in the context of everybody else. It hasn't come through on that screen yet, but she still has Frank and Martin on joint first place in terms of her scoring, 167.5, but for her 162.5. She really rated that. That's interesting. Had her ahead by some margins from Anna Sandman. The mark she gave Anna was 154, who was her 3rd placed driver at the moment, but 162. So Anne-Marie Turby rated that test from Werner Ulrich. Andrew Council had him in 10th, 150.5, and Miguel had him in 7th, 148.5. but on average, probably with the assistance of some good marks around Marie Turbe, that resulted in a 6th placing for him, 50.57. So he's just pushed Jacob Arnold and those behind him down each down a place. And that percentage, interestingly, 67.39. We've just had the 2 in the 70s, and those are our leaders. 41.45 second place score for Frank Grandprez, and that remarkable 36.92 for Martin Holler. Collection, and now we've asked for this extension, penultimate test of these 2 days, nearly drawing to a close for Thomas and Team Austria with these 2 youngsters.
As the final salute there for Thomas Blumscheid for Austria, driving Mirage and Van Austria. Van Austria, an Austrian warm blood, and Mirage, a Dutch warm blood. And for their 3rd participation in the Pairs World Championship.
Oh, it's a rare appearance by the arena clearers. We haven't had too much of that today. And look at that bridge going over there. That's a good view to see who's about to come in and who's leaving.
The last competitor to go.
And here we are at the end. I don't know what time it is in Australia. I would think it's probably middle of the night, but I'm sure some of you have stayed up to watch this, and if you have, thank you so much for joining us. Tor van der Berg for Australia. Here he is, the last to go after 2 incredible days of dressage. He's from Glen Eden in southeast Queensland. He was introduced to driving sport when he was a child. He's also been on the back step for James Miller of the USA. Started competitive driving in 2016. Works really closely with another quite well-known Australian, that Mr. Excel. He has been told this is the Australian champion, would love to spend as much time as possible in Holland, and he's driving 2 of Ross Carberry's bred horses, Carberry Estate Cato, Carberry Estate Chino, but Kerosene is being used for the dressage alongside Chino. So we've got a mare and a gelding, Cato and Chino are the 2 mares, and it's Cato that is used for the marathon, Chino, Kerosene, dressage and cones.
128.5 en S et 122.5 en V. Thor van den Berg sera le dernier à prendre le départ, il représente l'Australie et l'équipe d'Australie puisqu'ils sont 2.
An extremely talented dressage rider and trainer as well. And his teammate for the purposes of the team competition is Andrew Danza.
Une jument âgé de 11 ans et un Hongre KWPN âgé de 8 ans. Il mène également en...
Yeah, he's done well this year. He's been out at Le Pan, Exlou and Larden. He's quite a lot of the time with the 4 in hand, but here he is, Tor van der Berg, with his pair driving for the Australian team as well.
Tor van den Berg mène avec Melissa van den Berg et sa groupe pour les 3 tests. Tor van den Berg for Australia, next to go. And Austria finishes on a score of 113.19, that's 6th place.
So you just had confirmation there, so Austria, so one imagines that Hungary in front. I don't have this officially in front of me. It'd be Hungary with those 2 great dressage tests from Martin and Christoph. Then we've got, it will be nip and tuck between France and Germany for 2nd and 3rd place. Netherlands will be 4th. Then we've got the Swiss 5th, and Austria, just had confirmation, are in 6th place. So that's pretty much the roundup of the teams so far, but let's just see where we go after this dressage test. Let's have a scroll down, see where Andrew Damsma is currently in 26th. He did a great dressage test earlier, 59.04. So two of them in this Australian team. The ever-present orange tops. There'll be some Dutch supporters. So this figure of 8 across the middle of the arena, an early move. The first one was reins in both hands in a collected trot, reins in one hand for the second one, so that just looks like a pair of round specs. Pin snares almost in the middle of the arena, and then you come out in collection. Turning at C at Amstone, and then you've got this extension on the long diagonal, and that's a lovely place when you've got big striding horses like this. What we call the long diagonal, M to K, back into working trot. So for that extension, reins in the one hand and forward to the halt, immobile ideally for 8 seconds. And it does feel like a very long 8 seconds when you're standing in the middle of an arena. You can say elephants or thousands or whatever it is you say to yourself to get that time. Walk forward and then the rein back at I. Not always the easiest movement to score really highly in. Like give and take there on the reins, so it's not just slightly explosive move on. Collection. I'm trying to, and we go forward to the free walk HP. A slightly shorter diagonal, and again this is another movement where time probably slows down a bit, but the horses stretching forward, you just want those hocks bending and propelling those hind feet forward, a little bit hurried, but they stayed in walk into the sunshine on that F corner. So this is the half circle. Reins in one hand on that final extension on the diagonal. Slightly shorter diagonal again. They had the luxury of that long one between M and K, but shortened slightly between V and M into condensed S shape. And showing the suppleness of the horses, that's what this movement's meant to do. And just how the outside horse will lengthen slightly. The inside one condenses a little bit just so that they remain level and in harmony. And this is the lengthened frame. Our judge at C gets a really good view of that. And haven't they done a grand job for us, our 5 judges? But Jambon who is president of the ground jury for Belgium. He's been sitting at C. Anne-Marie Turbe for France at our Miguel Angel Guiterres Camarillo. He's been for Spain at V. Barry Capstick for Ireland, although he has been a long-term resident in the Cotswolds in England. And then Andrew Council at P. So Barry at S, Miguel at V, Andrew at P, and they have had a full-on 2 days of judging. Working trot at the moment, and then you get a good vision from this kind of camera angle. Just got a horse, he just, that'll be one of his party tricks, just swishing the tail over the reins there, and then the collection forward into collection. It shouldn't be backwards movement, forward, going up, slight shortening of the strides, but keeping the energy going, and back to M. Collection round until you're straight onto that center line, and then you ask for that power to come through, which enables the lengthening of the strides. This is when you want it looking really uphill, and very accurate noses on the mark there. Well done to Tor, and it's been great if any of you have joined us from Australia. It must be very much in the middle of the night there for you. So there we have it. 91 dressage tests over 2 days, an extraordinary display from Martin Holler, and I commend you, if you can, watch that test again and again, because it was sublime. Frank Grenon-Prez, another astounding test from him. He's in second place, and Christophe Ostertag to keep Hungary's gold podium hopes very much a reality on 48.46. So all those results are available online. There is the results WhatsApp group as well.
138.5 at R, 141.5 at S, 135 at V, 149 at P, 55.25, 14th place for Tor van den Berg, and for Australia, that's 7th place with 114.29.
So
at the end of today, the top 8 are Martin Holler on 36.92, Frank Grenon-Prez for France on 41.45, Christophe Ostertag for Hungary on 48.46, Anna Sandman for Germany on 48.82, Marco Freund for Germany on 49.92, Ulrich Werner for Switzerland on 50.56, Jacob Aron for the United States on 51.237, and François Dutillot 8 on 51.59. For the teams competition, Hungary is in the lead on 85.38, France in second place on 93.04, and Germany is third on the podium for the moment on 98.74. They're followed by the Netherlands on 105, Switzerland on 108.44, Austria on 113.19, and Australia on 114.29. 7th, Great Britain in 8th on 118.95. The top 8 in both the teams and the individual competition.
there we have it. So I hope you heard that rundown. It's been an absolute joy to bring you this coverage. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you have been in the world. Aren't we lucky to be part of this amazing sport and these beautiful horses, their presence, their regality, their intelligence, their athleticism, all the words under the sun to describe their brilliance. I'm Sarah Dance. I will be back with you tomorrow morning for the marathon. Thank you very much to my team behind the scenes who have brought this coverage to you. It's a joy to work with you as ever. We've got 2 more days of great sport from the panel. Do not miss it. Whatever you do, set that alarm, stay up late, wherever you may be, because we want you watching that marathon, because it's going to be really quite something. Is Martin going to stay in front? Is Frank going to dash Hungarian dreams of yet another individual gold and put himself into gold contention with those fantastic horses that did that beautiful test to finish well? There is so much excitement and drama ahead of us. We look forward to bringing it to you. Take care. Over and out. We'll see you tomorrow morning.